Copy. Is the Alpha?
Tiana to Dane.
Yeah, Tiana.
Have you seen the second comp bike to go down the south end?
Negative, no, I haven't.
Okay, all good.
Stunning morning here in Newcastle. What a beautiful city. Here for the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. And our surfers who have made it into the round of 16, making their arrival as they gear up to hit the water once again. Clean conditions on offer. And some real form in the ranks. Some big scores dropped yesterday. Bit of a decrease in the swell, but no shortage of quality waves, and we should continue to see excellent surfing. Big scores dropped as we move one step closer to crowning our champions and establishing the ratings here on the Challenger Series. It's going to be a lot of fun. Thanks for joining us. Ronnie Blakey alongside Richie Lovett and Vaughan Blakey. A huge day of competition yesterday, fellas, and it's shaping up to be another big one. The matchups on both the men's and women's side, Vaughan, are unbelievable.
Yeah, and on kicking things off this morning, Xavier Huxtable and Josh Kerr, two of the real standouts from yesterday. Kersey just getting drained out of his mind. Xav was flaring out there big time, and that's sort of going to set the platform, and from there I think it'll just be fireworks. Yeah,
it's going to be huge. We've got a lot of friendly fire between some of the different countries on the Challenger Series, Rich, which is always interesting to watch.
Yeah, we're well represented by countries around the world here, and that's what this Challenger Series tour is all about. And still sort of coming down from yesterday's just amazing surfing, some incredible action, and the waves turned up, and I feel like we're going to have good conditions today as well.
AJ's out there and has been watching the conditions closely. Looks beautiful, AJ. Classic sunrise for us this morning.
We are looking at the ocean right now with Arcal. You just got out for a free surf. Big day today coming up here as we look to try and punch a ticket to finals day. Arcal, how was the free surf this morning?
Yeah, it's really fun. It's a little smaller than yesterday, but still really clean and nice waves. I think we might see as the tide drops out, get a little better, and yeah, it should be good all day.
Well, and it's so cool because we've seen so much of this Merewether Beach on display throughout this competition. As somebody who's surfed here so often, how do you pick your spot on a day like today?
Wherever they're scoring. But yeah, it's hard, like I'm so used to surfing maybe what is traditional Merewether or something, but that's not always what's going to give the best scoring opportunity. So I guess just trying to pick the eyes out of it and see where the best waves are coming in. But I mean, yesterday was just insane to see the whole beach light up and be so good. Was really cool for us.
And you got a big one coming up today. Just how are you getting ready for that?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be exciting. Lobby's one of my favourite surfers, so and a really good friend. So to have a heat against him will be super fun. Hopefully we can just trade blows.
Looking forward to it. See you later.
Cool, thank you.
Cheers, AJ. Yeah, Ryan Callanan. He's the hometown hero in the mix. Morgan Siblick still alive. They're actually on course to potentially meet in the quarterfinals, but Ryan's going to have his hands full with Liam O'Brien in this round of 16. They'll be coming up later on, heat number 6. But right now, we're getting set for the first heat of the day. Xavier Huxtable getting his first real crack at the Challenger Series and really putting on a strong performance already. Big scores dropping. Josh Kerr, though, we know he goes into this event without the pressure of, qualification, really, because he's been there. He's achieved great things on the CT, but just started competing in those regional QS events alongside his daughter, Sierra, and just thought, why not? Why not pull the jersey on and have a bit of fun in the lineup, sticking with the twin fins, Rich?
Yeah, it's a classic story, this one. Kersey just almost by default made the Challenger Series here, and obviously trying to encourage and bestow the knowledge that he has onto his daughter Sierra Kerr. But he looked all smiles this morning, no pressure, had a couple of fresh 20s under his arm, and he's backing it. He's been surfing them religiously for years now, so he's just so capable. But two men really at polar opposite ends of their career right now. And that Xavier, man, he just came off an incredible heat yesterday, as you said, Vorno. All smiles, eh?
Yeah, he was so stoked. I just wonder, like, what's more difficult to come up against? Someone who is just up for a fight and wants to take you down, or someone who's just out there being sort of ambivalent? I mean, we know that Kersey cares. He said that. He hates losing, but also it's just like, where's the fight coming from when you're paddling out against someone like Josh Kerr?
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I think too, Josh probably isn't really letting us see his true emotions. I think he wants it It'd be hard to commit to turning up, and he actually has looked a lot sharper. It's almost like he's got himself ready for this run. Yeah. And he's on his way to a keeper result already.
Sets his alarm at 2:30 in the morning when everyone else is asleep and just jumps down into the gym, starts working.
Maybe.
Gets up in the morning, yeah, got a heat today.
Yeah, but it is interesting. I think you're right. I think that it would be a rattle for some competitors because you're kind of thinking, God, I've got Kersey. Like,
but also, like, this means so much to me. Like, what are you even doing out here? You know what I mean? Like, that's just the head noise. Like,
exactly.
For Kersey, he's just having a good time. And the other thing is, just Kersey is really starting to capture a lot of people. Like, this story is I don't know, for surf fans, it's a really fun one. They love seeing someone get out there on completely different equipment, a completely different mindset, and taking it to these up-and-coming surfers and people who want to make their careers here.
Any truth to the rumour that Bo Eminen's thinking about hitting the regional QS next year?
I've heard.
Well, we'll back that.
Yeah, the naughties in training.
Yeah, a few of the old boys.
No, definitely inspiring watching Kersey do his thing out here, and it's an easy story to buy into as well. He's had such an incredible career on the championship tour, but prior to that, he was the air guy. You know, the original air shows tour that went around. Geez, he dominated it, didn't he?
He was saying just the other night, you know, that chapter of his life was so fun. He was really interested in that style of surfing, and the influence that collective group had on him as a person was really, you know, it set him up for his pro career in a nice way because, yeah, he got like sort of all that counterculture into his life.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch it all unfold. Of course, really different these days to when Josh was on the CT. The women's tour actually had a different schedule and only really came together at a couple of venues in the season. These days, you know, the tour schedules are the same. So if both can get on tour, then, you know, I think Josh should hang around on tour for as long as he possibly could because it just would make a whole lot of sense. He'd probably be at those events anyway. 27 minutes to go. No waves ridden just yet. Xavier Huxtable having his first run at the Challenger Series, but he is shown this year that he can cause huge upsets even at the championship tour level.
Victoria's been waiting for a long time for Xav to get on there. He's had to bide his time, and it looks like we might have movement.
Nothing there. Yeah, they've been well represented. Victoria on the women's side, India Robinson, Nikki Van Dyke, of course, and Ellie Harrison pushing for a place on the CT this year. But you've got to go back to Troy Brooks.
The chalk. Tricky
Troy Brooks on the men's side.
Yeah, well, Xavier's had to sort of sit back and watch his best mates qualify and you know, get onto the Challenger Series first of all, and a couple of them getting up into the World Championship Tour, which is, I guess in some ways, you know, fueled him. It's always fueled him, but like sitting back and just missing and not getting the results you want. Now that he's here, I think his performances have looked really confident.
To his credit too, he is always showing up for his friends, even when he hasn't made the grade and gone onto the Challenger Series. You see him up there on the Gold Coast, you know, with the pom-poms out, getting behind his mates, and I know they're all elated that he's made the grade now and he's getting a full run at it this year. But no waves ridden just yet, so we have that decreasing swell ridge, but the quality's still there when the sets roll in.
Wind's beautiful and very similar direction to what we had yesterday. Got this west-northwest wind, which is perfectly offshore conditions here at Merewether. And you can see, obviously, the swell has just settled a little bit, but the tide's running out. So interesting to note that these guys have opted to surf that bank further north up at Dixon Park rather than... I was watching the conditions before we got the booth here this morning, and that rock break just off Merewether Point, it is a bit, it's got morning sickness, and there's a lot of kind of wobble and rip going through it. There were definitely moments, but the quality waves down here are significantly better than what's on offer. So good decision. Just interesting to note too that Xavier has taken the inside position. We might see Ryder. Here we go.
Here we go. Xavier Huxtable's going to get the day underway here in the round of 16. Up against Josh Kerr. Tidy finish there. A clean start after a lengthy wait for the first set to roll through.
Oh, that's a nice way to start your morning. Lots of speed. Beautifully clean face to work with. Attacking it up into lip, throwing a bit of flair as well, Rich. And these are the sorts of conditions that you're not getting on the rip bowl because it's just a bit wobbly.
Yeah, look, a beautiful little two-turn combination and a great starter wave, a settler wave, I guess, is the best way to frame it. And then this number will drop and we'll set the scale for this heat.
Kersey now assuming priority on the outside. Waiting for his opportunity to drop a number here in the early stages. Plenty of time on the clock still. And obviously moving into head-to-head competition. Less of a battle to find those opportunities, and the chess match has begun. The World Surf League and SURFEST want to acknowledge the Awabigal people as traditional custodians of the land and waterways here at Merewether. Pay our respects to the Awabigal people, their elders past, present and future, and we want to extend this acknowledgement and all the respect in the world to First Nations peoples and cultures who join us in person and on the broadcast. We love our time here in Newcastle. I mean, it's such a scenic city. Beautiful bushland surrounds, and one of the best coastal walks on the east coast. So definitely worth booking a trip and coming and checking it out.
Yep, and the nocturnal activities are pretty fun in this city as well.
Oh.
Went to Aussie Rights Art Show last night. That was unreal. I think there was a tracks party on somewhere, and you know, like SURFEST, it is a festival. It's a festival of surfing, and you're rubbing shoulders with the world's best down on the beach, down on the boardwalks, and you also bump into them at night at some of the great restaurants and culinary delights around here, Rich.
Here we go. Josh Kerr is up deep, driving through the pit. Not a whole lot of cover, so he's got to make up some points here down the line. Big speed jam there, a mix-up with his equipment. He's on something shorter today, and he throws that board into rotation on the outside. Xavier Huxtable goes looking for his second score. Swings the tail. He had a 5.67 on his first wave. But what about the little magic carpet Josh Kerr's riding?
Yeah, that thing looked super fast, the twin fin. They have so much drive and forward acceleration. This one stretched out in front of him. Josh just pumping through the barrel here. It kind of ran off, so he had to switch to manoeuvres, a kind of lateral snap with all this energy focused down the line, and kind of salvaged somewhat of a score by really throwing that air reverse. Great vision here. You can see tucks under. Geez, he was flying on this thing.
Wave knowledge just on show there. That thing was racing down the line. He had to stick with it. It was a speedy tube. Definitely got a bit of viz. But yeah, capitalising with a nice little air rev. That board looks tiny, Rich. Is it 5.4 or something?
Yeah, well, he's back up yesterday when it was a lot bigger. I think it was 5.7, so I wouldn't be surprised. 5.4, 5.5 perhaps. It's definitely gone down for sure.
Looks like an ice hockey puck.
Yeah, well, Draft is Josh's board brand that he's just launched or recently launched. Board's looking good.
Yeah, just on 20.5 minutes to go here. Xavier got the 5.67. Couldn't stick the move on the backup, so it's a throwaway number, but he did get back to the takeoff zone to get that priority in the early stages here.
Yeah, well, Josh will want to match that 5.67 at least. Let's have a look at, see what happened with Xavier. Building speed. The section stands up in front of him and he just overcooks it. Just pushes so hard, loses the tail, and the wave just dropped out. So, yeah, difficult section to navigate.
Yeah, reeled off a bit too quick to find a ramp, and just an awkward section to try and get a quality turn on. Josh Kerr's numbers starting to roll through now. It's going to get a lot closer here with 20 minutes to go. First heat of the day, looking to move through the round of 16 for the men before establishing some quarterfinals for the women as well with their round of 16. But Kersey turns in a 5 to kick things off. Closer on the opening exchange here, slight edge to Xavier.
Yeah, and I can see why the judges went there. Just the angles that Xavier had on his manoeuvres, just a little tighter, a bit sharper. There was a lateral nature to Kersey's wave, not taking anything away from the air rev at the completion, but Xavier's up again.
Oh, beautiful opening carve. Really leans on that heel side rail, rips the board into the bowl a couple of times down the line here. And he's loading up for a finish here over the foam. Does extremely well, the 22-year-old. But like yesterday, his opening manoeuvres were brilliant. And Josh now is going to try and answer. Got the speed, has the section, looks to spin. But just can't stay in touch with the equipment there.
Can see what he's thinking though, can't you? His heat strategy here, I think, is barrels and airs. Kind of identifying that Xavier has that real power element to his turns.
What's the difference, Rich, with the equipment, the longer rail line for Xavier and that kind of more typical shortboard design compared to, say, Josh with, you know, what looks like almost a skimboard in its template?
Yeah, that little, the wider outline on Josh's board, the shorter outline, it cuts the turn short, and the 20s tend to do that as well, unless you really have them positioned back on the tail of the board. That longer rail line that Xavier's got on his, like, traditional high-performance shorty, and the ability to have that back fin just allows him to cut a little deeper and push harder through those turns.
These guys, yeah, they've just clearly identified what their strengths are and what their point of difference is going to be against their opponent. And Xavier's just bringing the power game, Rich, and Josh is looking for the airs and the barrels, the high speed down the line.
Oh, you could see just the board leaning on its rail there as Xavier just ropes these top turns. Quite a wide stance, driving off that front foot, and then Kersey behind him, just going for the big air rotator out to the flats and just lost it.
Yeah, that wind is quite strong, the offshore this morning, and the transition really flat. You know, so projecting out onto in front of the wave, proving to be a little difficult at the moment. Even Josh's first rotation, his board was flickering in that offshore. But let's have a look on the Stone and Wood slow-mo of this opening move. This was from his first ride, actually, the 5, 6, 7.
Oh, just two back-to-back, really well-connected manoeuvres.
Yeah, the opening manoeuvre on the second ride, which actually came through at the same score, 5.67, was so clean. I mean, this is a guy that's... when I first saw him, I think he was maybe 10 years old at Bird Rock, just ripping the wave apart, and he's kind of, you know, graduated to the lineup at Winky and the Bells Bowl, but such a strong forehand carving turn that he can lean into.
Yeah, and it worked extremely well down at Bells as we see action.
Yeah, Josh Kerr locks in, holds the wall of that wave, maxing out his time behind the curtain. But you saw that one extend, stretch out and shut down with Josh inside. So, you know, he still finds himself in a position to strike at the lead here with only 5s on the board so far. But it just feels like the rhythm is starting to work into Xavier Huxtable's favour.
Yeah, definitely. Let's have a look at the Stone and Wood slow-mo. This opening carve just pushing that tail right planted smack bang at the back of the tail pad there. Just driving through the turn. And see how the board's leaning on an angle. That rail is just super engaged. He gets to push all against that force coming back at him.
Rich, form-wise, it's spot on, but confidence-wise, Xavier's right where he needs to be, because in an offshore wind, sometimes you want to keep that rail just a little below the lip line, and Josh Kerr probably saw a couple of fins through the opening move there, so he placed that turn high.
Yeah, he did. About as high as he could have gone on that turn. And with these offshore winds, the lip can be fool's gold sometimes. It's sort of thin, and the wave's not really pushing back at you. So you need to generate your own power, really harness it in the lower body and push through the turn. And again, coming back to that thruster setup, it's been the norm for so long now because it's so functional, and it really does have that perfect balance of you know, power, manoeuvrability and control.
Just on 14 minutes remaining here, Xavier Huxtable with the lead. Josh Kerr still well within reach though, chasing a 6.34. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Welcome back to the show. We've been blessed this week with some quality conditions. Having a look at the Surfline forecast, Rich, what's coming our way these last 2 days?
What's coming our way, mate, is some beautiful, clean conditions, super rippable, super contestable waves. And we had our glory day yesterday, and then that was the peak of the swell. We had that big storm a couple of days ago, and right now we're looking at 4 to 7 foot faces pretty much for the whole day. And that translates to, you know, head-high sets, maybe a couple of bigger ones. Certainly rippable, offshore conditions all day long. And then similar story for tomorrow, but maybe just a slight check up in size. There's a new little swell going to fill in. But yeah, I don't think we have to worry. We're not stressing. We're going to have great waves for the next 2 days.
Bring it on. Appreciate Surfline. They've been spot on with the forecasts. And, man, we're really enjoying these clean offshore conditions. The surfers finding a lot of freedom out there on the open face. Xavier Huxtable up at the moment, trying to better a 5.67 here. Nice wall standing up. Couple of good hits on the lip. Gets the finish. It was fast work as that wave steamrolled across the sandbar. Got up there a couple of times. See where the judges take that number. 11 minutes to go here. And as we said before the break, even though it's felt like Xavier's kind of had the rhythm, Josh Kerr still is well within reach of this lead.
Yeah, he's not out of this, excuse me, by any means. 6.34, but potentially the requirement might go a little higher. Great two-turn combination there on Xavier's last wave. Let's check it out on the Burton Automotive replay. A little bigger this wave. Clicks that first turn, little mini airdrop, and the final turn there just sort of projects out. Great tempo. This is Kersey.
Josh Kerr here, Vaughan, and just trying to find a high-impact turn there before the wave shut down.
Yeah, it seems like the swell's really straight on this bank today. We're not getting that down the line sort of open faces that we had yesterday that were sort of running at a really nice tempo for everyone to unleash. And so that's why no one's really running away with it just yet. You know, Kersey's in strike conditions. Even that first turn of Kersey's was quite similar to Xavier's one. You know, hits the lip, gets a bit of air off it, and then has to try and find another turn before it shuts down.
Yeah, it was a little bit more critical, just the combination there from Xavier, though. The wave was one of the biggest sets that we've seen. So he turned in a 6.5, and like you said, Rich, he's extended that lead now. And Josh, after a 7.17 as we check out the Stone and Wood slow-mo.
Yeah, he sort of squared up off the bottom on the first turn and the second, which on your forehand, in these style of conditions where it is quite a steep wall, it is really hard to do. But you'll notice these guys come from behind, they'll hit it, and then they'll project toward, you know, facing down the line so that they don't lose that momentum and speed, and try and keep that transition going into the next turn. Xavier's surfing really good this morning.
So much history here at this venue, Vaughan. And, you know, many of the greats victorious here, thinking all the way back to 85. Tom Curran and Wendy both are winning that year. Mad honour roll. I mean, many of the greats victorious here.
Yeah, it's incredible. And every now and again, you do score crew from outside of those famous names that.
Yeah, the Brazilians have had a run at it. There's been plenty of mixed winners.
Yeah, I mean, Tom Carroll, Barton Lynch, Glenn Hall. The list goes on.
Dayar Neve.
Here we
Just down the
go.
road.
This is the wave that Josh Kerr needed. Great cover. Beautiful pit out onto the open face. Rips the carve. And now goes looking for the finish here on the inside. Bit of foam to deal with. No dramas for the old boy. And he is going to get himself right back in this heat, chasing a 7.17. His tube riding's been spot on the last couple of days. There's another one for the memory bank. Deep on the takeoff here, Rich.
Yeah, just finds some cover, fully disappears in that one for a moment, and that's a better hack from Josh. The rail got laid a little deeper, comes around this funky little low road section, but does really well to project out in front of it.
Wow.
This will be Josh's best wave. This is going to be a good number.
Is it going to get him there, Vaughan?
Oh, I mean, that wave feels like it's the best wave of the heat to me. It just looked absolutely beautiful when he pulled in off the start. Just sort of had shades of J-Bay, a little J-Bay set up off the start there, you know, with the offshore. And look at the colour here. Beautiful positioning. And the way that he can just accelerate into this turn. And, you know, twin fin exponents, once you've really gotten used to them, you can bank it as hard as any board. And he'll fly through and get this bonus section with a bit of drama on the end too. Thick on the inside. So yeah, Kersey, this is looking like a really good score.
He's going to put the pressure on here. The number drops 7.67. We got a new heat leader. And the rhythm has changed and worked in Josh Kerr's favour. Xavier Huxtable now after a 6.18. Here he goes. Again, just forcing that board up into the lip.
Full momentum shift right at the 8-minute mark. All courtesy of that wave that Josh Kerr took off on. It was the biggest, best shaped wave that's come through in the heat so far. And Josh has been he was in rhythm. And we just check out the replay of Zave's last wave. Just that airdrop, a little late to the party on the final turn.
It's a real shame he wasn't able to stick that final turn. Felt like just reflecting on the 6.5 that it probably would have got him the score that he needed to get back in front here. 6 minutes and 20 seconds to go.
Well, the good news is that he actually regained priority. So he didn't get the score, but he is in the box seat for this next set.
The you know, the rhythm that a surfer can appear to be having in the early stages of a heat can almost create a sort of a false sense of how the heat might play out when you're putting scores on the board that are in that sort of average to good range, 5.67, 6.5. Yeah, it was a good start, a building start, but there is quality waves out there and always the potential for a number to go near excellent, and Josh found it. And now he's on a mission to get rid of that 5, and if he can, it's going to be a complete shift of momentum. Xavier's going to need a pretty solid score. Michael Rodriguez on screen. He's out there next. He'll be taking on Jacob Wilcox.
Well, Jacob was one of the standout goofy footers yesterday. Just getting it done with some real fair dinkum backhand thuds.
Yeah, Michael was back to his best as well. Just lightning fast, great variation. Going to be a really solid clash. Just on 5 minutes remaining here, let's dive into the GWM recap. It was Xavier Huxtable getting the day started and looking sharp.
Out of gates with high-speed combos. Judges are enjoying it. But Kersey, he stayed busy as well, found a bit of vision and came flying through onto this inside. Nice little speedy snap. And on this much shorter board to yesterday, gets the air rev. It's a good start to the heat.
Yeah, great start. And then Xavier just kept building. Beautiful opening, carb to hack. Little check turn there, brings it all the way through up to this point. The heat management from Xavier has been just really on point. Sensible surfing, placement of manoeuvres, spot on. And this is one of his last waves here. Bang, just hits that final closeout. Really composed on the landing, but then Josh Kerr found this. A nugget, pulls in, gets the vision, comes out with a beautiful carve to slide, and then finishes off this tricky section well. And this is the high number, a 7.67.
Yeah, solid stuff. We were looking for the curly tail on him yesterday. He was just a pig out there with the tubes, and he's taken that approach into this heat, and probably, you know, we know in when we've got the 4 surfers in the lineup in the earlier rounds, you know, you can sort of make life hard for yourself if you focus too heavily on your rivals in that situation and what they're capable of. But once we get to head-to-head, you know, you can kind of size up where you can create a point of difference with your rivals. And, you know, you're probably thinking, well, with Josh, the air game is going to be a great opportunity for him to drop some big scores. He kind of had that play early on in this heat, and it wasn't really working out for him. But people forget just how good a tube rider Josh Kerr is, a runner-up finish at Pipe. Just completely fearless, but also growing up at Snapper Rocks has helped him to create just a mad affinity with the tube. And he's given us a great barrel ride in this heat. Goes to the alley-oop there, and again, just that offshore wind just wreaking havoc with that particular turn.
Yeah, absolutely. The board just disconnecting. Let's have a look at the replay here. Josh streaking down the line. Thought for a moment he was going to get the barrel, but goes for the big alley-oop. Look at the coverage here. This will be great vision as he tries to hit the lip and get that rotation. He's landed some huge alley-oops in his time, man. We've seen some big ones in competition as well.
Yeah, when Josh was a Grom, just before he hit the QS and qualified, he was doing a lot of photo shoot trips, magazine trips with local legendary surf photog, Peter Boskovic. And Bosco was taking him to some pretty heavy slab waves, and yeah, Kersey he fell in love with it, tackling big pits. Remember him having a cover of Waves magazine, beautiful black and white shot at HTs in massive conditions with his both arms above his head, full stand-up barrel.
Really doffed the cap to secret little slab close to where he grew up for his love of big waves and heavy water. Won't say where.
No.
I value my life too much.
Here we go. So movement on the outside, and time is ticking by. Xavier Huxtable probably getting his last shot at the lead here. Big opening turn, free falls out the lip. It's a quality wave, and he delivers some quality turns there. Does well to stay on his feet. Pumps his fist after a 6.18, and you've got to compare it to what he got on the previous ride for the 6.5. It feels like it's going to go there, Rich.
Yeah, it does. There was just that second turn really connected. Let's break down the replay here. Beautiful top turn, heaps of spray. This second one just ropes it around, gets a mini tail release through, and it was late. The third turn was late, but he got there and he completed it.
This is just unreal. Big airdrop out of that. Little warble in that face there is what it was. But the second turn, he just put everything into it. Absolutely fearless surfing, and it had to be.
Yeah, if you'd think there'd be some nerves at this point, but he's in full attack mode. And this turn, even though he didn't get on top of the section, so difficult, and just really looking to make sure that he gets the number that he needs. But on the outside, before the hooter sounds, Josh Kerr gets his opportunity. Gets the big hit. Can he stick the air? Throws it out into the flats. And the only thing really bringing Josh undone with those big airs is this offshore wind this morning. because his strike rate is usually so high. But we are waiting on the numbers to come through for that last exchange. Great heat.
Oh,
to
so
kick us off.
sick. So
Super
sick.
entertaining. Really, really entertaining heat here. Let's have a look at Josh's wave. Comes around off the bottom, off the top. Streaking down the line. Goes for the big flyaway 360 air, but doesn't pull it. So we know that wave's not going to count. It all comes down to this 617 that Xavier needs.
So much speed in Xavier surfing at the moment, and he really did just surf on a knife's edge there.
Well, it's
and
looking good.
The numbers are coming through. They are rock solid for the Victorian, a 7.9. And he is on his way to the quarterfinals in his first Challenger Series event.
That's a classy win. Real classy. He was under pressure. Kersey was sharking around on the inside, getting waves under priority, just turning the screws, but Zave held strong. Perfect strategy and brilliant surfing.
A great performance in this event for both competitors, but Xavier's going to continue his charge. We knew that this guy had massive potential. He just had to crack the Challenger Series. And he has turned up today.
Seeps.
And put it together a fantastic heat. We're going to take a quick break here. We look forward to seeing Jacob Wilcox and Michael Rodriguez out there next. Saturday, June 7th, just after 8 a.m. and Xavier Huxtable has already booked a place in the quarterfinals, getting the jump on Josh Kerr in the first heat of the day. Clean conditions, offshore, groomed walls here at Merewether. And another great heat for us to enjoy here. Jacob Wilcox looking to get back to the CT. Same story for Michael Rodriguez, who's done a couple of laps on the championship tour. And both these guys, they can get it done. And they have some of the best turns on the CS. So let's see what happens here. As Jacob Wilcox gets the opening ride at Rich.
Yeah, Chippo looking for the barrel, gets some travel time, but no exit. And we saw Chippo yesterday just so strong on his backhand with the manoeuvres, and just that sneaky little barrel didn't open up for him. This is a real interesting one. These two, real contrast. Obviously, we've got the goofy versus natural.
Here we go, some movement on the outside. Rodriguez driving down the line, so much speed.
Oh,
tries to throw something big at that first section, so the situation will settle here. Jacob Wilcox gets that priority on the outside. But Michael Rodriguez, he's been a force on the Challenger Series. Always gets to the later stages of an event. Each year he's campaigning, but what went wrong here, Rick?
Just overcooked it, pushed too hard. Just busted through the lip. He settles well here as he kind of came off that little speed drive. But yeah, this is that offshore wind that we're talking about. Those little kind of thin lips that can just disappear. They don't have as much strength to them when you get an onshore flow, and the swell is really pushing. It's a dying swell as well, so it doesn't have a whole lot of power.
Yeah, Michael got so close to qualifying last year. Had a 13th place finish on the Challenger Series in 2024. 2023, he finished 11th. Managed to get the call up a couple of times to compete in CT events at different stages, but he's been there before. 2018, he was a rookie on the championship tour, finished 15th in his rookie season, had a great year, a couple of quarterfinal finishes. 2019, he finished 26th and was bumped back onto the Challenger Series, and a strong performance on the CS in 2022. Saw him back onto the CT, but it was a short-lived campaign cut after the Margaret River event. So Michael Rodriguez looking to get back onto the CT for the third time. Jacob Wilcox, he would love the opportunity to get a full run at the schedule in its entirety. There's some events that he missed at the back end of the championship tour in his rookie campaign that he would have been one of the favourites in. So we'll see. We'll see if he can get it done. He's surfing really well.
He's surfing really well. There's definitely no question marks around this guy's ability. You know, it's whether it's 2 to 3 feet or whether it's 15 feet. You know, real slabby conditions. This guy is just on.
Yeah, I think about the strength of both these surfers. You've got Emrod just having so much speed. He's just so electrifying. He's really quick through his turns. I think Jacob will be leaning on the power today. That's what got him through yesterday in that big tube shootout. He didn't even look for the pit. He just overpowered the other competitors in his heat.
Yeah, 23.5 minutes remaining here, and Jacob sizing one up out the back with his priority. Looking to get himself into position. That is so important in just setting up that first big hit, and Wilcox just gets as much speed as possible for this opening move. It's a speed turn to get down the line and find some space. Big clean lip line float there. 23 minutes to go and he'll kick out. We'll see some scores drop and get some replays in a moment, but right now we're going to hear from the winner of the first heat of the day with AJ.
Thanks so much, Ronnie. Xavier actually just running over to congratulate Josh Kerr on a heat well surfed, because these two went down to the final seconds, and as you can see, they are dissecting everything that happened.
That was kind of my theory.
He needed a 6.18, and Xavier ended up with a 7.9 to finish this off. We'll listen in. You ready to do the interview?
Oh, yeah.
But I wanted to come in here and hear a little bit more just about what you were saying to Josh after such a cool heat.
Oh, we're just saying how sick it was to just get heaps of opportunity, and like, mate, the wave's been pumping, so I was so sick to kind of just trade waves and go wave for wave. It was sick.
And Josh, you've been telling me all event, you're like, well, I guess we're just going to keep on going here. Just how does it feel? First Challenger Series event back. How are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling good. I mean, that was so fun out there. I mean, other than it was absolutely blinding when you took off on a wave. Like, I could not even see when I was going up to I don't know how this guy was like ripping in so hard on his turns. I didn't know what I was looking at. I was sick to see him clutch up at the end of the heat, and good to see the Aussie boys go through. But I'm stoked. Just here having fun, whatever. It's all good.
So fun to see you and Sierra. We cannot wait to see you at the next one.
Thank you. Good fun.
I want to talk about you ripping into those turns there at the end, because the 7.9 was something that really turned a lot of heads here to start this day. How did you identify that wave?
Yeah, I mean, I was just kind of sitting there hoping something would come through, and luckily enough, something just jumped up, and I was like, oh my God, here we go. I better get to the end of it, and thankfully did. So I was stoked. I mean, just to get the opportunity. I mean, a lot of heats you kind of go down just without the opportunity. So I was stoked that something kind of presented itself and I was able to surf.
Congratulations on your first quarterfinals at your first Challenger Series event.
I know, it's pretty amazing. I mean, I've just been watching all me, as I said, my best mates all surfing them, and finally got the opportunity and stoked to kind of just keep the ball rolling and keep them going, yeah.
We'll see you on finals day. Congrats.
Thank you, stoked, cheers.
Back to you, Ronnie.
Good on you, AJ. How fun to have a chat with both competitors there. And, you know, we're talking about Kersey and his mindset in attacking the Challenger Series, and it just feels like he is just riding this journey and really not feeling the disappointment of those losses, which makes him a major threat. Really elated for Xavier and that clutch performance, and just seeing that replay, Vaughan. How was that second turn?
Oh, it's just a thing of magnificent beauty, Ron. But no, it was interesting. You know, I think one of the cool things about that win for Xav is, like, as soon as the momentum shifted, oh, hang on, we got a replay here. Chippo getting a wave. Okay, this is that down the line one from before. Little speed check. This thing just wouldn't slow down for him, so he gets a little roof ride, but not a whole lot of points in that.
Yeah, it's interesting here, isn't it, Rich? Because this wave just didn't give Jake the time. And in the end, he just stuck the float. Here goes Michael Rodriguez now. It's a quality-looking wall. Couple of hits on the bowl. There's a plenty of spray coming off that rail. And now he starts to get that redirect. It's a big fist pump. What'd you make of it, Rick?
Well, he definitely got some turns done. And let's have a look at the replay here. So just a little pivot off the top there. And again, just not ripping through the turns. He's sort of placing these forehand re-entries up there. They're sort of snaps, I guess, is the best way to describe them. But, you know, in comparison to what Xavier did on that second turn that we were just talking about on his 8-point ride, he was driving through it, really engaged in the rail. This is good surfing. And get me wrong, I really appreciate what Michael's doing here. And he's picked off an absolute gem that had a really good pace to it, which allowed him to do 5 turns.
Felt like he found his footing toward the end of that ride and really started to club the pocket of the wave. I think just that second turn sort of threw his rhythm off just a little bit, kind of put the board up there, and the lip wasn't arriving at the board at the same time. But yeah, that is a quality wave. It offered him the opportunity to really find that off the bottom, off the top rhythm, and he is going to turn in a healthy number, a 7.17.
Yep, good score, and that is a real exclamation mark here, which is going to put a little bit of pressure on Jacob Wilcox. He needs to find one of those waves that Michael just found there that has that pace, and he can square up on the back end. Yeah,
it was really saved with the work at the end of the ride. Yep. But when you look at that wave, you were thinking that by this morning's standards is an excellent wave. And maybe with that, just that slight glitch on the second turn, some points were left out there.
I think, you know, if you think about the first wave he caught this morning, when he just lost his board out the back of the wave. So his first 2 turns then felt really tentative and just sort of placed, as you said, Rich, but he surfed his way into the real aggression at the back half of that ride. Like, there's no denying that third snap, lots of spray, and then he just starts clubbing it on the end. So, yeah, a good build.
The wild thing about Michael Rodriguez is he just got a 7.17, and it's about half as good as what he can do. So there could be a 14-point wave just around the corner. And he is so good. Just on 17 minutes remaining here, Michael Rodriguez gets the early lead over Jacob Wilcox. Saturday morning at Merewether, the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, is going off. Good morning once again from Merewether. What a beach, what a town, what a city, and what a heat we've got here. Michael Rodriguez leading Jacob Wilcox at the moment, just under 15 minutes to go. These two have been in incredible form in their run through to this point in the contest. Michael Rodriguez with the big number at the moment, 717, finding a quality wave and delivering a series of bashes on the pocket. Keeping that board nice and critical, close to those steeper sections of the wave. Jacob Wilcox really hasn't found a quality ride yet, so we're yet to see him come to life, but Michael Rodriguez in a great position, Rich.
Yeah, he really is. He's taken the early control of this heat, just courtesy of that 717. Great surfed wave from Emrod. But Jacob knows what he has to do here. He just needs to be patient. There's no point taking off on a 5 or a 6. He really needs to match that 7. And those waves, they're pretty easy to identify. You know them when you see them. Great set approaching here. This one looks like it's tracking a little bit north, so Jacob looks like he's might be a bit deep, but Emrod's in the spot.
He's right where he wants to be, and his first goal is to get as much speed as possible to throw something bigger to us down the line here. And unfortunately, that wave just didn't do anything. So he's going to head back out. But Michael Rodriguez with a head full of steam is just a really tough draw for anyone in the mix. Has established himself as one of the best on the CS over the years. He's had a few quarterfinal finishes. It's amazing that he hasn't broken into a Challenger Series final. Just so talented.
Yeah, it's bewildering, really. The guy is so good. Crazy air game. A couple of years ago, he was dropping some of the craziest clips, just, you know, so competent in the air. He's on the Mayhems.
Yeah, Matt Biolis has been one of his biggest supporters over the years, always celebrated his performances and free surfing. And yeah, it's been a good partnership, some great highlight free surfing clips of Michael riding Matt's boards over the years. But the free surfing clips, you know, he'll continue to drop those. It's the big results that he wants to start dropping in 2025 to get himself back on that championship tour, and he's on his way here at this first step in what's going to be a 7-event series this year. The surfers are counting their top 5 results, and a 9th, while it won't be the result that gets you onto the championship tour, it's a nice compliment for maybe some finals finishes. As we see Matty McGilvray, who was clutch yesterday. In fact, he's always been a really clutch performer and used that big rotation frontside air to good effect over the years. Getting in the zone.
See Morgan Siblick behind him. Boys hanging out, just headphones in or earbuds in. It's the go-to move really for that preheat preparation. Block out the noise, put some good tunes on, get all psyched up.
Yeah, well, like a lot of South Africans, he's probably tapping into a bit of Rodriguez. As we see now, Jacob Wilcox starting to flare up. That backhand served him well yesterday, and he's on his way to a good number here. Gets the finish he needs. And he did need to bank his score, because that clock, it just winds down so quickly when you don't have a decent number in your account. And Jacob's going to get on pace here.
Well,
it's
the
just
clock.
so refined, that backhand axe that he swings around.
Watch this. The clock went at 12 o'clock there on the first turn. This second one, beautiful, stronger, more spray, and then completes it. 3-turn banger. Really strong combination.
Little hung up on that last move, but strong opening series of turns.
That hook under the lip was so sick. The driver that he got as he came out of that turn into the second snap, that was a thing of beauty. That's the combination that the judges get really interested in, because if you're coming out of turns with maximum speed and just loading up into that next manoeuvre, you're going to get scores.
Yeah, and the judges really do pay attention to the details, and they would have been picking apart Michael Rodriguez's approach on his first wave and identifying where there was some little glitches. He still turned in a 7.17, so expecting that Jacob Wilcox is going to get himself a solid score here and get right back in this heat. Enjoying all the action is AJ out there in the field.
Yeah, Ronnie, I'm much happier in the field today than I was yesterday. The temperature has risen a few degrees. It's about 12 degrees out in the air. Surfers are telling me that the water actually is a little bit warmer, and it's been the wind the last few days is making them cold as they've come in after their heats. Winds about 24 kilometers an hour coming out of the northwest. As we can see, the waves 4 to 7 foot, and honestly, glassy, beautiful. Every single surfer who came out from the free surf this morning is saying the waves are pumping. And as you can see, we're pretty far down the beach from the point where we've started this competition, and that's another thing that the surfers are really enjoying is identifying different banks along this Merewether Beach that they feel like best suits their style, best suits their strengths, best suits the tides as well. And Richie, I'm curious as a competitor just how much of an advantage that gives you to feel like you've got the freedom to find your own space on a beach like this.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, what you want as a competitor is opportunity when you're in those heats, and really prior to a heat, you're looking at the ocean, scouring the lineup, going, where is that opportunity going to be? And that's what all of our competitors do. They'll spend a good hour, maybe 2 hours, watching the conditions, always trying to identify where that scoring potential is. And at the moment, it's up north at this Dixon Park Bank. It's been producing over the last couple of days, and it's looking really good.
Looking unreal. So is the score for Jacob Wilcox, 7.67. He gets himself in front here. A lot of credit on that opening combination. So solid. Great variation too. And we have a real heat on our hands here. Both surfers with scores in that 7-point range, and the next exchange is going to be really big.
Yeah, I thought what Jacob did really well on that wave, that opening hook, he just sat straight on that heel side rail again. It was such a smooth transition. There was no double pumping, no glitches. It was just clean, beautiful transitions, rail to rail, hook nice and tight. We can watch it here. So just watch, heel side, toe side, sits on this bottom turn, hooks it nice and tight in the pocket, and then he gets a little tail release. I know there was a little wobble in that final manoeuvre, but it was more a product of the wave just wobbling on him. But he controlled it.
He's got the lead, and now he's looking to build and put something up stronger than the 3.67. He'll do that, throws a rotation. We've seen some really good airs laid down in this contest already. That one won't sort of feature in the highlight reel of those rotations, but it might improve the 3.67.
Yeah, agreed. And it's cool because Chippo's just reminding the judges that he's got a few tricks up his sleeve as well. Gets the pump. Gets a really good rotation on that, for considering that he wasn't probably going as fast as he wanted to, but the wind helping there, Rich.
Yeah, he did well. Look, pump, just trying to get that speed so that he could get the height and the real pop and launch off the lip. But he did well on that backhand to keep that the board placed under his feet.
Yeah, shout out to the Newcastle flight cam too. I've been loving the images from the drone. The airs always look so spectacular from that angle. You see the projection of the tail getting high above the lip. As we see Michael Rodriguez on the outside lining up what looks like a quality set wave. Drives off the bottom into the first section, gets some release there. Out in front again. And he's not going to get a whole lot of room to move in comparison to his 7.17 earlier, but it was a decent combination as Jacob Wilcox. He gets on the attack again. He already improved his heat score totally out of 5 for the backside air rotation, and he's a chance at upping his heat score total again. But Michael Rodriguez too, he's going to turn in a good score. Look out.
Royalty.
Hey.
Surfing royalty has arrived.
Boys. Get down on one knee.
Yep, that's belly. Oh, and MR.
Yeah, the 4-time world champion. And he is such a huge fan. Often sends text messages through during the event broadcasts, and obviously loves the opportunity to see the world's best here at his beloved Merewether.
He doesn't miss many heats, I tell you. He is still now a student of pro surfing. Emrod, beautiful turn off the top for the first one. That's a better one. More connected. You can see the confidence is building in Emrod's approach. And then behind him, Jacob. Backhand snap to start things off. The second one, a little wobbly, but regains control. And then that third one, that was vertical. It was a strong finish. And that he may actually just improve on his 5.
I think so. It was kind of the opposite to his 7.67 in that the strongest turn was the final turn. So he cleaned it up nicely. Michael Rodriguez did get himself the lead, though, a 6.5 for the combination. So he's in front, and Jacob Wilcox needs a 6 out of his last ride to get himself back in front. Just a fantastic seesawing battle by one of the strongest Brazilian competitors on the Challenger Series and one of the strongest Aussies.
Yeah, and that first turn of Emrod was his best turn of this heat. Gets the combo, a nice float on the end, but it was a really cool, dynamic, you know, through the lip, lost a bit of the tail, and then on the very next wave, this one wasn't as tall as Michael's wave, but it did present a couple more opportunities. Oh, I think this is intentional, right? He slides that tail out over the lip line there and then blasts this inside section. Good score here from Chippo Wilcox.
Yeah, he likes it.
Yeah.
And the number's starting to roll through. Needs a 6. It feels like he's going to get there with the first judges saying yep and some.
Chippo on the DHD program. Boards are looking really, really solid under his feet. He's always been stuck on the Mick Fanning fin as well, which is a really rate template. A lot of the surfers, it's the most winning fin in professional surfing history. It's won so many events. Mick's got a bunch of titles on it, and so many other surfers do as well. It's just one of those fins that you can just push so hard against. And really just harness all the power and energy through the turn.
I saw Carissa Moore win a bunch of events riding the fin, Mick Fanning's fin. But yeah, look, the scores drop now for Jacob Wilcox, 7.03. Requirement for Michael Rodriguez, it's getting up there, a 7.54. A really close heat when you look at the heat score totals. But, you know, that just means that in this situation with both surfers holding good scores, to turn the situation, you're going to have to go excellent. Michael Rodriguez, certainly capable, the 30-year-old.
He sure is. He has priority. 2.5 minutes to go. Emrod just appealing for an update. He wants to know the situation.
Vaughan, you spoke to Michael Rodriguez, the strongest turn in this heat. It was actually on the 6.5, that opening move. Really got through the turn, and I feel like Jacob, with his really strong backhand, the advantages has been getting through that turn, getting a complete redirection, whereas Michael's had a bit more of a down-the-line approach. So we know that he's got that spark. And if he can find a wave that allows it, Michael Rodriguez can deliver some of the biggest turns on the Challenger Series, but that one's not going to do it for him. It stretches out, and time's going to be the enemy here. Wilcox will get priority, and you'll watch him move now to the north and track down Michael Rodriguez to limit his opportunities here in the final stages.
Yeah, he'll cover him with priority. And Emrod, he'll just try and stay away from him.
Here comes Jacob. Keep a really close eye on him, Richie, in that situation. When you're chasing a score and your rival has the lead and priority, you almost need repellent to keep them away, competitor repellent. So here comes the shadowing.
Yeah, Jacob's going to stick to Emrod like glue here in these final moments. Just under a minute. Emrod will do his best to shake him and even force him to give up priority. Little wave here, so he's... What's the tactics here? Emrod's going to make a paddle. Jacobs... Whoa, he's walked a really fine edge with that. The priority judge will just be looking at that,
Jacob's
checking whether that was an attempt at paddle.
Jacob's looking too, and you know, honestly, you've seen priority switch in similar circumstances. So be lucky to hold on to it here in the dying stages. But 15 seconds to go. Wilcox with the lead. The requirement for the Brazilian, a 7.54. The winner of this one will be taking on Xavier Huxtable, and as time winds down, it is going to be an all-Aussie affair in the quarterfinals. In quarterfinal 1, Jacob Wilcox up against Xavier Huxtable. A positive start to his campaign on the Challenger Series, Michael Rodriguez, but it ends here.
Look how psyched Jacob Wilcox is. Quarterfinal minimum result here for the opening Challenger Series of the year. Let's go to the GWM recap, and it was Emrod who got this nugget just all the way down the line. A series of rapid fire snaps. And this is what this guy does so well. This fast energy surfing. And that was got him into the 7-point range, and then Chippo came bouncing back.
Yeah, hooks it under the lip, sits on the tail, blasts that manoeuvre, and this is really where his heat began, because it was a slow burn for Chippo at the start, but some beautiful backside surfing here, and then he gets this little back up. That was a nice little air rev, just keeping himself busy and moving, and then Emrod gets his best move of the heat, tail release, and the combo. And then Chippo right behind him gets this one. And this was the deal sealer. Big blast, releases the tail here. Gives the judges plenty to think about with that backside blast to take the lead and dominate.
Another fantastic heat, and we've got so much more to look forward to. Jacob Wilcox on his way to the quarterfinals. Up next, we'll see Jarvis Earl up against Matthew McGilvray. We're going to bring in Jesse Starling and Stace Galbraith for the call. The Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by City of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. By Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. And by Burton Automotive Group, over 60 years automotive excellence, proudly supporting our surfing community.
We have a big day of surfing on our hands, deciding who is going to make finals day, and that man on your screen is definitely one of them, Jacob Wilcox, getting the win in that last heat. We've come down again today. The waves are fun. It's super clean. I'm Jessie Starling, and this is Stace Galbraith. It's been a bit of a dreamy morning this morning.
Yeah, it has. The Aussie boys are on fire this morning. Absolutely cleaning up.
It's been good to see. I know we're not biased in any way.
We just love good surfing.
We do. And I mean, the swell has dropped off a little bit to what we saw yesterday, but that northern bank is just still firing.
Yeah, it's a little less consistent than yesterday, but I'm still seeing some good opportunity out there.
Coming up in heat number 3, it is Matthew McGilvray taking on Jarvis Earl. So a bit of a matchup between these two. Never met head-to-head or in competition before. So this is a first of many, we can assume, heats between these two surfers, both extremely talented. Looks like Jarvis might be on the inside for this first wave. And if you ask a lot of coaches, it's inside position at start matters. Beautiful opening swoop here for Jarvis. Rips into another turn on the second, finds a steep finish. and holds on. Jarvis Earl starting in a beautiful way, Stace.
Yeah, that was a very important exchange to win. I would say that, yeah, like you mentioned, Jesse, the waves are still here. They're still really fun to surf, but just not as quite as consistent as yesterday. So that opening exchange there for Jarvis, extremely important. And you can see Matty was pretty interested in that wave as well, but it was the young surfer from Cronulla that got us started here. Beautiful opening turn. Great combination of manoeuvres there. A little late to the last one, but that's all right. He'll clean that up as the heat moves on. And I think from what we've seen today and the scores that will get you through a heat, this is a really good start here for Jarvis on the Stone and Wood slow-mo replay. Love this angle from behind the wave. You can just sort of see the offshore wind and how tricky it is to deal with. But if you can get your timing right today, your turns look huge.
Jarvis, just 20 years old, from not too far from here. He is from Cronulla, or the Shire, if you were located near there. He's our 2022 World Junior Champion. I mean, in comparison between surfers and styles and competitive structures, you'd have to think there's a bit of difference between these two surfers.
Yeah, big time. They've got quite contrasting styles, obviously standing different ways on the board to begin with, but then just what you're used to seeing them in, even in their free surfs, and the types of waves that they like to chase and where their strengths lie. This is going to be a real fun battle. I think we're going to get to see a big variety of surfing here.
Feels like, in a way, we're starting to reach that draw where we're seeing the veterans in such in this heat would be Matty, even though, you know, he's still so young. Out of these two, he has the most experience. So it feels like at this part of the draw, we're really starting to hit that mark where we're getting the experienced surfers out there up against these new, really frothing groms. In what sense do you see today's conditions kind of suiting what style, what age bracket?
No, it's a really good question. I do see it favouring Josh Kerr, Matthew McGilvray, and these types of guys that have been on the tour. They've got that experience because it's pretty sort of CT spec today as we see Matthew McGilvray up and riding here.
Beautiful opening swoop, trademark turn here from Matty, lays it on rail again, really drives hard into that second one, kicks the fins out for that third turn. This one's starting to race away, gets around, belts it for a fourth section, and with a finish. Beautiful wave. It almost had a point-esque look to that one. Yeah,
that wave had great shape to it. And I mean, what I mean by it looking like the World Tour, I just mean the wave count. I don't think you're going to see surfers ride a lot of waves today. You know, the size has dropped a little bit. It's sort of 2 to 3 feet out the back and really fun to surf. But these surfers like Matty McGilvray, who can execute on not many opportunities because they're used to being on the World Tour where wave selection is very important. I do see it favouring the guys that have been around the block a few times, but you know the flip side of that is it's a wonderful opportunity for surfers like Xavier Huxtable, Jarvis Earl. Can they put that sort of more mature contest approach into play here in their heats? And then you know it's a great opportunity for them. And so far, I'd say they're passing the test. Xavier looked amazing. Jarvis looked amazing on his first ride, and they're really going to put it to these elder gentlemen.
Matty McGilvray just finishing off his first ride here. This is a Stone and Wood slow-mo, Stace. What do you like about this one?
Oh, I just love how hard he committed to both his turns here. A little caught on the second turn, unfortunately, but nevertheless, he's still got a sequence of nice manoeuvres together there. And, you know, it's a fine line today between picking the waves that have that nice taper and then the waves that are kind of running pretty quick and sort of closing out. So that wave certainly gave him the time to do it. I think the score will stay pretty modest. There it is, a 5-point ride, just because it never really had a crazy critical section. So, you know, advantage Jarvis on that first exchange.
Yeah, that 617 just had that section where it did really bowl back at him, especially on that last one. There was that extra bit of drama for that finishing turn. Feels like that just little X factor is really coming into play as far as we've seen this morning, as far as scores go. Yeah,
definitely. And the X factor doesn't always have to come in the form of like an aerial manoeuvre or a deep tube. You know, you saw the calves from Xavier Huxtable, how hard he's committing to his rail and where he's putting the turn in the sections. You know, extremely difficult to do. And that's why the judges are rewarding those you know, scores so highly. It's all about sort of finding the steepest part of the wave and giving it your best. But I was talking to Kersey when he came in just then, and he said he could barely see a thing paddling into the wave. Like the sun and the direction of the waves at the moment is just perfectly aligned with not really being able to see what you're surfing, which is just another challenge they got to work through this morning.
Looking at the round of 16, we have 9 Australian surfers in the draw. It was actually a big crop of Australians due to what we saw. How many people fell off tour, didn't make the cut, how many people re-qualified in that top 20, plus the regional surfers. So we ended up having 20 Australian surfers in the draw for this event, plus a couple of wild cards. down to 9 surfers. We've already lost one in Josh Kerr this morning. It was Jacob who had a really incredible experience, but I mean, these two Brazilians, they've been two of the standouts of the event so far.
Yeah, big time. You know, to put it lightly, I don't think Samuel Pupo belongs here. He belongs on the World Tour. And you've seen that on his surfing so far. Like, he has just looked so good through this event. And I think he'll make light work of the Challenger Series this year.
It feels like he always does. I mean, last year he was so impressive here. He started off with a dream run going into the Aussie treble. He started off with a 5th at Bells, and it might have been this incredible comeback from Sammy Pupo.
Yeah, I was certainly feeling that as well. The waves suit him. He's got the experience. He knows how to sort of come from behind and win heats and, you know, climb the rankings. But yeah, not to be. But I tell you what, I don't think, you know, that's why you're seeing so many smiles in there. Emrod just lost his heat, but he's, you know, if you lose a heat and the waves are pumping and you get your chances, that's just sort of how it goes sometimes. And that's sort of been the theme of the week. We got through one really tough day, and either side of that has been absolutely firing.
The Newcastle Flight Camp showing us these beautiful, pristine conditions that we have down here this morning. We are on that northern bank at Merewether, up towards Dixon Park. This is Jarvis on his second ride, goes down on that first turn. Very uncharacteristic there.
Yeah, I think I'm going to blame the sun. You know, got to blame someone. It's so uncharacteristic for Jarvis to do that, and then with the slope of the wave at the moment, just sort of, you know, a really big missed time there. Unfortunately, you know, a big opportunity gone begging, because he had the opportunity there to really put some pressure straight onto Matty McGilvray, but as the priority flips over, it's back to the drawing board for Jarvis.
So we are just past that 19-minute mark. It was Jarvis getting the better of the opening exchange. It was a 6-1-7. Matty McGill with that 5-point rise to the judges, again highlighting that even from day one, it's been quality over quantity here. Yeah, big time. And you know, it's the same, more or less the same judges as the World Tour, with, you know, a handful of surfers that have just come off the World Tour into this event. And especially with the addition of Pipeline this year to this tour, it's never been more clear that you're going to have to do World Tour surfing to, you know, you're not grinding out heats on the QS in a 1-foot onshore beach break. Like, yeah, the wave height isn't maybe what we'd expect to see on a tour event, but it's still as fun as a beach break can get. And there's no reason why you can't look to just those quality manoeuvres to get your big scores. Like we mentioned earlier, Jarvis, the 2022 World Junior Champ, and got his victory in some very impressive surf, similar conditions to what we're seeing here today. He's having a look at that one. I feel like he was trying to put his best salesman hat on there for Matty McGilvray, but it's just that experience that is keeping Matty sitting and waiting, and this kind of goes back to what you talked about at the start of the heat stays. It's that extra experience that we do see these really reliant surfers just go all the way through and deeper in the draw. And I'm thinking this year, especially on the Challenger Series, it's the crop of surfers that unfortunately did fall off the CT isn't the usual crop that we're used to seeing. So surfers like Matty McGilvray, I feel like they've got to teach people like Jarvis Earl so much about competitive surfing. Definitely, and I totally agree. And it's a great challenge. Like, Jarvis would obviously have been watching Matty on the tour the last couple of years. He knows what he's capable of. And you know, you look at conditions like this, and you look at where Matt's from. You know, it's definitely going to be a big challenge here. But like I said earlier, that's what these events are for, and this is to see whether the kids can figure it out or not. And as we mentioned, Jarvis, he's done the first part of this heat right, got the inside and won the first exchange by a point. So that's a real good start there for Jarvis. Jarvis's third season on the Challenger Series as well. This year started off with a wild card. When you win the World Junior titles, you automatically get a spot onto that Challenger Series. Why we're seeing Bronson Mady in the draw, even though he won the Asia region, so we would have seen him in the draw either way. Double duty. Double duty, so it does knock the points down to the next person on the ranking. But Jarvis, in that sense, that we talk about learning on the Challenger Series, and this is the scale where you really do become a well-rounded competitor. The first year he got 54th on the rankings. Last year came back with 28th. So it is just a slight trajectory each year, and considering he's so young, it's incredibly impressive from Jarvis. But someone who was impressive in that last heat, Jacob Wilcox, he is on the glass with AJ.
Thanks, Jesse. What a great way to start your day here. Second heat of it. You got to see one heat go before you. How did you identify which part of that bank and which sections of those waves you could really tear apart?
I don't know. I actually surfed down the rocks this morning, but I had a feeling I was going to be surfing over there. it's pretty fun over there yesterday, and there's still some fun waves there today. I was just trying to focus on getting 2 good waves and like 2 big moments on the wave, and just try to attack the first section basically. And didn't really start too well, to be honest with you. Like Emerald had a really good start. He's like a really hard draw in any conditions, but especially a little right-hander like that. So I knew it was going to be a hard battle. But I just was happy that I stayed in the fight the whole time, and I feel like we had a fun exchange towards the end, and I'm stoked to get through.
Well, we were talking earlier about just how important it is for you this season to sort of identify those small moments that lead to a really good season altogether. And this round is something that you really wanted to make sure you made it through, because it was one that got you a few times last year. So how have you set those little goals to make sure that you set yourself up for the best season and have those checkpoints along the way?
Yeah, this round got me 3 times last year, so it was a bit of a mental barrier to get through that one, but it was good. It's I felt like I did a lot of work on my headspace and all that kind of fun stuff over the off season, so I felt good going into that event, that heat and that round, and it was definitely a mental barrier, but I was happy I got through it and stayed calm throughout the whole battle, and stoked to be on the finals day.
We'll see you at finals day. Congratulations.
Let's go.
We talk about Sammy Pupo. We believe that he should be on that top tier on the championship tour. Jacob Wilcox seems like one of those surfers for me as well. This is Jarvis Earl, though, trying to get a spot on that, top tour. That first turn, beautiful, super vertical and crisp on the second one. 2 turns, but so much power behind those 2 manoeuvres.
Yeah, that was a full display of what Jarvis is capable of there. And yeah, it's good to hear Jacob Wilcox so relaxed, fired up. Wow. Jarvis Earl really getting on the tail and throwing that one around, making Jadson Andre very proud with those up and unders. There's only 2 turns on this wave, like you spoke about, Jesse, 2 quality ones. I don't think the size of the wave won't really help the score go too high, as we see on the Stonewood slow-mo replay here. There's not much downtime in between those 2 turns.
It's a good feeling when you do those turns. It feels like your tail is just drifting. You feel like you're gliding along the top of the lip. A little bit of silence in the lineup right now from the ocean. So we're going to go to a Bonsoy brew break. We will be back with the back half of this heat very shortly. Newcastle has been the absolute star of the show this week. It's just great coffee, great food, great people, and it's put on an absolute week of great waves here too, Stace.
Yeah, it has indeed. It's been an awesome start to the comp. We got going on day 1, had a massive day. A couple of days off to check out the sights and scenery. Got through one pretty tough day. And then here we are, it's just been firing.
It's been fun. It's a good week in Newcastle as well. The Knights won the other night. Saw a lot of Novocastrians last night. They were very excited about that. But in the break, something to get excited about. Matty McGill here, Stace.
Yeah, when the Knights win, we all win. And Matthew McGill knows that as an adopted Aussie. So we just check a look at the Stone and Wood slow-mo replay here. Just a little hung up on that first turn. Didn't quite get the momentum down the line that he would have liked. Nevertheless, a couple of sharp turns, but unfortunately coming unstuck there at the end.
I got asked a question yesterday. I got asked if I thought Newcastle was more of a footy or surf town, and I didn't know how to answer it. It feels like it's straight down the middle.
It's both. Yeah, it's everything. It doesn't have to be one or the other.
Yeah.
I mean, if you think back to 1997, the glory days, the Knights won the premiership and Matthew Hoy won bells.
Great
I mean, that's
year.
just a great sort of anecdote for what they're both on the same, level.
That is a great year for Newcastle,
What a year.
isn't it? A couple of greats we saw down here this morning. MR was on Good Boy Mile.
He was on Good Boy Mile. Yep, he doesn't have to walk too far to get to Good Boy Mile. Special shout out to Jenny, his lovely wife and partner. It was her birthday yesterday.
Oh, happy birthday, Jenny.
And Ronnie made the call that MR watches everything, and he's absolutely right. MR watches absolutely everything. No QS 1000 with a broadcast is safe. He tunes into everything.
I love the fact that our greats are still so invested in what's going on. I know Tommy Carroll is a massive broadcast fan, watches so many of it, and you always get a message from him just being like, how good's this? Back in this heat, we're past that 10-minute mark, so we have under 9 minutes to go. Jarvis with a 6.17 and a 5.6, putting a bit of pressure on the South African in the back half of this heat.
Yeah, he is. Matty McGillivray here trying to create a bit of space between him and Jarvis, but Jarvis knows the drill. You can't give him too much room, but he's done well here to split away, Jess.
He's got second priority and he's found himself a peak down the beach here. He's got to get moving. This one's fast. And it is going to run off on him there for Matty. So, he's one of the most determined surfers on the planet. We know that. So he's just trying to find himself that opportunity because 6.77, he got that in one turn yesterday, and it was a massive air reverse.
And you can already kind of tell that now. That's where he's looking to go. That wave was only ever going to give him one turn, if that. But you know how good he is just in those one manoeuvre scenarios. Winter Vincent getting ready here.
Yeah, down the beach on Good Boy Mile. There it is with Mick Kane. Worked with him over there in Margaret River as well. These guys have been working together for quite some time. Not too far from here. Actually, this next heat is really going to pull on my heartstrings. I'm going to have to carry the weight of that next heat.
No, that's fine. We can get through it. It's a big heat. Big heat for George, big heat for Winter. And it's a similar kind of scenario to what we're talking about before. We've got Geordie, obviously, has had some massive victories on the QS and the Challenger Series. And Winter, runner-up World Junior title this year at a completely different stage in his career. So it's going to be a big challenge for Winter. And and a good opportunity for George to let him know who's still boss if that's the way it goes.
Yeah, these heats 3 and 4 are the 90s versus 2000s. We got a couple 2000 babies, couple 90s, and Geordie had such a solid season last year, coming up short. But we will look forward to that heat in the next 7 minutes. Right now, looking like these guys are just paddling so far up the beach. You can see Matty trying to break away from Jarvis right now, but Jarvis just has that young energy that is just, I'm not going to let this slip through my fingers because it so easily could.
Oh, yeah, he's kind of got two things on his mind here, but managing Matthew, but also looking to better the 5.6. But it's kind of, we mentioned it at the start, it's all that first exchange. Held the inside, 6.17, and he's really just upped the pressure since then. Matthew doesn't need a huge score. It's only a 6.77, but by today's standards, I think we've only seen a couple of scores go above that number, so it's certainly not out of reach. It's only a 6.77, but it's definitely with the clock counting down and Jarvis with priority. I think Matthew's going to have to get creative here.
When you're on your coaching days, do you carry that get the inside at the start of a heat from QS to CT? Does it carry all the way through?
It's really condition dependent. So today, for sure, just with the waves are fun, like we said, but it's just that consistency you want to make sure of, and having the inside doesn't mean you go the first wave. It's just you've got the opportunity to kind of say yes or no. So without priority there, you've got to be pretty staunch. But then it also comes down to if you think you're the better surfer, which everyone does, but that's where a coach can kind of help play into the strengths or weaknesses of the other competitor. Do you want that full 30 minutes? to show your brilliance, or do you want to run the clock down and have a bit more of a scrappy heat? And that's where holding the inside can kind of, you know, play into that a little bit. Obviously, you can't block a surfer, but that jockeying can kind of wind down the clock, and if that's your thing, you know, that's something else that the surfers I know, and the coaches at least, think a lot about.
Definitely heard it time and time again myself. We're here with the GWM recap. It was Jarvis Earl getting the inside like we're just talking about and ripping through a couple beautiful turns here, Stace.
Yeah, I love that combination of the first two turns, and if you compare the other waves that we've seen in this heat, which we'll do now, that, you know, that wave is could have even been maybe been a bit higher. The first two turns on that wave were amazing. This is the 5 here from Matty.
Yeah, found himself a wave that it really stretched out along the sandbank here, but didn't have that big X factor end section. He was looking for a couple of great carves, but couldn't quite find that big moment like we saw on Jarvis' 617. This was his 5-6 though.
Yeah, this is two great turns there, and just the difference I think so far, you know, you'll see it here in these next couple of turns. Matty's doing some good surfing. He's just getting slightly hung up in the lip there, that offshore wind kind of wreaking havoc, and as Josh Kerr mentioned, you've got the sun in your eyes, so even just, you know, being that half a beat out on the tempo can kind of affect the flow, and I think that's what has kept Matthew's score down here.
4.5 minutes to go. Matthew looking for a 6-7-7. Jarvis playing defense. Needs to get around this section and make the most of this, but just that little bit too deep. That looked like a great wave, but it was a bit of a defensive move there considering he was just behind the peak.
Yeah, totally, but that's, you know, job done there for Matty. He's got himself in first priority, and Jarvis certainly didn't better his situation there, so task is pretty simple now. 6-7-7, 4 minutes on the clock. Definitely going to need a certain type of wave, and now that he's got first priority, there's a little more pressure on him to make the right call. With second priority, he could probably roll the dice on a few closeouts and see what happens, but I think with this amount of time on the clock and the score being not too high, 2 turns from Matthew will get that score easily. Just needs to find the right wave here.
Yeah, it's a bit of danger zone right now for Jarvis Earl. As we see this Newcastle flight cam, we are down on that northern peak again, so we saw the competition move further north, and it was just an absolute fest of beautiful surfing yesterday. We saw a lot of barrels, great turns, a couple massive airs. Thinking about Matty McGilvray, he's got a last minute one in his round of 32 heat yesterday to knock out Kalohe and Dino and get the last minute win. Those little 1%ers, those heats where you can hold out those do or die moments and really convert on them, I feel like really add to confidence for heats like this, and he's got his back up against the ropes now.
Oh, he'd just be thinking, I did it yesterday, I can do it again. He just needs the opportunity.
And this is a big comeback as well. I mean, not just to get in this heat, but to fall off tour and have that mental headspace and then be back in this position. I mean, what do you reckon he's been through in these last couple of weeks, just emotional-wise, to find himself here?
Oh, devastation comes to mind. You know, everyone wants to be on the World Tour, and it would hurt immensely to find yourself back here on the Challenger Series, knowing everyone's about to get ready for lower trestles next week. And particularly how close he was, it's heartbreaking. But I think, as we mentioned earlier, the conditions this week would help ease that heart pain. You know, it's been really fun. Everyone's been getting plenty of opportunities. The free surf sessions have been amazing. So plenty of things to be excited about and plenty of things to look forward to. But I think, like, in all honesty, with how busy the tour surfers have been this year, if I think of like Ryan Callanan, Morgan Sibilic, Matthew McGillivray, and getting a 9th here or better is a great start to the year on the Challenger Series. It's could be your 5th result, and unfortunately we've seen a tour surfers like Jackson Bunch, etc., not even be able to get a score on the board here, so their year won't start till Polito. Whereas these guys that have found themselves in the round of 16 that have just come off the tour, I think that's job well done, and anything further than here is just a bonus.
Looking like a bit of a line rolling through here. Matty McGilvray using up first priority, chasing a 6-7-7. Beautiful opening turn to start this one off. A lot of water down the line here. Belts it for a 3rd time. He's going to get a finishing section here too, and tags it for a 4th turn. That's going to feel good with 1 minute on the clock.
That's what experience looks like. What an amazing surf wave. Best wave he's surfed this heat for sure.
Didn't get hung up at the top or anything, Stace. Take me through the Burton Automotive replay.
Yeah, his timing was amazing, as you can see, kind of finishing the turn back down into the bowl of the wave rather than getting caught up on top like his previous attempts. And yeah, just spray flying everywhere. You know, a little repetitive. It was 4 of the same turns, but he's not looking for a 9. He's only looking for a 6, 7, 7. So that'll definitely give the judges a lot to think about. You get to see the tail go out the back of the wave there, pushing hard through the turn. Just keeping his speed down the line. It's going to be right there. I mean, first indications was it was definitely there. As we check out the Stone and Wood slow-mo replay here, I'm still think it's going to be a really good score, but I will wait with bated breath to see how the judges adjudicate that one.
You're nervous.
I'm nervous.
To call scores now, Stace.
No, with waves like that, I can see as much positive as negative. I think with Jarvis's first wave, 617, I didn't mind that wave.
That's what they're going to be comparing it back to as well. And it got an extra turn, but Jarvis's was probably a bit of a bigger wave. It had that big end section. See if this one, it was before the Hooter. Just gorgeous goofy foot surfing there. That second turn, just getting hung up at the top, drifting along the coping, coming back down. Not sure if he got up before the Hooter for that one of Jarvisel. The judges looking like potentially not deeming that one. And it was a big score for Matty McGilvray. It was a 7-point ride. Puts him up into the lead. Jarvisel did not get the wave in time, so he loves a buzzer beater.
That was amazing. 4 judges said yes, 1 said no. The average is a 7, and that was extremely well done by Matthew McGillivray.
A very happy South African camp there as well. We can see his partner, Jamelia, on the beach. Luke Thompson down there supporting each other. But we are going to see Matty McGillivray into the quarterfinals. Unfortunately, losing Jarvisel into the round of 16. And we have
that's going to feel so good paddling through that gutter after doing that.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at this wave one last time, Stace.
Yeah, 4 beautiful turns here. And like I said, he just did well to keep his speed going down the line. I think that's why the judges didn't, they didn't get up in the excellent range. It was a 7-point ride, but that was all he needed. He surfed it to perfection. And again, just that experience. Didn't push too hard on those manoeuvres at the end. Knew he just needed to get to the end of the wave, and there we have it as our final results.
Yeah, 7 and a 5 has our South African surfer Matthew McGillivray into the quarterfinals. We're going to head to a quick ad break and bring back an all Northern Beaches round of 16 heat number 4.
Shall we?
If there was ever heat to pull on my heartstrings, it was going to be this one. Winter Vincent taking on Geordie Lawler, 2 Northern Beaches surfers. But right now, Matthew McGillivray finding himself a spot in the quarterfinals. But a big heat in our hands. Stace. This one, it's not, for me, I don't want to see these two matching up until the final.
No, that's all right. Look at it the positive way. You'll get one of them in the quarters.
Love the glass half full mentality there,
Always.
Stace.
We've got Matthew McGillivray there. He's stoked. I mean, I kind of mentioned it earlier. Like, if you can get into these events coming off the tour and get into just the man-on-man part of the event, I think you could give yourself a pat on back. For him to get into the quarters now, he's into a big result here.
Winter Vincent from Queenscliff in Manly. Geordie Lawler from just down the road from North Narrabeen. We saw him take out a big Challenger Series win last year at Narrabeen. There's no feeling quite like winning at home.
Yeah, I'd imagine, like, you know, Geordie's done it more or less twice with the Australian Open win, and then actually at home with the win at Narrabeen. So, yeah, it's such a tricky thing to do. Surf in front of your hometown, you know, you surf in front of all your old school teachers and probably the bloke who gave you his first job and all your sponsors and board shapers and all that. And, yeah, that'd have to be a pretty good feeling.
While we're in the break, Winter Vincent got underway here, getting a bit of cover up to start this wave off, belts it for a second turn, comes around, such beautiful surfing, so clean, so smooth, and clicks with that third section, and again for a finish. Just a very classy surfer. This was the start of Geordie Lawler, Stace.
Yeah, unfortunately, just the wave not offering too much up there, so he had to go for that air. And then Winter Vincent not mucking around, streaking down the line here. Massive first hit under the lip. And a big Larry there to add in a bit of variety, and this wave just keeps on giving as he makes his way around the corner there to get back onto the open face.
Wow.
And a 6.83 for his first wave, a 6.17 for the second. The Grom.
The Grom.
What a start.
He's had quite the year this year, Winter, starting off with a second place in the World Junior titles, just losing out to Bronson, who Bronson surfed an incredible heat, got that 10-point ride, which was just absurd. But Winter, he was such a standout, then got the call up to head over to Margs, surfing his first championship tour event, and now he's here trying to bail out a spot for the quarterfinals. Those moments at the start of the year, they're big settlers, I feel like, for competition nerves and testing out what kind of competitor you want to be this year.
Yeah, exactly, and getting some reps up too, like obviously the World Junior titles was a big one for him, and then getting a start over at Margaret River just keeps you in the rhythm. You know, a lot of the surfers I'll mention about their off seasons, and it's always nice just to get a little bit of a warm up, you know.
A little bit one.
Just a little one. You don't want to overcook it, you know, because like you look at like you know, Mateus Hurdy and these crew out of Brazil, they actually have an amazing sort of regional circuit and some independent events and then some QS events, and you know, everyone's different. Everyone likes to prepare differently. But if you look at say Mateus, he's probably surfing his 7th or 8th event for the year.
Yeah.
You know, and so he's young. He can handle that. You know, he's got plenty of energy, and that's fine. But I would say there is a fine line though between being, you know, surfed out and coming in like underprepared. So I think Winter's probably in that perfect range where he's got to surf in like, you know, a pretty massive event being the World Junior titles. Then he gets to play wild card at Margaret River, and then he gets to come into this event where he is expected to do well. And he's certainly lived up to that this event so far.
What is that fine line between like surfed out and being underprepared?
I think it's definitely a personal one, but I would say, particularly now with the additions to this year, it's a big year on the road. So you want to get to, you know, event number 6 at Pipeline and event number 7 back here in Newcastle to finish the season. You want to be feeling as sharp in those events as you do when you're starting the year here. So the unmistakable face and shapes of Mr. Mark Richards, the 4-time world champion, 4 in a row. And then he just went, you know what? I'm done. You boys can have it. Rolled the leads up.
How many people do you think he's affected and left a mark on, especially now in this generation who are still competing?
I mean, indirectly or directly, every competitive surfer that's ever lived. You can't think of pro surfing and not think of MR. Mm-hmm. And so whether it's you've been lucky enough to ride one of his boards or have a conversation with him or, you know, compete at any of these locations around the world, I think Bells, I think Hawaii, you know, everywhere from Waimea Bay to, you know, the US Open at Huntington, MR's like, he's just, you know, his impact is across the whole sport. It's really immeasurable.
Incredible to have him down here. Right now, though, this Stonerwood slow-mo stays, what do you think of this one with Winter?
Oh, it's a tricky one today. I'm not a huge fan of the barrels today, I'll be honest, but what he sort of lacked in the deep tube there, he made up for in these turns. Like, Beautiful check turn there just to kind of get back in tempo with the wave. And then how hard he's ripping into these calves and bringing it right back around. You know, I really love the back half of this wave. But he did not miss a beat at all there. He's a big kid. He makes a lot of impact when he hits the lip. And I think, yeah, obviously the majority of that score coming from the turns after the head dip. But it's a tricky one. Like, you can't... If the wave barrels, you're going to pull in. And we saw Kersey in the earlier heat get a great score from pulling into the tube. But I think where Winter's strength lies on the open face. I'd be getting out to that green wall as quick as possible on a day like today, just because unless it's a real tube of consequence, I don't think the judges are going to go too high on it. And I think he did really well to read that wave and, yeah, get going as quick as he could.
Yeah, today being that little bit smaller, I feel like you've got to be really deep in that tube to really make a mark. And you saw Kersey on his one, he started stalling from the very start, from the get-go, to get as deep as he could. And I feel like he knew he needed that with that wave, but just to bump up that score a little bit more. But having that split-second mentality to be like, I'm just going to get as deep as I can right now and then belt it for a finish, that does come with experience. We spoke about it in that last heat. Winter, out of these two, if we're going to go back on that topic, 2000s, 1990s kind of thing, he does come in with the least experience, but he looks so well-rounded, so young.
He does, yeah, absolutely. I would say he's improved so much in the last 18 months. He always had that technical ability, heaps of crazy airs, but to see how strong he is just with that traditional surfing and these rail carves, he's really come a long way.
Having a look at this one here, Winter doesn't like it, so it's just going to be a quick in and out there. And, you know, I've mentioned it, both of these surfers from Northern Beaches, they've actually been a bit of a sparring partner for each other recently with this Northern Beaches development program that they have there. As far as communities goes for these two surfers, you'd have to think that both of their hometowns would really shape the competitor they are as well.
Oh, massively. Yeah, go without saying, for sure. It's they both come from very, very surf-rich parts of the world and the coastline, and you'd have to think every TV and every surf shop in the Northern Beaches right now is glued to their screens.
You'd have to think Merewether holds that same
for
standard
sure. Yeah.
for their surfers
Particularly
as well.
looking at like Sydney, going like, you know, Newcastle would definitely feel like the underdog.
I reckon they're up there.
Well, they are up there talent-wise, but like, just it's just a different, I guess, I don't know, less oat lattes up here, I reckon.
Less oat lattes for sure up here. Bit more full cream milk.
Just long blacks.
Yes, yeah, I like the call there. We didn't hang out with Warren too much.
We're talking about food and drink. Everything's related to food and drink.
Food and drink around here, especially in Newcastle. And I loved those visions of the Newcastle flight cam. Just a bit of a calm lineup this morning, a little bit calmer to what we saw yesterday. But just that bank is still so groomed and so beautiful. Geordie, he's competed here before, had a 17th here in the past, but it is Winter who got second here last year in a QS 5000. We talk about having knowledge of a wave, and I think when waves are so perfect like this, it is really easy just to go out there and surf, especially with the surfers in these levels. But surfing one-on-one heats against each other here, Winter with the higher result at this event, is that an advantage to someone like Winter?
I think that he could probably look at it like that. You know, having a bit more repetition out here, it definitely helps, and just surfing more heats at any location in general is always going to make you feel pretty good about yourself. But like you said, the level now, we're in the round of 16 of the first Challenger Series event of the year. It's really just going to come down to, you know, performance on the wave, and we'll get to see Winter have a look at this one here.
Here we go, steep section. Really nice first turn in the pocket. Starts to fizzle out a bit through that second section, so carves back. Stays high on this one, hoping to get more down the line. He doesn't like what he's looking at. So a bit of a smaller wave there for Winter. Love the fact that he's trying to stay busy, and we've touched on it so much throughout the event stage, where we mentioned that qualifying for that championship tour is a lot of 9ths and 5ths. And we're in that round where you will walk away with a 9th, which I know everyone wants to come into the event and win it. You know, the first event of the season, but a 9th isn't a bad way to start. It's
a funny one. It's like we said at the start of the week, every round has its different level of kind of pressure to it. Obviously, your first heat's super important. You know, if you're in a semi-final, you're always, you know, thinking, oh, I'm one heat away from the final. But I would say this round here, it can make or break your year. The points jump from a 9th to a 5th is quite substantial, and this one for sure is the heat you want to get out of.
3,320 points if you lose in this round. Geordie trying to get to the round of 16. Belts it a couple of times there. If you get to the quarterfinals, sorry, beg my pardon, it is a massive jump. It's 4,745 points. So that's a pretty substantial difference. I went back and had a look at some of the rankings last year. Someone like Morgan, who's coming up in that next seat, had 3 ninths. Couldn't get out of this round. And by calculations, if he had got out of this round twice, he would have been in that top 10. So it is a big difference. Geordie, though, here stays.
Yeah, unfortunately, George's not finding much love so far here this morning. Still plenty of time remaining, and I can't see him keeping this wave once this heat's over if he wants to win it.
We go back to Winter Vincent now with this replay here.
This wave's got nice shape and a beautiful blowtail there to start that wave. Unfortunately, just pushing a bit too hard, and when you hang more than half of your board out the back of the wave on a day like today with a stiff offshore wind, you're going to need to be pretty switched on to bring that one back down.
Matthew McGillivray getting a buzzer beater in that last heat, and he's down there on the glass with Vaughan Blakey.
Thanks very much, Jess. Maddie, I'm starting to think you're enjoying to torture all your friends and family and fans at home with these last-minute buzzer beaters. 3 in a row.
Yeah, it's crazy. I don't mean to leave it to the last minute. I would love to get a good start and just be comfortable in the heat, but yeah, I guess I keep having to have the pressure on, and I was definitely nervous on that last wave and just so stoked it worked out.
Mate, after the disappointment of the card in Margaret River, you did a social media post sort of explaining in this sort of vulnerable way. It was really appreciative and honest, but kind of like neither here nor there about sort of what your future might hold, but it seems like you've just tapped back into that competitive mind space in a really positive way. Yeah,
I was definitely, after the cut, I was feeling a bit demotivated, not sure if I wanted to take a break for a bit or what my plans were. But it made sense to come here to Newcastle, and also with Belito being back in South Africa, it's like a no-brainer to surf Newcastle, Belito, and just I wanted to see how I was feeling. And yeah, I mean, after coming here, I just realized that I'm back with a whole lot of good friends, and yeah, I'm fired up again and super excited just to be surfing and challenging myself. I think that's what it's about.
It is, man, and your surfing just looks absolutely on point, and obviously, you are into a finals day again, so things are ramping up for you.
Yeah, I'm so happy it's worked out like this. It's so nice, after a tough few comps, just to make a few heats and feel good again. Yeah, it's so stoked when things go your way. Well, it's so awesome when things go your way, so yeah, I'm stoked.
Nah, that's awesome, mate. Love seeing you surfing so well, and love seeing your froth in the competition rashy. And I look forward to seeing the finals.
Thanks so much. Cheers.
A beautiful personal interview there from Matthew McGillivray, just showcasing that maybe he wasn't going to come back, but he's so glad he is. And it's moments like this that make it so much better. We're going to go to a Bonsoy brew break and find out who the winner of this heat is going to be right after this.
The Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, is proudly brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Kobe, ocean performance and lifestyle apparel company. By BioGlan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. And by Port of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy.
Beautiful morning of surfing going down so far here this morning. I'm Jessie, this is Stace. We're going to take you through the remainder of this heat, and right now, since the start of this heat, the momentum has been going Winter Vincent's wave. It's 6.83 and a 6.17. He's just had him in the lead from the first 5 minutes.
He's been professional, hasn't he? First two waves. And unfortunately, Geordie Law hasn't been able to find himself a quality piece of ocean to get his work done this morning. We know he's got the skills and plenty of talent. Didn't make it this far by not ripping right in. So 10.5 on the clock. It's probably just enough time to do it in 2. He needs a 9 at the moment. It's certainly not without, certainly not out of his range. It's just we haven't seen those scores get down today to that level. And he would need a pretty special piece of ocean to get it done in 1 wave. I think he'd be thinking do it in 2. And with 10 minutes on the clock, I think that's possible, Jess.
Saw Geordie last year take out victory at the Narrabeen Challenger Series event. Didn't compete in the Gold Coast one. Didn't actually qualify for the Challenger Series last year, and then came in as a wild card into Narrabeen. It's his home break, and ended up taking the win there. Geordie was one of 3 examples we saw last year that you can win an event and still not qualify for the top 10. We saw Mikey McDonough, Geordie, and Al Cleland all win an event and not qualify. Al obviously getting that next spot when John decided to pull out for the rest of the season, and we're all super grateful for that. He's been extremely entertaining on the tour this year, but just showcasing the highlights and the hard talent. Even if you win, you still need to make heats.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a tricky place to be, and you get that big event win, and you think, okay, I'm good here, but the job's not done. And as we see, Dimitri Poulos getting ready for his next heat here against the local lad, Morgan Sibilic. Couple of stocky power units in that heat.
That's a cracking heat coming up next. They're really similar surfers, and I feel like both just as competitive as each other as well.
Wow, big time.
And I've called Dimitri as a bit of a dark horse for this season. I think he's one of those guys who's really going to ruffle some feathers of some big names that we're going to have in this draw. And you can see Morgs here starting to get ready. He's working with Hoggy, Nathan Hedge, and that's been an incredible duo that we've seen this year. Yeah,
it's working really well. They've had some great success. And, Morgan had that success on the World Tour. And, yeah, I'm sure it was nice for him to pick up the paychecks. But it doesn't help him get back there. But this event does.
Winter Vincent up and riding. Beautiful swoop. Cracks it in there for the second turn. Comes around, floats a foamy section here. And that's all she wrote for that wave of Winter Vincent. Loved that opening carve.
He's staying busy, isn't he? Second priority there. I don't know that'll go into his top 2, but always feels good just to do some surfing. And with the consistency of the waves today, fortunately enough, he's not missing quality waves out the back. It's waves like this that can keep you in tune for when those good quality waves do come. I mean, it's a beautiful first carve here and a lovely second turn. I think unfortunately the third turn let him down a little bit there, didn't quite get the critical section he was looking for.
Just the way he keeps his speed between turns, it's just so easy to watch. His style is super beautiful as well. This wave, I mean, just really hooks into that carve, Stace. Yeah,
he let the carve right out the top of the lip there. Beautiful combination. I mean, the more I watch this wave, maybe he might better his 617. It's really, really nice surfing.
Winter getting a really early start in this heat. Found himself in a semi-final last year over there in Bolito, which is the next stop. Worked with Matty Cattle at that event, and just knowing that you can get that deep in a Challenger Series draw on your first year is one of those moments where you go, oh, maybe I can do this.
Yeah, absolutely. 5.33 there for his last ride, not going into the top 2. But I completely agree, and I think a lot of surfers, particularly of his age, they kind of need to do it in 2 seasons, and they have that big one moment, they take it into the next one. As we see, the Bonsoy board caddies here. It's with Winter Vincent's backup board.
It's a great initiative, the Bonsoy board caddies. I
Oh.
love having them around, and it's such a cool...
Very serious job.
It is a very serious
Cromwells
job.
are taking this job very seriously.
It's such a cool moment for them to hang out with surfers who are competing where they probably want to compete one day.
Oh, absolutely. Down here on hand, ready to help. Building sandcastles in the meantime.
Taking their job very seriously, waiting for those next surfboards to come down, locking in. And I love going down the beach and seeing those yellow hoodies just start running around everywhere. And we see them at so many stops along the year now, and great energy from them as well. Some of them quite cheeky. I love it.
Big time.
Right now, in this heat though, 5 minutes 45 to go, and Geordie needing an excellent number. Time to do it in 2, and he's just hasn't really got underway yet.
No, he'd be getting a bit itchy feet. He's ready to rip in. As we said, consistency of the waves today. Not quite where they were yesterday, but when the waves do come, plenty of good scoring opportunity on offer. We've seen Winter Vincent stay busy with second priority, but he hasn't. It's not like Geordie's really missed anything. Winter hasn't bettered his situation since his first 2 rides. And if you're Geordie Lawler, you're thinking 617. You just want to try to match Winter's second wave. Ideally, you try to do it more, but at this point in the game, I think he'd be looking for anything in that 6 range. And if you're Winter Vincent, the clock is taking forever, and if you're Geordie, it's moving at double speed.
Geordie, one of those surfers as well. He's always been super consistent up in those top half of the rankings, even before we hit the Challenger Series and it was those prime events. He missed out by qualifying for 1 spot. He came 11th one year, and they're brutal moments. And for him to keep coming back from that, keep showing up, got really close to qualifying last year. Morgs, though, he was such a standout his first year on tour, got 5th in the world. I mean, he's competed at Trestles in a Final 5, and he's here, and he wants to be back there. And the surfing he's showcased this year looks like he should be back there too.
Yeah, absolutely. He's, as you mentioned, got really close last year, and that can be heartbreaking.
Here we go, GWM recap. It's kind of been all the momentum with this guy, Winter Vincent here.
Yeah, beautiful opening ride here. Beautiful tempo, beautiful style. Rattled off 3 huge turns after that tube, and then put the bow on that one there with a nice finish. 6.83 for Winter Vincent, and then he backed it up real quick, Jess, with a 6.17 here.
Yeah, both of these waves in the first 7 minutes of this heat. Beautiful opening turn. Just love the way he laid into that next one. Came around, waited patiently to just go, all right, I'll do it once more, and finish it off for you guys. I mean, just textbook surfing. Geordie, though, hasn't quite got started in this heat.
No, this is a 4-point ride here from Geordie Lawler, and that was his best ride of the heat so far. We will catch you up on that last exchange as we see that Winter Vincent now has priority. It would lead me to think that Geordie Lawler did take a look here.
And if you're a Geordie Lawler fan, or a Northern Beaches or a Narrabeen surfer, you're probably hoping that that last wave meant he converted on it. You want to see something at least in that 6-point range to drop in, so it lowers this requirement. Needed a 9 here, Stace. Let's see what happened.
Nice projection turn down the line there to keep his speed. Beautiful bottom turn, absolutely hammers that last section. That's the kind of surfing we expect to see from Geordie. And on the Stone and Wood slow-mo replay here, Jess, we're going to get to see the technicality and just the savage attack on that last turn.
Wow. That last turn, and he was still coming down sideways as he was free-falling with the lip. That's the Geordie Lawler we all know and love.
Yeah, absolutely. So 2.5 minutes now remaining. Geordie is expecting a score to come in that will put him right back into this heat. He will have Winter Vincent, no doubt, chasing him down.
This is where that priority still comes into play, and we saw this with Maddie McGilvray and Jarvisell, exactly the same situation in this last heat. It was that veteran, that more well-rounded heat surfer chasing a score, needing it, and it was the Grom chasing after him. So that last wave of Geordie comes in. It's a 6.23, puts him right back in this heat. 1 minute 50 to go, needs a 6.78, but look at that. Winter right next to him.
Yeah, Winter's crawled right into his jersey there. He's not letting him go anywhere.
Right into his jersey.
Come here, mate. It's you know, it's basically getting to the point now where Geordie's going to need a two-wave set, and look, we haven't seen a lot of them. Let's be honest.
No, he's got, unless he does his best impression of a salesman and sells him on a small one and hope that something comes behind it. It's definitely coming down to that point in the heat where a little bit of luck has to come on your side with the Ocean right now. It's just over a minute to find himself the best score of him so far, and just shy of the best wave of the heat. It's got to match Winter Vincent's 6.83, which was a set wave, really big turns. And you got to think that Winter's not going to let almost a 7-point ride slip through his fingers with 50 seconds to go.
Oh, look at how good Winter looks there just with his decision making. Geordie's sort of sharking around, trying to get him to flinch on anything that moves, and Winter's just not buying it. Like you said, it's a really big score by today's standard. It would need to be a big, tall set waves with multiple scoring opportunities, and there's just no way that Winter's going to let that go through without having a good look at it himself.
30 seconds to go in this heat, so it is all going to come down to one last wave. The Ocean's seeming a little bit quiet. We're not seeing either of our competitors really scramble to get in position or find themselves a wave, thinking maybe Geordie could do it with a massive air on a small one, but it'd have to be something pretty crazy to get up near that 7-point range. But there's 10 seconds on the clock. You can see them just shaking hands.
Never believe a shaking hand with 10 seconds left on the clock. Not until the horn goes.
It looks like this one's pretty much over between these
that's
two.
over. There we go.
So great sportsmanship from these two. Surfed so many heats together, grew up in that same region. Sure, Winter looked up to Geordie for a really long time and probably still does. But right now it is going to be the Grom between the two. Winter Vincent moving on through with a 6.83 and a 6.17. We are going to go to an ad break and bring back Morgan Siblick and Dimitri Poulos for heat number 5.
The Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by City of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. By Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. And by Burton Automotive Group, over 60 years of automotive excellence, proudly supporting our surfing community. The Novocastrians will turn out in force for this next clash in the round of 16 for the man. Heat 5 features the local boy, Morgan Siblick. He's going to be up against Dimitri Poulos from Ventura, California. Should be a fantastic heat, this one. Morgan, he's shown this year that he's one of the world's form surfers, even getting the call up to some championship tour events, Rich, and taking down the world number one even at one point, Geordie Smith, up there on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, he's been on an absolute tear and surfing just so well. We obviously know that Morgan had that little stint on the championship tour a couple of years ago, fell off, just sort of struggled for a little bit of form and consistency, but you feel like Morgan is back. The surfing's there, different mental attitude. The big choppers are back out on show. And, yeah, he's going to be really, really difficult to beat here.
Yeah, he just looks so on. I think it's interesting with Morgan because even though he got knocked off the CT after finishing 5th in the world, you know, went back to the Challenger Series and quickly started to get, you know, consistent results. And it's come so close the last few years to get himself back on that CT, but something's clicked in the form this year. The equipment looks so sharp underfoot.
Oh,
and
yeah.
He's back to his best at attacking surfing. And speaking of getting to their best, Winner Vincent's on his way to the quarterfinals.
The quarterfinals are starting to shape up.
I was so cold when I struck. Yeah, because otherwise it was just, like, literally my toes are white. Oh, well. That's good.
Yeah, Winter just letting us know the chill factor starting to creep in there. Said the toes and the feet were starting to freeze up there as the bit of downtime in that heat. Beautiful wave coming through the lineup. Our competitors just a little deep for that one. Possibly running off down the line, closing out. Looks like they're making a move here. Could be a second wave of the set. No takers.
Morgan's 25 now. Mentioned his results on the Challenger Series. Never had to go back to the regional QS. Always finished between 10 and 20th spot. That guarantees you a place on the following year's Challenger Series. Last year he finished 19th, but you know, other than that, a 16th in 2023 and a 12th in 2022. When you start to dive a little deeper into it, you know at that point that you're only a few heats away really from cracking the top 10. So it's been heartbreaking for him, but you know, in amongst the struggle to get back to the CT, I think he's found some real gratitude and starting to really enjoy his time. And a semi-final and a quarter-final finish in a CT event as a wild card, that'll lift your spirits.
Oh, absolutely. Huge confidence booster there. You see Sammy Pupo just gearing up for his clash.
I had that in the back of my mind, like he's going to get a good wave at some point.
Never stops. The chatter never stops.
Yeah, working with Matty Myers by the looks of things, or just leaning into some knowledge. Dimitri Poulos out there at the moment, 22 years of age. He had a pretty solid performance in that last heat. Got some power, the Surfer Ventura. A couple of runs on the Challenger Series for him. And his best finish came in 2023. Got to 22nd on the ranks, had a semi-final finish at Ericeira that year. But he made his way back onto the Challenger Series via the North American region on the qualifying series. Finished 6th there. Powerful surfer. Got some big airs he can throw down as well. So these two match up pretty well. Both kind of stocky in their frames. And
little powery little nuggets. Low center of gravity. So we may see another set just starting to come through. No rides as yet. The all-important opening exchange.
So we know that we've got some additional events on the schedule this year. 2 stops, pipeline added to the schedule in January, and we'll be back here to wrap up the Challenger Series and uncover who those surfers are, the graduating class heading to the CT in 2026. So it's going to be a lot of fun, and the news was received to an applause from the competitors here at SURFEST, because they were like, yes, finally, you know, you get a chance to really turn your year around if you have a bad start in a couple of events. There's already some people who'll be looking at the results that they collected here at SURFEST saying, well, that's
the throwaway.
I've only got one more now. The pressure's starting to build. And then the people that we're seeing today are obviously going to be sitting at the top end of the ranks.
Yeah, anything like quarterfinals and above is a real keeper result. If you can put a little win on top, get a couple of finals finishes, you're starting to look really good at securing one of those 10 spots. And after that event in March next year back here, not a long wait before we kick things off.
Well, both these guys had a couple of great rides in the earlier rounds, but Morgan Siblick has just looked to be on another level, Rich, on his road through this contest and some other events this season.
We keep talking about the equipment. It looks so good under his feet. And the sharp eyes just on point there. But Morgan has just been surfing so well. Just really committing to these big, powerful hacks off the top. So sure-footed on the bottom turn.
Yeah, it's a forehand that's been refined here at Merewether, also at Morgan's other home up there in Yamba. Some quality waves for him to evolve his performance, getting back to his best. That's the conditions we had yesterday too. I mean, strong offshores, but plenty of push still, and some people in the free surfs getting memorable rides.
Yeah, Matthias Hurdy in particular, I think he clocked more hours out the water yesterday than anyone, surfing for 3 or 4 hours down the beach, just getting barreled off his brain. And then he didn't stop there, went out in his heat, got one of the biggest heat totals of the day.
So many good matchups coming your way in the round of 16 for the men. Rich, you mentioned Matthias Hurdy. He's got Cowley Vass, the Olympic gold medalist, in heat number 7. But up next, we've got an all-Aussie affair and 2 surfers who were only just recently relegated to this Challenger Series, in Liam O'Brien and Ryan Callanan.
It's a great heat, and we want to see it, but also for the Aussies, it's a hard one to stomach, because we know we're going to lose one of the best and favoured Australian surfers out of the draw, and 2 XCT guys coming up against each other before the quarterfinals. It's got a bit of a sting to it as well, but it is going to be an incredible matchup, as we see Liam O'Brien now just going through the final preparations.
Lubing up. We've got a restart here in heat number 5. The head judge deeming that there wasn't enough scoring opportunity in the opening stages, so it's a fresh clock for Morgan Siblick and Dimitri Poulos as they battle it out for a place in the quarterfinals. Such a heavily stacked field at these Challenger Series events. Rising Groms. Perennial battlers trying to break through into the CT ranks. And surfers who've obviously been to the Championship Tour, and Heat 8 features another big heat with a couple of surfers that have been to the top end. Pedersen Crisanto and Sammy Pupo.
Yeah, really good friends. That's going to be a good match up there. Just a few tactics going on here, Ronnie, at the start of this one. So Morgan Siblick just surrendering the inside position here to Dimitri. So it's always a bit of jockeying for position at the start of these heats.
Yeah, priority neutral in the opening stages, Rich. Just give us a little bit of a rundown on how that priority works and the reason for it.
Yeah, so neutral priority, no one has right of way, so it goes back to the sort of unsung, unwritten laws of surfing, that the surfer closer to the breaking part of the wave has right of way, and at the moment with these predominant right-handers, the surfer in blue has that inside position. Just previously, Morgan held it, and at the start of the heat, and he's just surrendered it here. So the Port of Newcastle has been a great supporter of the event. Port of Newcastle priority.
That's right. Yeah, it's interesting though, because in your earlier years campaigning to get yourself onto the Championship Tour, often there was events where priority didn't exist, and it was. It
was a hustle.
It was pretty violent out there at times, wasn't it?
It was a hustle, and you ended up, a lot of the time, you and your competitors would ended up forcing yourselves out of position. So the introduction of the whole priority system was a real welcomed one, and the result of it was more good surfing on the best waves in the heat, and it became less of a race too, and then we cut down the amount of waves to the 2 scoring wave system.
Occasionally we get that situation. 2 surfers on the inside racing back to the takeoff zone to establish that priority, but that's kind of as competitive as it gets, and it sort of forces the surfers to take turns at picking the best waves in the lineup. Some people operate beautifully and really really smart with their priority. I think the best I've ever seen with and without priority is Gabriel Medina. Rarely makes mistakes with it, and when he doesn't have it, he's also a handful because he just puts so many question marks in the head of the surfer controlling the lineup.
100%, and he's one of those amazing surfers, much like Felipe, Kelly, and many others who used to be able to convert under priority and have the ability to turn a wave that potentially has a 6 or a 7 on it, and they could surf it up. And that was always a rattling thing. If you're the opponent, you'd be like, oh man, I'm waiting for the best waves, and here he is making me question my thoughts and my decisions.
We see it get pretty competitive in this situation sometimes, where surfers are almost pushing each other out of position, fighting for that inside track, that right away, as you put it. And then often you'll get mates coming up against one another. And sometimes it's a gentleman's conversation about who might get the first wave of the heat, and a coin might be flipped at times. Did you ever used to do that?
Yep, I did it a couple of times. Used to do it with Jake Paddo often. We'd just do rock, paper, scissors. And yeah, he got me a beauty one time in Fiji. It was absolutely pumping. And then the first wave of the heat came, and it was, I think he got a 9 or a 10 or something, and definitely didn't work in my favour.
Here we go. We're going to see our first wave here in Heat 5, the round of 16. Ventura's Dimitri Poulos leans on the rail. Grinds out a couple of carves there to get started. Up into the pocket, mixing things up. Bit of a layback. Dipping that hand into the water. Great speed throughout this ride. And now goes on the search for a finish there. Hangs onto it as the wave fades away into deeper water there. Just over 25 minutes to go.
So he got some work done on that wave, that compact style of Dimitri Poulos. As we watch the replay here, beautiful looking ride. Strong opening slash. Deep bottom turn. That second carve, beautiful. It was a bigger wrap. Tighter turn for the third. Another wrap for the fourth. So he got so much work done. Good variety. Stayed busy the entire time. Real powerful surfer, but at the same time, quite agile and light-footed. Able to skip through all these sections. And this vision from above, the Newcastle flight cam, I love seeing this because you really get an understanding and appreciation of the angles and just how deep they're cutting these turns. This wave just tapers perfectly along the sandbar and gets this little finishing rebound.
Moving a lot of water, and Morgan got in on the exchange too.
Yeah, so Morgan, quick turn to start things off. The wave, whoa, cut down for the second one. So less kind of vertical movement on that wave. Dimitri's definitely going to get the nod on the opening exchange.
Yeah, searching for a bit more energy out of this lineup will be Morgan, just on 23.5 minutes to go. Waiting on scores to drop. Let's throw it down to Vorno.
Thanks, Bronny. And we are here in the Bonsoy Athlete Zone. I'm with Vader and Ruby, and we are actually freaking out a bit, aren't we? Because there's so many superstars down here. Who have you seen so far just lurking around right now?
Ryan Callanan, Matthew, and a lot more people.
I know, and look, just over there, I can see Sky Brown and Willow Hardy. Stoked on that, Ruby?
Yeah.
And we also saw Sally Fitzgibbons before, and this is just such an exciting place to hang, isn't it? And you guys are also Bonsoy board caddies, so who's your favourite surfer that you've got to carry a board for?
Probably Julian Wilson.
Julian Wilson. Wow. And what about you, Ruby?
I forgot.
You forgot? You know what? I forgot too, so don't even worry about it. But this is amazing. We've got all the rashies there, we've got the boards behind us, and we've got the best view of the lineup. So this is really the place to be, isn't it, girls?
Yeah, the best place ever.
It's the best place ever, you guys.
On your
so
form.
stoked.
King of the kids. I've actually been on a surf trip with Vader.
Oh, have you?
Yeah. Seen her surf, and we've also seen plenty of this guy's surfing. Didn't see a whole lot of him on that wave, though, because he was buried behind the curtain in the pit, Rich.
No, he was hiding from us. Nice little barrel there. Geez, he did well to get up and get that final hit in.
And he needed to get something on the board, because Dimitri Poulos is going to put up a huge number After winning the opening exchange, let's have a look at it from the top.
Yeah, this wave stretches out, Morgan. You can see that red singlet behind the curtain. Got some travel time and got the final hit in. This will give us a true indication just how deep he was. Just momentarily lost vision of him completely right there. He did well to stay in that barrel and then throws it up for that final hit. I'll keep that score somewhat conservative, just given some of the barrels that we've seen yesterday and also even this morning.
So Dimitri out the back with priority, still waiting to learn what he fetched on that first wave. He gets word now, 7.5, a real positive start for him up against one of the favourites of the contest, who's obviously had some big performances here at Merewether in the past. He represents the Merewether Board Riders Club, Morgan Siblix, so they'll be down in force getting behind him in this heat. But Dimitri is in a great position right now. Still got a score on the way for Morgan. His first wave, the 5.33. And Richie Lovett in here just sensing that there might just be a little bit of restraint with the tube ride based on what we've seen already in this contest.
Yeah, and just look, it was a beautiful little barrel. And it's almost, you can almost judge the score, rate the score based on the feeling that you get when you watch it. So you can see here, went for the arm drag and then quickly realised that the wave was starting to run off, but the exit out of the barrel, slightly untidy, but really, really impressive how he jumped up and got that final manoeuvre in. He really extracted all the points out of that wave. There wasn't too much he could have done, too much more he could have done with it.
Yeah, he got a 5.53 out of it, and that's his best score, something to build on. He's got himself back in front, but Dimitri doesn't need a whole lot to jump up into the lead. 20 minutes to go here. Let's hear from Vaughan once again with the winner of the last heat.
Winter, last year on the Challenger Series, your first go around, finished 18th, which is solid, but this year it's starting to feel like nothing less than qualification is going to do for you.
Yeah, that's a goal. I mean, everyone wants to do it, but yeah, this year I'm really focused and we'll just see how the year plays out, but good start.
Yeah, really good start, mate. Walk us through that heat. It was a little bit slow at times, but you got the job done when the opportunity presented itself.
Yeah, got the good waves. I mean, that's kind of slow out there. You need to pick the right waves. Yeah, I did all right, but yeah, not much else to it. Kind of just pick the right waves.
Easier or harder surfing against, you know, good friends and particularly Northern Beaches surfers?
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, I like Geordie, he's a good friend of mine. Just a pity we didn't get more exchanges. He only got one sort of good wave, but yeah, just frothing through the quarters.
And obviously a lot of support from the crew at home, obviously watching on.
Yeah, shout out Queenscliff Board Riders, they're always supporting. And all friends, family back home. Got two of my best mates up here. They drove up at 4:30 this morning. So yeah, stoked to have a good crew.
Good stuff, mate. Congratulations into the quarters.
Sweet, thanks, Bonnie.
Winter Vincent is through. He's going to be taking on Matty McGilvray in that second quarter-final heat. Should be a good clash. We've got 18.5 minutes remaining here. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. More from Merewether right after this.
There's Felipe Toledo.
Throws it out there, stomps it into the flats. Caroline Marks ripping into the swing.
Canoa snaps it off the lip. Throwtail reverse.
Griffin Colapino up on a bomb.
Simmers on a fun lowers right.
Trestles is the next stop on the Championship Tour, kicking off June 9th. As we see Dimitri Poulos out there at the moment, but Rich, there is a great battle happening for the final five at the moment as they head to a stop that's close to your heart. You broke through for your Championship Tour win there back in 2003. Such a high-performance playground.
It is one of the most rippable waves in the world, without a doubt. I think it gets everyone excited because you can just put your best high-performance surfing on display. And yeah, love the location, love it. And let's have a look at what Dimitri got done on this last wave. Just pounds that opening section.
Wow.
Big roping carve, and the third up and over that final section. This is going to be a good score. Outside, Morgan Siblick streaking down the line on this one. Pulls through. So I'm going to reflect on that decision at the start of the heat when Morgan relinquished priority. Dimitri seems to be in perfect sync with the quality waves at the moment, and there's a rhythm that always happens in these heat situations where one surfer is just in a better rhythm with the better sets and the better shaped waves. Dimitri seems to have locked into that, and maybe it was just that opening little hustle on the inside that sort of put him in that rhythm. Stonewood slow-mo clicks that first turn. Check the plume of spray. This second turn, deep carve, and just ropes it all the way around. It felt like excellent surfing to me, and it looks like it's going to go there.
Yeah, really strong finish as well on the Stonewood slow-mo there. 8.17, and Morgan Siblick now is basically surfing a 14.5-minute heat. He's got priority, but he needs two waves, a combination of 15.67 to turn this one around. Dimitri and Morgan, you can kind of see the similarities, but he is stepping up in a big way. You look at Morgan and his run through his event performances so far, and especially on the Championship Tour, he's beaten some of the best. He ended Cole Hauschmann's chances of going back-to-back at Bells Beach, also took down Leonardo Fioravanti, one of the form surfers down there at Bells, and Geordie Smith, who's currently #1 on the World Tour. Then went up to the Gold Coast and gave Ethan Ewing the boot out of the event early in the contest. Seth Moniz as well on his road to a quarter-final finish. So he's got some reps up against some top-end classy competitors, and this would be the biggest heat Dimitri's obviously surfed all year when you think about the calibre of surfer he's up against, and he has stepped up in a big way.
He's stepped up in a huge way, and you know, Dimitri, he's been a bit of a sleeper. We've seen his name pop up in the draw over the last couple of years here and there. It hasn't been consistent, but right here, right now, he's looking at a good opportunity to make his way into a quarterfinals of the opening event of the season. I can't tell you what that does in terms of just pushing that momentum through to the rest of the year. Solid surfing so far in this heat.
Yeah, Dimitri's just been one of those guys who's given us a couple of heat performances maybe in a Challenger Series event and then kind of faded off in the later stages of the contest. Other than that big semi-final finish in Ericeira, I mean, the surfing that he's doing, you can kind of, you'd think that maybe he'd have a little bit more consistency in his performances, but this might be his year, Rich, and certainly in a good position right here. 2 rides, he's picked off the 2 best sets of this heat and really surfed them well to get his scores. We'll see. Morgan will really need to convert this next ride into, you know, he'll want to get a 7 on the board himself
minimum
to have a really good shot at the lead in the final stages.
Yeah, minimum. And those 8s and 7s, they become so much more valuable as this swirl continues to die away, because the inconsistency is starting to creep in the sets. As we look at the Burton Automotive replay, this is wave 1 for Dimitri Poulos, and just in full attack mode. This wave just kept on giving as it rifled down the sandbar and just beautiful turns, keeps all that speed and momentum going between each turn. And then this is his last wave, just a couple of big power turns. This second turn in particular, love that big power wrap. And then throws it up for a dynamic finish. Really critical finish on that one.
Merewether doing such a good little impersonation of a small day at J-Bay at the moment, just with the watercolour, those strong offshore winds. And the surfers are lapping it up. Seen some great moves laid down already and expecting more with a big heat just around the corner. Maybe the heat of the round on paper.
Yeah, it's setting up well. And how good was it when you could touch your toes?
Liam O'Brien up against Ryan Callanan in that next heat. Getting into the zone, he was firing yesterday. It's going to be a good one.
Yeah, this is going to be a great one to watch. And yeah, it's the battle of the ex-CT surfers, and they're going to be really, really going at each other here. Goofy versus Natural again, the next heat.
Yeah, we're going to have a new winner on the men's side. And on the women's side, there is still a chance that we could see someone claim multiple wins. Sally Fitzgibbons is chasing a 4th SURFEST title this year. We've got Ellie Harrison still in the mix. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Ellie, the defending champion. Of course, it was a QS event last year. There's Ryan Callanan on your screen. He will have a ton of local support here. Everyone coming down. Support both these next two heats, or the heat in the water and the next heat. Cal, just such a lovely, gentle character, but make no mistake, once the jersey goes on, he's a weapon.
Oh, he's just a mongrel, a competitive mongrel. So this is shaping up to be a classic. Getting the wax dialed right up toward the nose of the board, just if those air opportunities present themselves. Bring it on.
Yeah, the DHD Juliet. It's been looking really good under Liam O'Brien's feet, that's for sure.
So the competitors, Rich, just eyeing off this sandbar, probably paying close attention to the inconsistency of set waves. We had a restart for this heat, and then each surfer's only had a few opportunities. Dimitri Poulos capitalising beautifully, converting those great set waves into decent scores. Morgan Siblick, he needs sets to start rolling through now, because that inconsistency might rob him of a second chance.
He's got priority, which is the good news. Looks like Dimitri might have a look at this one.
Yeah, finding some space down the line, willing to have a look and just see if anything's standing up there. It's a big combo that Morgan finds himself in. Maybe one of the biggest combinations we've seen a surfer have to chase down in the event so far.
Yeah, but Morgan's got a combo on him, and we know that two big, strong turns can get him up into that excellent range. And at the moment, he is just willing Huey, the god, the ocean gods, to send him some waves, just give him the opportunity. He's up for the challenge, we know that. Can be the most frustrating thing as a competitor when you're sitting there going, oh, shouldn't have given him the inside, now I'm behind, just give me a wave, just give me something and I'll give it a decent crack.
You think that's what's going through Morgan's head at this point in time, though?
I don't think he's thinking about the priority. That might come on reflection should he not make this heat. But at the moment, he's just going, please, just give me the opportunity to get back in this heat.
When you're carrying the kind of form that Morgan has, do you get stressed in these situations, or are you just sort of really focusing in on staying in attack mode?
Nah, it's all about staying in attack mode. He's so confident. He's so just on at the moment. He's in that zone.
Maybe a little frustration on show there. Head in his hands for a second there, just going, come on, like, I'm ready to go. 6.5 minutes. Let's dive into the GWM recap. Plenty of highlights for this guy. Dimitri got off to a fantastic start. Clean rail work and great variation on the forehand.
Oh, God, he's just managed these waves so well. Just really enjoying the placement of the manoeuvres and the choice of manoeuvres. Nice compact style and really underpinned by that power. This is Morgan Siblick's wave. You can see here that it just didn't offer him those same opportunities. Beautiful cut down, just holding onto that rail. But again, the wave just not giving him the opportunity to open up. This was the barrel ride. He comes out of this one, does really well to get that final finishing move, and that was his best wave, the 5.53.
Wow.
And then this 3-turn combination, strong turns, every single one of them, and every bit an excellent score.
5.5 minutes to go, and it's kind of getting down now to that situation. So we see Nathan Hedge chatting to Liam O'Brien. He's also been working with Morgan Siblick, getting him primed for a big campaign on the Challenger Series. But it's getting down to that point, Rich, where it's going to be, really difficult in this inconsistent surf to turn this heat around for Morgan.
Yeah, we're going to have to see, just doing the maths, it's not hard to figure out. He needs a wave in the next 1 to 2 minutes, and then he's going to need another one. And we know that Dimitri will establish first priority, and he'll try and just extract those opportunities for Morgan should he try and get another wave. But looks like there's a little swell line approaching now.
They'll be lined up on the deck of the beach hotel, just looking over Merewether here at the moment as Morgan and Ryan Callanan,
he's got to go,
do their work. This is Morgan has no choice here. He has to have a swing, and he's going to go to attack mode to try and turn this heat around. Break combination, that's the first goal. Oh. He's probably already done that. 2 solid turns on the outside, maintaining this magic form that's seen him collect some big results already this season, and he'll have 4 minutes now to track down probably an excellent score to get himself into the lead. Let's have a look at the replay.
Oh my gosh, this first turn, just a beautiful opening carve. The second one had a higher angle to it. Gets more of a vertical hit, and then a couple of nice wraps on the inside. But simply the strength of these 2 outside turns, just executed with perfection. A tiny bit of tail release at the end of both the turns. Got some flair out of the second one. And as the wave dies down, just a couple of cute wraps to finish off. But perfect technique. See him bring that upper body, those arms across the chest. And that brought the lower body with it.
Plenty of punch in the opening manoeuvres here for Siblick. He turns in a 7.17. Combination is broken, 8.5 the requirement. And he made his move at the perfect time, Rich.
Had to. So the first part of this equation has been completed for Morgan Siblick. And now the job here is to try and wrestle priority back. So he'll be hoping for a set with multiple waves.
Yeah, Dimitri's had the best rides, and as a result got himself that 8.17. But with respect to Dimitri, if Morgan finds a similar wave to what we saw Dimitri on for the 8.17, it feels like he could push that score a little bit higher, just with the class that he's shown us already in competition this year.
Man, Morgan is on a heater. He's just in such fine form at the moment, and love to get a look at the board that he's riding. I know it's a sharp eye. It's not entirely sure of the model. I'm sure one of the boys will send me a text now and let me know. But he's looking so good.
Look on the outside there, Rich.
The lines, here they come.
So that offshore wind can sometimes sort of flatten out those lines as they make their way in. Morgan is hoping that there's multiple waves in this set. 2 minutes to go. They should reach the lineup.
So the ideal scenario for Morgan is if a good enough wave comes that Dimitri feels like he can replace that 7.5, or he thinks that Morgan can potentially get the 8.5, Morgan will push him into it. and force him to go. And then Morgan's got to hope that a better wave comes through as the second or third wave of the set. And then he's just going to have to tee off. It's as simple as that.
And at this point, he's probably just going, as long as I get an opportunity, I've got a chance here. But he does need the highest score of the heat, Morgan Siblick, and priority is still with Dimitri. This set, it did kind of push down to the southern end of the event site. So not sure that this one's even going to stand up. As you can see, it's kind of breaking in deep water there at the southern end. So 1 minute and 20 seconds to go.
Yeah, Dimitri just covering him here.
Yeah, straight away it just sort of felt like the body language slumped there for Morgan as that set missed the bank. But he's making his move towards this insider.
See, right now Dimitri's looking at that wave going, no, it's not an 8.5, don't even need to cover him here.
Exactly. Well, Dimitri's wall was overhead, and that one that just passed under Morgan Siblick was waist high at best. So to try and turn that into an excellent score would have been extremely difficult. 40 seconds to go here. Dimitri Poulos, an amazing start to the heat. Got control early, and the pressure now on Morgan, and Dimitri needs to be wary of this man in fine touch, but he's too deep on this one. 20 seconds to go. And Dimitri didn't even look at it. He knew it was going to shut down that wave. And the surfer from Ventura, California, it looks like he is going to hang on for the victory here. He won't take any chances. He'll paddle into this ride most likely and get to his feet. He's got to be careful here. As Morgan takes off down the line, goes the oop, he's not going to stick it. The reason I said he's got to be careful is, you know, if you take off and the hooter sounds, you surrender your priority. But Morgan was on the outside, so it wouldn't have mattered.
That's a big one. That's a huge win for Dimitri Poulos. Morgan Siblick, one of the favoured surfers to win the event as we come into this round.
Yeah, big props to the 22-year-old. He's done extremely well there. I mean, in inconsistent conditions, Rich, the importance of converting on those sets is huge.
Yeah, you rarely get 3 or 4 chances, and really Dimitri surfed a perfect heat in terms of wave management and just surfed it up.
Yeah, priority management too.
Yep.
Did really well, and he has gotten the jump on Morgan Siblick here. Stick around, the next heat's going to be a big one. Liam O'Brien takes on Ryan Callanan.
I've grown up in Newcastle all my life, and to see what the city has become and to see the amount of people that are attracted to everything that's from here, the experiences, the restaurants, the beautiful beaches, it's an incredible place to live.
From Nobbies to Merewether, there's always people up there watching as well. It always seems like there's something going on up at the beach.
Newcastle as a surf destination, it's really consistent. You could go down the beach most days and there'll be something pretty fun. Newcastle SURFEST, you know, it's been the major event of kind of my whole life. See people like Kelly Slater, Andy Irons, Mick Fanning. That was such a highlight when I was a little kid.
Highlight for me at the Newcastle SURFEST would have to be winning it in 2022. To be able to get chaired up the beach in front of my closest family and friends was a pretty special day. Now, we're pretty lucky here in Newcastle with so much to do. Oh, that's good. All out driving with a 5-wood.
The food scene here is just amazing. I travel a lot of places around the world and I feel like the quality here is just as good as a lot of places I go, from fine dining restaurants to a beer overlooking the beach. Whatever you're in the mood for, you'll find it.
Do hit golf at the driving range?
Smoked me at the driving range and at Putt Putt.
A little beer to finish it off.
How good. What a day.
Cheers.
Well, Richie Lovett and I can back the boys up. Great city, so much to do. It's all been about the surf, though, this week. Been some really quality conditions for our competitors, some great performances. Ryan Huckabee down here cheering on his mate. Dimitri Poulos has just jumped into the quarterfinals with a stunning performance here. Getting the win over the local boy, Morgan Siblick. No easy beat. And, yeah, he's got a lot to look forward to, Dimitri, as he gets off to his best ever start on the Challenger Series. And we're gearing up for another great clash here. Liam O'Brien, Ryan Callanan, really good mates. Travelling the championship tour together the past few years. Both been pushed back to this Challenger Series, and well, mates are going to become enemies in this heat because they are desperate to kick off their year with a huge result on the Challenger Series and get themselves back onto that CT ASAP.
Yeah, it always is a bonus when you start the season. And much like the last heat, we've just seen, look, Ryan just creeping onto the inside. And Liam O'Brien just relinquishing that inside track. Wow.
Wow. Not even the best move we've seen in the air here at Merewether this week.
No.
Not even close. High-flying antics from Matty McGilvray, Mateus Hurdy, Pedersen Crisanto. And we can look forward to probably a bit more of that as we crown our champions here at the first stop of the Challenger Series. Rich, what happened to these guys on the CT this year, and why do they find themselves back here on the Challenger Series?
Obviously, they didn't get the results, but we'll break it down a little further. It's just, honestly, for Liam O'Brien, for me, he is the most underrated surfer on the tour. You know, I felt like he was doing the best surfing. He was getting huge numbers in his heats, but unfortunately, he was just coming up against kind of higher-seated surfers that were also just hitting their straps in his heats. And unfortunately, this can just happen. You know, sometimes it's the seating position that you're in on the tour, just coming up against competitors that are on a heater, and the results just started to fall away. And same with Arkell. He obviously, you know, he's a new father as well, so potentially there was thoughts elsewhere as we see Arkell up and riding on the first wave of this heat.
Well, Ryan Callanan now left as the only Novocastrian in the draw. He's cracked the final at SURFEST before and just missed out on the victory.
Oh, this is.
And he wants to get it this year, and he puts his backhand to work, misses the finish. But there'll be some credit for the hits that he laid into before that end section.
Oh, wow. Just missed the finish on this thing, streaking around this long section. Arkell. A lateral turn to start things off, but the second turn, vertical hit, squares up on the third as well. And just that fourth hit, so there's some numbers left on this wave, but some great surfing. So this is Arkell's strengths here on the backhand. He's just got this powerful backhand hook that he goes to. And really, it's, you know, Connor O'Leary and Ryan Callanan, this backhand hook is just, it's primo. And once they start to wind this thing up, it's pretty hard to compete against. You know, it's got so much power in it, and it's got so much impact when it's done. So this is still going to be a pretty healthy score. definitely just a little mistake missing that that final turn.
Yeah, Ryan Callanan, you know, he's had some challenges this year. He did fracture his tibia at the start of the year. He surfed a couple of events with that fracture and opted out of the event in Portugal. And as a result, he hadn't been past the third round through the opening stages of the season, and then obviously missing the Gold Coast event with the arrival of his daughter Penelope with his wife Nina, which is a huge moment for him. So he was kind of going to be up against it with those challenges. Yeah. To his credit, he continued to turn up and fight, and he's kicked off this heat with a 6-point ride, Rich. So, you know, that really speaks to Ryan's challenges on the championship tour, and you kind of alluded to Liam. Great performances. Surfing was right there. Lost out in really close heats. There was some moments where heats could have gone his way, but there's no denying the form that Liam's in this year. Everyone's talking about it. Equipment's looking sharp as always, but just seems to have found another gear. And you know, maybe we just haven't seen it. You know, the result come his way, but I think when there's a bit of chatter about how well you're surfing, it fuels you with confidence. And even just watching him through the early rounds of this contest, he's laid down some of the deepest, fastest tracks on his opening manoeuvres. I've really enjoyed what I've seen.
Absolutely. Go and have a look at his heat totals. They're big, they're healthy. Double digits and then some. So he's putting down big numbers, rarely making any mistakes. The wave choice, the decisions in the heat are really on as well. So I dare say he will make, both these guys should make their way back onto the championship tour. I'm going to say that both will. Probably got about 5 or 6 picks left. Made a couple of claims through this Challengers Series event already.
Yeah, 21 and a half minutes to go. You mentioned Ryan Callanan, his character, just a real gentleman, but make no mistakes about it. He's a classic Novocastrian competitor, and they have produced some all-time greats here in Newcastle City. And here he goes, Ryan, looking to back up the 6-point ride, see if he can get a finish on this one. Seen some lumps that the surfer has had to negotiate. And it quite often happens when you've got a sandbar that goes into deep water. You get a bit of reverb, a bit of draw there, and it's creating a couple of lumps, and it caught Ryan on the final section of his first ride, and it's brought him undone here again on that second. But he's pushing hard.
Oh, he was about to really make Liam O'Brien pay here. Under priority, the first turn is crisp and clean. So's the second with all that reverb and backwash, and then just pushing ever so hard. Just overextending on this last turn, but geez, he navigated through those bumps well, and then just here, just catches that toe side edge up the front of the board. You look at the Stonerwood slow-mo, great form. So he does a little kind of double shuffle off the bottom as that backwash hits him, and he did so well to get through it. Oh, he would have loved to have gotten the finish on both of these waves.
Yeah, and we spoke about it in that last heat, just how well Dimitri Poulos did in converting those waves into big numbers by just being in control from start to finish. No hiccups, and Ryan a couple of times now taking falls, and he's left a point, maybe a point and a half on each of those rides now.
Yeah, so his scoreline could look a little different. Still not too bad in the scheme of things, the 6 and a 4.17. Likely that 4 will not be in his tally at the end of this heat in 20 minutes time. But Liam, no score on the board yet, so with each minute that ticks down, a little bit of pressure starts to build.
Yeah, but it's a different combination, isn't it, to what we saw Morgan Siblick in. This is what you'd call a friendly one. It's just over 10 points total that Ryan's amassed. So I think Liam O'Brien will back himself and really be selective with his priority wait for one of those taller set walls and look to bring the performances that have fetched him big numbers on his run through the contest so far. You know, a win, Rich, hasn't guaranteed competitors a place on the championship tour, but it's a massive foundation to build your campaign and get the jump on the rest of the field. And we did see last year Mikey Madonna win the first event of the Challenger Series and then kind of struggle through the rest of the schedule. As we see Ryan Callanan on a tall wall here, beautiful blast to get started, and a big vert to finish that wave off. Stays on his feet, in complete control. Less work on that ride than what he did on his last two waves. But it was a taller wall, and as a result, some bigger moves. Should fetch him his best number yet.
Yeah, I think so. And this one stretched out up the beach. Arkow off the bottom, up the top. This is the big, impactful moment. Just love how vertical he gets that board. Sticks it right up at 12 o'clock. Squares up off the bottom.
Got that reputation, doesn't he, for Rich, as we see the Stonewood slow-mo here, as being one of the most progressive surfers. He's kind of got something for all surf fans. He can blow your mind with the most corked out, wild backhand rotations, and pretty neat on the forehand as well. But, you know, guys like Matt Hoy, who love that traditional rail work, can really appreciate the lines Ryan takes when he gets a big pocket or wall to work with.
I've said it multiple times through this whole Aussie leg of the tour. You know, to be one of the greats, to be one of the best, you have to be underpinned by that power and energy, and also have that innovative influence in your repertoire as well. And Arkow's got it.
Yeah, we're expecting a healthy score to drop. It does, a 7.33. And this is under priority that Ryan Callanan's established this lead now. And while Liam O'Brien wasn't probably too phased earlier on when Ryan had just a couple of scores and a heat score total of 10, the requirement's kind of growing now. The two-wave total needed is a 13.33. A bit to think about for the surfer from Burleigh Heads. Let's check in now with the winner of the last heat, who's through to the quarters, Dimitri Poulos with AJ.
On to a finals day to start your 2025 Challenger Series campaign, Dimitri. You put together a really strong heat. What was your strategy?
Yeah, just have a strong start, and then, I mean, it was really slow the heat before mine, so I kind of figured anything I go on is going to be important. Like, couldn't make too many mistakes. So, yeah, they actually had a restart. I think I've had 4 restarts in the last couple years on the Challenger, so I feel like just I'm a magnet for it, I guess. But yeah, I was happy it worked out, and yeah.
It's a really good start for you, like I said, to make it to the quarterfinals at the very least. But we were just talking about big picture for you as you enter your 3rd year on the Challenger Series, trying to break in among a group of American men on tour who are so stacked. Who are you learning from? Tell us a little bit into your mindset, I guess, as you enter this season.
You know, I feel like it's always a battle with yourself. I feel like every event you kind of learn something different about your own mindset and what you need to do. So I feel like every event I've done in the last going on 3 years now is just like, I walk away, I'm like, okay, this needs to be different. Or like, I don't know, it's just like a lot of, as corny as it may sound, kind of self-growth. And I feel like that's the best way to progress forward. And yeah, I mean, I never made a finals day last season, which kind of stung a little bit. Had a couple like close heats, I guess, and it just wasn't the best season. And I don't know, to start this season going into finals day feels really good. And
understandably so. We'll see you then. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, well done to Dimitri. And while the interview was unfolding, we had an exchange on the outside. Rich, Liam O'Brien about to lock in his first score.
Yeah, well, couldn't have come at a better time. At the 15-minute mark, Liam had to get things underway. You can see him now just paddling through that whitewash, heading back to the lineup. No sign of our little mate Seal today. He's been hanging around. Let's have a look at the replay. Beautiful slam off the top for the first hit. The second one with more impact. And then the third closeout hit, a little bit more lateral. as we look at Newcastle Sky pitches here. And Liam just winding up for speed. And then behind him, Arkell snaps off the top and then just pulls through.
Yeah, Liam's right. It kind of forced him to race down the line. As you said, had that more lateral approach. Still got the hits in. But Ryan, he under priority, picked off a wave that allowed him time to square up and get that vertical approach, which is the reason we saw the two-turn combo go into the sevens. We'll see where Liam O'Brien lands with his first ride in just a moment. 13 and a half minutes to go. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Stay with us. An unbelievable stretch of coastline here in Newcastle City, as we see competitors signing autographs on the way down the heats. Matthias Hurdy, he's coming up. He's going to be taking on Carly Vast. Should be fantastic. But yeah, love this stretch of coast. So beautiful. From the northern end of the city, you've got Nobby's Beach, Lighthouse. On the other side, the coast extends around to the popular Merewether Ocean Baths, and this lineup that's given us so many great moments throughout Surfest this year. And Liam O'Brien coming to life, taking to the sky, turned in a 6.83 on his first wave and was on his way to a huge number here, Rich.
Just get a lift out of the lip, gets the rotation, doesn't quite stick the landing.
Very close. Ryan Callanan still hanging on to that number one position, but Liam well and truly out of combination now, only needing a 6.51.
Yeah, well, if he had landed that air, have to say we would have seen a new leader here, but Liam's done well to get himself back into this heat. Just not really feeling the pressure. He was able to surf quite free and open on his opening ride, get that 6.83, good number. It's like he's seen something here. Bit of a set coming through, getting himself in position.
Yeah, Liam did so well on his wave. It was a fast reeling ride, really raced off across the sandbar. He had to put the foot down to stay out in front of it. He had to almost cut his turn short, but still attack the lip with enough punch to get himself almost into the sevens and get back on pace with Ryan Callanan here. And Liam up briefly there, just taking his chances under Ryan's priority. All our competitors have just been able to maintain peak performance levels with great opportunities for free surfing at the northern side of the contest site. But this is one of those locations where you can creep off away from the event at different stages and find yourself a good sandbar. We're staying over on City Beach and Fun Banks there at the moment.
Really fun banks, yeah. We managed to get a little surf in before the event started. Haven't had much luck since then, though.
Oh, we did have
We've been busy.
We had a couple of days where it was really unruly and, you know, only the competitors were really getting themselves out there to stay sharp. But a couple of big days of competition and a couple more coming your way as we get set to close this thing out and establish the front runners on the Challenger Series ranks. This guy's a really good chance at taking that #1 position. He's, for me, been the form surfer of the contest, Matthias Hurdy.
Hurdy's been really good, and he's been on our radar for a number of years now. The air game, unquestioned, but he's really has worked on that power game. The calves are a little deeper now, the big power turns, but he has this really awesome flair to the way he surfs.
There's some lucky folks there with their stickers on that board. But plenty of space for a major sponsor. And yeah, that's a mind blower to me. He is just, without question, one of the hottest prospects on the Challenger Series and one of the best surfers in the world. One of those guys who when given the opportunity to get into a championship tour event, is a total handful for the world's best, especially those title campaigners. So get behind Matthias. As we get down to the 7-minute mark, Liam O'Brien still in this one. And I mean, we're not in a position, Rich, with Ryan holding onto the lead to say he's missed the opportunity to shut this heat down. But that 6 could have been a 7, maybe even a little bit more from his opening ride, falling on his final turn.
Yep, absolutely. And that would put the requirement up into that, almost that excellent zone, which certainly has a different ring to it.
You can see there just how strong that offshore wind is.
Yeah, it looks like it's picked up a little bit just in the last 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, haven't seen the high-flying antics that we caught yesterday afternoon when the wind really laid down and the surfers started to focus on some big airs. Seen a few attempts earlier today, but nothing really solid stomped just yet. 6.5 minutes to go. It's been the powerful traditional stuff that's brought the big numbers today.
Yep, and I think it will be just sticking to the face. Although these guys might break the mold. We know the wind doesn't really factor in. Matthias Hurdy approaches his air game.
Limbering up for a big clash with Cowley Bast. On the outside with just over 5.5 minutes to go, Liam O'Brien gets a lot of speed for this first section, rips in and loads up for more down the line. He's going to attack that lip line. Just can't project out over that impacting whitewater, but potentially was on his way to the number required to get the lead here.
Oh, wow. Just couldn't quite stick that closeout manoeuvre. Looks like he just landed right in the trough, that impact zone, streaking down the line here. Does so well with that turn. Gives himself space to do the layback hammer. And then right there, yeah, just hit a bit of that explosion. Came up and just knocked him off his board. Watch here, this will be a great view of it. He punches out through it. And there was just too much impact under the board there. Couldn't ride through it. And now the time is ticking away.
Just an unbelievably energetic and fast-paced approach from Liam O'Brien. You know, much like we've seen at different stages from Morgan Siblick in the earlier rounds. And Matthias Hurdy just kind of seems to be moving at a different pace at the moment. I mean, it really adds to the flair of those big turns when he gets going, but Now, that was a lost opportunity with that high impact hit on the final section to potentially get himself the lead here with 4 minutes to go.
Yeah, there wasn't too many options that he could have done. The wave was racing off so fast. He had to go to that manoeuvre or take to the air. It was a pretty gnarly section. So I think the choice of manoeuvre was right. And unfortunately, yeah, there was just so much explosion.
Ryan Callanan, he's got priority on the outside. He hasn't been able to shut this heat down, though, but let's have a look at how he established the lead in the GWM recap.
Yeah, Arkow's been very clinical in his approach here. And I mean that in a good way, because he has been just laying down some beautiful turns. Just a little slip up there. That was his 6-point ride. But then he found this big one. Big set here. Connects with the first turn and the second turn. It was actually past 12 o'clock. It was about 12:50, actually. Almost 1 o'clock. But then Liam O'Brien, this was the comeback wave. Quick snap, beautiful slice off the top. Works it all the way down to the final part of this bank here. Gets the third hit. Got himself that 6.83. So still well and truly in it. 3 minutes to go. Set's approaching. Couple of lines on the horizon here.
Ryan Callanan just really eager to get rid of this 6. But he won't take his chance on an average ride. And he'll really look to shut this thing down with a strong ride here, but not in position to swoop on this one. Looks like it's going to shut down. Not even Liam O'Brien. He's going to tap into it. 2.5 minutes to go. I mentioned Ryan's previous performances here at SURFEST. Back in 2020, he cracked the final with Julian Wilson. They actually tied on points.
Oh, that's right.
Julian had the highest scoring ride at the final and got the victory. So painfully close there for Ryan if he did get the victory. Even though Julian had already made the move down to Newcastle, he would have been the first Novocastrian, Newcastle-born and bred surfer to break through for a SURFEST victory. But a couple of years later, Jackson Baker, he got that honour. Ryan would love to join the honour roll, that is for sure. And he's put himself in a pretty decent position to do that. And this one, you know, there is still opportunity here, and with the form Liam's showing, he's not out of it just yet.
No, he's definitely not out of it. But again, like previous heat, we're in need of a multiple wave set here. If Liam O'Brien wants to get a crack at it, because Ryan Callanan, he's got priority and the control of the heat and the lead. So he's got a tick in all the boxes at the moment. So this one counting down, just over a minute to go.
Oh, Ryan's got to pick his ride very carefully here. Doesn't want to leave the door open for Liam, who's been so strong and really just hasn't even connected with a quality wave in this heat just yet, but still managed to turn in a 6.83.
Under a minute to go. Ryan just sticking with him here, just flexing the priority.
Ryan and Julian, they surfed that final against one another. Ryan recently parting with his long-term sponsor and joining the Revere team. And it's an unbelievable team. A lot of talented surfers in the Revere ranks, but right now Ryan Callanan is desperate to hold off Liam O'Brien here. This one is winding down. Will we see an opportunity for the surfer from Burleigh Heads? He finds some space in this lineup. Might get a shot at it. Ryan's not going to take any chances though. He takes this final ride, looks over his shoulder. It's not going to go into his top 2, but it is going to spell the end for Liam O'Brien. This one comes to an end. Liam left chasing that 6.51, and Newcastle has a hometown hero to cheer on finals day.
What a heat, and that is a huge, huge win for Ryan Callanan, and a big solid step towards his campaign to make it back on the championship tour. He's into the quarterfinals. He'll meet Dimitri Poulos in quarterfinal number 3.
Just a couple more heats to come to establish our quarterfinal bracket on the men's side. And we are going to see Matthias Hurdy and the gold medalist, Cowley Vast, out there next. And we're going to have an awesome guest here on the broadcast set. Jesse Starling, Stace Galbraith, and Sky Brown are up next. The Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, is proudly brought to you by Oakberry. Fuel yourself with the official acai of the World Surf League Australia. By Destination New South Wales, an official strategic partner of Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. By Bond University. Bond University, your ambition belongs here. And by Stone & Wood, the unofficial beer of the World Surf League Australia.
A very happy Ryan Callanan moving on through, something for the Novocastrians to get very excited about down here at the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. If I was a little Newcastle grummer, I would definitely want our cow to get my signature. We are rounding out, or getting close to rounding out, this round in class, in style. I'm Jessie Starling, Stace Galbraith, and a very warm welcome to Sky Brown.
Hello, thank you for having me.
Sky, this is a pretty big moment for us in the booth. You're a 2-times Olympian bronze medalist, a 2-times X Games gold medalist, and a world champion skateboard. And just learned that you have your own shoe style. I think that's every young girl's dream, just to have their own shoe. But you have such a big list of accolades, and so young.
No, thank you. I'm very thankful for, all that I've gone through, I guess, is my journey and my goals I've accomplished, and very thankful.
Massive name in the skateboarding world, but you love surfing just as much as we do. You'd love to compete on this stage. We've got a pretty big heat coming up in the round of 16, heat number 7. Mateus Hurdy from Brazil taking on the gold medalist, Cali Vast from France, but we know he surfs Tahiti. He's from Tahiti, grew up there, representing his culture, his family back there. And while we're on the Olympics topic, Sky, for us mere mortals over here, what's it actually like to be an Olympian?
Hard to describe, but I mean, it's crazy because you're an Olympian, there's so many amazing Olympians and you're one of them. Like, feels unreal, I guess. But yeah.
How would you, when you're on the day and you're in the Olympics, I just want to know what that feels like to be like, okay, I'm competing in probably the biggest event ever in the world.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely have them jelly legs and feel a little off, kind of. But I mean, for me, once I was in the bowl, just skating on my skateboard, it's a thing I do every day. So I felt pretty comfortable and confident. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty crazy just walking around the Olympic Village and then, competing in front of the crowd with the Olympic sign right there. It's, pretty scary. But
I'd like to know, like as Jessie said, we would never know being in that position, but I've read that bronze feels better than silver. Could you explain why that might be? And did you feel that as the medals were getting handed out?
You know, I got bronze twice now. I guess, you know, having silver, you're just that close to having gold. But honestly, any medal at the Olympics is pretty good feeling. So, yeah, I don't know. I would have liked the silver too, but yeah. Gold
You kind of just go gold or bronze at this stage in your career, right?
Yeah.
Gold or bronze. We'll just bar the silver. And I mean, it's really cool now seeing, especially a lot of the female skateboarders, starting to transition over to competing in surfing as well. One of them being yourself. You competed along that Asian regional QS. You've had a couple finals there as well. How are you liking the difference between the two sports?
Yeah, I just feel like, you know, surfing is just so exciting. You know, you're working with nature, you know, you really don't know what's going to happen out there. And yeah, skating, you know what you're going to do. You have a plan and it's just up to you. But surfing, you know, you got to fight for the wave. It's just so much more going on, and I think it's really exciting. I mean, being around this Challenger event, just watching it, I'm getting very hyped up to just keep doing more surfing and compete more.
You were first alternate this week. How was the nerves kind of sitting around waiting to know if you'd get the call up or not?
I saw kind of everyone was here, and I was like, probably not going to get it, but definitely was sitting there just waiting and kind of was ready. But yeah, I mean, I'm just honestly just so stoked to be here around, you know, this event. So cool watching. You know, I'm staying with Matthias and them, and so cool just cheering them on and seeing them surf and surfing with them. Waves have been pumping, so, you know, making the most of it.
Your house is on fire.
On fire?
Pedersen's staying with you guys as well?
Yeah.
Pedersen, Matthias. Am I missing anyone?
We're also staying with Wesley.
Yep.
He got knocked out in the rounds, in the early ones, sadly, but he also rips. I mean, so cool surfing with these guys. And yesterday, you know, it's firing and all of them getting tubed, and yeah, it was sick to watch.
What's the energy and the dynamic like between all of them? It feels like it'd be pretty hyped up.
Oh yeah, they're always talking. I mean, in Portuguese, so I don't really understand what they're saying most of the time. I'm learning, but yeah, they're just always fired up talking about like deep talking also, just always talking, and yeah, very fired up. They're very cool to be around. They're always cheering on each other, and yeah, like one big family.
We had Matthias in the booth here yesterday. He was probably just a little kid in a candy store. So excited to go surfing. Just kept talking about how barreled he got yesterday and how much he loves at Newcastle stays. And I think that showed in his heat yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, definitely. He was looking relaxed, and I'll be honest, I was a little bit worried.
Wow.
You see some pretty impressive piece of machinery there. It's so loud when you're out there.
And it carries for so long. How loud it is too. You're saying, Stacey, you're a little bit concerned?
Well, he had like a 3 or 4 hour free surf, and I mean, I guess I shouldn't have been worried for him, but I was like, okay, I wonder how he's going to pull together a heat, you know, because, you know, obviously heat's only 30 minutes, but the mental load that you need to carry through that, you know, making good decisions and yeah, just keeping it all together. But no, it didn't look to bother him at all.
I was going to say the same. Like, yeah, he was out there for a while. I mean, I was even getting, like, exhausted. I was tired by the end of the day, and I didn't surf again. But yeah, I was like, wow, like, you sure? But yeah, he's just a little grom.
He's just the ultimate grommet, really. He's still so fired up and excited. Looking like our surfers scratching to get into something. We saw a heat restart just 2 heats ago with Morgan and Dimitri. Looking like we are coming down to that 10-minute mark in this heat, potentially a restart if we don't see one of the competitors pull the trigger on one of these next waves, and not quite eventuating. That tide is just wreaking a little bit of havoc on this northern bank. There is still a really fun bank down on those rocks, that ladies' baths bank. With that extra 10 minutes, though, it is that factor of like, okay, do I paddle down? Those questions do really start to filter in, but considering what we saw from these guys yesterday, I feel like they both really want to continue surfing this bank.
Yeah, I would say, though, if I'm Matthias, I would look to where's the most amount of waves I can ride in 30 minutes. And so the flip side of that is, though, particularly with man-on-man competition, you surf where your competitor is and you just beat them on the same waves. Just not seeing a lot of waves out here at the moment. When they come, they're good. And I think that would really like play into someone like Cowley's favour. You know, we know what type of surfing we're going to get from him. Big, strong, powerful, likely backhand turns. Whereas Mateus's bag of tricks is so vast, but he's definitely a momentum surfer. Definitely likes riding a lot of waves, and he could win a heat, going left, right, airs, turns, tubes, whatever. Whereas Cowley has all that same skill set as well, but it's very straightforward for him if he wants to get sort of a pretty good score. Much like what we saw from Ryan Callanan in the last heat, square up backhand a couple times and belt the lip. It's just a different style of surfing that can still score really high, but you don't need a lot of waves to get that rhythm. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. I think by the time the women's heats hit the water, that inside section will be pretty fun.
We saw Mateus yesterday give us pretty much an ultimate highlight reel out here. Stace, he was just on fire. What'd you love?
Oh, it's funny, like in his free surf, I actually saw him do exactly the same thing, and then about 3 hours later, he finally came in. But as you can see here, just the variety, like we talk a lot about variety in surfing. It's typically variety on one wave, but you look at this guy and he's got it all. Big turns, big airs, and he's got such a big range of high scoring moves in his wheelhouse.
Sky, we know you absolutely love doing airs yourself. We'll get back to this in just a moment because it looks like Mateus is going to stroke into this one. So this heat is officially underway with just on 28 minutes, which is really 12 minutes into this heat. Streaking down, waiting for it to stand up. Just didn't have that steep face he was looking for. But Sky, like I was saying, you've just come off Japan. You were over there in Stab High. Made the final over there in Stab High too. Mateus being one of the most incredible aerialists in the world, surely you're picking his brain.
Yeah, I mean, I can definitely see him looking for those air sections. Stab High was cool. I got second. It was already a final because there was only 4 of us girls, but yeah, it was super cool. Seeing Sierra absolutely kill it. Just being around that, it was our second time together in the Stab High, so yeah, super cool. But yeah, Matthias definitely looking for those air sections, always.
Feels like there's this really cool girl group starting to form. I think of you and Sierra. You travelled overseas recently with one of, I believe it was Yanire, in a Red Bull Rising Talent Camp, and it seems like you guys have this really cool girl group starting to form.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's super cool, like Mila, Nanaho was in. It was super cool to see. And then the Ladybirds, there's so many of them now, and it's cool because, we were them, me and Sarah were them, and we were just watching them and we're like, wow, like, levels changed, there's so many of them. Cowley.
Here we go. Cowley, first we're seeing him, a bit of a steeper face there, belts that first turn, comes around, really drives hard in the pocket with a beautiful finish. Wow, gave shades of what we saw from Jarvis Earl earlier today. Now Mateus, this is a better looking wave for him. Glides into that first turn, really strong second one, and it drifts up and over the lip there for the third turn. So both of the surfers getting a really great start, and this heat is finally underway. Bit of an even opening stage, say, Stace?
Yeah, I guess you can see the two contrasting styles there. Obviously, Cowley's got heaps of power at his disposal. He didn't probably quite get the speed he was chasing out of this wave. Tried to get going at the start here. It was a nice turn, but he kind of didn't really offer him heaps of critical opportunity after that. Little carve in the lip there, and a nice finish. But you can kind of see he sort of had to work to get to the end of that wave. Whereas if we... as we see Mateus's ride when we cue that up, he just kind of was able to carry his speed the whole way through without really having to work for it. What did you like about this wave, Sky?
Oh, it was sick. They both power surfed it. I don't know. I thought they were both pretty cool.
Not a lot of downtime between those turns there for Mateus as well, and a little bit more, I feel like, extravagant, especially on that second turn and that last one, kicking the fins out on both of them. So Mateus is definitely that surfer who really beautifully combines progressive surfing with traditional surfing, where Cowley, we know he's one of the strongest guys on tour, and when he connects, it's got so much power behind it, and he's probably one of, if not the best tube rider that we have in the draw. He is, especially when it gets really big and scary, the way he can navigate waves of consequence is a talent that not many people in this world possess.
He's gotten bored with it, so he started going switch. It's just too easy for him.
He's looking again here, wants to back up his first score very quickly. Lovely opening carve, almost comes away from it, belts it again in the pocket for a second one. And a nice snap there, up and over the foam for Cowley Vast. Those first 2 turns had a bit of aggression in them, Sky.
So much spray, yeah. He's definitely got that power. Yeah, he was also at the air camp with us, so it was super cool. He got like a sick backflip, and yeah, cool to spend time with him. He's a funny guy.
He is. He's cheeky.
Yeah. Very.
Wait for these first wave scores and second wave scores to lock in for Cowley. This is actually his best result ever on a championship tour, Challenger Series event. Prior to this, his best was a 25th back in 2023. So this is a huge momentum shift for Cowley. Stace, this last wave.
Yeah, I love how he's able to put these turns really close together and put the finishing touches on this wave here and just getting those 2 majors out the back without much downtime, and he just kind of got to keep the same line. Probably would have liked a little bit more out of that last one, but nevertheless, he's putting 2 pretty strong scores on the board there. The judges are going to have a fun time breaking this one down as we see the Stone and Wood slow-mo replay here. Did well just to kind of get out in front of that and, yeah, like we said, get to show all his power. Mateus hurt his first ride, a 6-point ride. Cowley Vass, first ride. Some judges over, some judges under, a 6.1. You'd have to think this last one's better.
Really, really similar scores to start this one off. It feels like when both surfers start with that even of an opening score, Sky, it's game on.
For sure. It's really on, firing up.
And Cowley, that last wave, just such textbook, beautiful, traditional goofy foot surfing. Stace, you've seen the tour and it's all its glory over the last decade. Is there anyone when you watch Cowley that you see influence his surfing a lot?
Yeah, it's a really good question, and no one really comes to mind. He has a pretty personal approach, and then particularly when you said in the Waves of Consequences and what he's doing switch. Maybe you could think of like Jamie O'Brien and guys like that have kind of brought that into their attack. But Cowley's doing that in his heats, which is again like almost cheeky. How confident he is when it comes to barreling waves. So yeah, maybe a little bit of influence there from Jamie O'Brien and guys like that to surf switchfoot. But when it comes to just his traditional surfing, I think he's definitely carved out his own path there. As we see scores for the second wave coming in. That's why I'm sitting in here. It's under 5.73. That's a good start. Really, really good start to the heat.
Oh, I love putting Stace on the spot. So good.
Hate being wrong.
AJ is out and about and has some exciting news for us.
Yeah, because Jesse, we got Dimitri back here on the glass. Not only is he on to his very first finals day of the 2025 Challenger Series season, but just got his very first Championship Tour wild card. So you're going to see this man on the CT at Lower Trestles next week. Dimitri, how did you find out the news?
Heard rumors that they were going to give a wild card to the highest North American finisher, and I don't know, they were just that rumors, and I kind of paid no mind to it. And then Will texted me last night, and I guess I was the highest finisher as of last night. So yeah, excited.
Well, and you are from Ventura, so just up the freeway from Lower Trestles. How familiar are you with that wave?
I've surfed it a lot. I kind of grew up surfing it just in the summers and stuff. I don't feel like the absolute most confident out there, but I feel like I've spent enough time that, yeah, I don't know, we'll go figure it out.
Well, and you have a few things to figure out in order to make it to your very first CT, because we're doing the math. Back in California, it's just about 6 p.m. on Friday night. Window opens Monday morning. It's Saturday here in Australia. How are you going to physically make it back to Southern California in time?
I'm gonna wing it. No, I don't know. There's a few flight options. We'll see. There's one tomorrow night. If I get on it, I'll get there late Sunday night or something like that. And then there's one Monday morning here that put me at LA at 6 in the morning, and it'd be getting picked up and straight to Lowers and straight into a Jersey if the traffic's not bad.
Because that's something we must consider in Los Angeles, is if the traffic's not bad. A lot of logistics, but so excited for you. Congratulations on the milestone.
Thank you so much.
Send it back to you, Jess.
Huge news there for Dimitri, and a little bit of...
That's his plane ride home.
That's it, across the globe on that.
Yep.
Board bag strapped to the back.
Couple of fuel changes mid-air on the way over.
You'll be set.
Easy done.
That's really exciting news, and we talk about CT wildcards. Both of these guys have had CT wildcards into a couple events, and it does a lot for a surface confidence.
I mean, and both of these guys too. Mateus Hurdy third in the Mexico event there when he was a wild card, and then Carly Vast, I believe, second to maybe Miguel Pupo a few years ago there in Tahiti. So it's it just goes to show the confidence of these young lads. They're really not scared of anything.
Here we go, Mateus. Wow, gorgeous down carve. Comes up again, and that traditional just kick the fins up. It can't hold on there for Mateus. A bit of a score gone begging there.
Massively. That's a real bummer there for Mateus.
He'll be annoyed with that one, Sky. What do you like about this one?
It's that carve. It's beautiful. I mean, so sad he couldn't ride out of that. I haven't seen that much of him falling, so yeah, a bit of a bummer, but it's very, very pretty.
He'll definitely be thinking about that one. I feel like he's the kind of guy who sits and watches over his waves after his heats.
Yeah, every time you go back, he watches it all.
We are going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Callie Vast, Mateus Hurdy, the rest of this heat. We'll be back shortly.
Shall we?
We love Fantasy Surfer. I've actually been trying really hard in all of them, and it's a lot harder than you think it is. Sky, are you into the fantasy surfing?
I actually was just doing it, and then that's where I found Dimitri on it.
Oh, you knew!
No, I saw it. I just saw it randomly, but yeah, I mean, it's like my second time doing it, but it's fun.
And did you put him in?
Yeah, no, I did.
While we were in the break, this is Callie Vast. This one didn't go into his top two, got some beautiful surfing done. He's just kind of not clicking with that end section exactly how he wanted to. And we can see that's Jules on the beach. He's trying to make that journey back to the top tier states.
Yeah, he is, and he's, look, he had a bit of a slip up this week, but I think that he was just, to be honest, kind of due. He's been on an absolute tear. And as we all know, the sport has its ups and down moments, and this week, unfortunately, couldn't capitalise, but he has been on fire. He won the QS here, he made the final on the Gold Coast, he made the final at Stab High, and he surfed one really good heat here, but then just kind of got a bit lost at sea in his second one. But just goes to show, as you mentioned, Sky, working with Mother Nature, that can kind of happen to anyone.
Sure. Mateus now takes it to the air, can't quite stick it. That's 2 waves in a row we haven't seen him get the makes, and he's, like you mentioned, Stace, he's definitely a momentum surfer.
Yeah, I think as we look at the Stonewood replay here, I mean, Sky, you spend way more time in the air than Jesse and I combined. Talk us through how hard that is.
Yeah, I mean, that was so quick from snap to air. I definitely couldn't do that, but yeah, that was tough. That was a tough one.
You kind of tricks it for kids. You're all into the cool straight airs and that.
Yeah. Trying, but nah.
What about wind at your back? Oh, sorry, excuse me, wind up the face like that, and there's such a strong offshore. What kind of challenges does that present?
Yeah, I mean, the wind's pretty strong down here, so it can definitely, throw the board out. But, Mateus, he knows what he's doing. He knows how to work with the wind. You saw yesterday, just always the board sticking to him. I'm definitely not at that level at all, but yeah.
We're going to go down to AJ on the glass again with Ryan Callanan.
Arcal, we were just sitting here looking at the waves all over Merewether, and there's so many options. How did you find the ones that you knew were going to get you through that heat against Lobby?
Yeah, I think we missed a really good wave at the start. It kind of I just had to block it out because I think it was amazing. I thought Lob was going and he thought he was too deep. So we both kind of pulled back and I was like, oh, I wish I just gave it a crack. But just had to reset. And I mean, the waves I got at the start, I didn't really think they were going to factor in. So, sometimes the heats just go slow. And I mean, today is beautiful waves, but you got to kind of find them. The bank we're surfing's just all beach breaks. So I'm just kind of trying to make it work as much as everyone else. But yeah, I didn't really feel like I surfed that well. I felt a little rushed and I don't know, just excited and anxious about, being this deep in the comp and potentially getting a really good result. So something to clean up.
Well, and it's been so cool to see the support that you have here on the beach. And I know a lot of support at home too, with Nina taking care of brand new daughter, Penny. Just how are you balancing being at home during this competition and also doing new dad duties?
Nina's been an absolute angel. She's doing such an amazing job, and she's been so good this week, just trying to let me get a little bit of sleep. But yeah, I'm actually been loving it, completely new routine and figuring it all out. But she's been down here for my heats, sleeping through them all, which is great. But yeah, I mean, just to have, to come in and just look along the whole promenade and just see Newcastle turn up and cheer and support me, I really feel the love. And over the years, I've kind of come to, it used to feel like pressure. It still does, but I feel more feel the love coming from everyone and trying to embrace that.
Well, Penny's certainly going to watch her dad compete in the first finals day of the 2025 Challenger Series.
Hopefully, yeah.
We'll see you tomorrow, Arcal.
Thank you.
I feel like that was just a snippet of how much Newcastle supports Ryan. He was really humble in that interview, but he is so loved down here.
Yeah, big time.
Mateus trying to build some momentum here. We've seen him have a couple no-makes. Goes big. It can't quite get the landing on that one. He's still got time, though. I mean, the Sky, as Jay said, you spend more time in the air than both of us. Where do you see these going wrong for Mateus?
Gosh, I don't know. Pressure's on, but I think he just looks really tricky out there. It's a bit timing maybe.
I'm just going to call this a robbery.
Yeah.
He really didn't do anything wrong there.
I don't know. Yeah, that looked pretty good to me, but Mateus.
Stace, the Stonewood slow-mo on this one kind of gives you...
He's right on landed in the wrong spot maybe, but...
Yeah, it gives you a better example. I think that was probably where it came down to. He landed as that wave was exploding.
Yeah.
Didn't get that, honestly, 30 centimetres closer to the beach, he makes that. And I agree with Stace, it was just a bit of robbery there. It was just that ever so slightly landed in the wrong spot. He's got 10 minutes to try and crawl his way back out of this heat, chasing a 5.84. It is Cowley, has a 6.1 and a 5.73. Hasn't betted on those scores since those first two waves. It's kind of been a theme we've seen time and time again. Sky break down the type of competitor you see yourself being in the surfing. Are you momentum? Are you sit and wait? What do we see from Sky Brown in the jersey?
Gosh, it's been very not consistent. I mean, I guess my goal is just to get on waves and just do my surfing, but sometimes, you know, I don't. I get too patient, and I've gotten I flipped the heats in the last minute many times. I've done that. But yeah, I guess always the goal is kind of to stay busy, but it doesn't happen very often.
We know you're an Olympian. I'm going to go out on a limb and go crazy. Would you ever consider doing 2 Olympic sports?
That was actually my goal for LA and for Paris. I mean, I missed it. I missed surfing by 1 spot last year.
Wow.
I was in the ISAs. I needed to make 1 more heat, and yeah, I didn't quite get it. But yeah, that's the goal for LA. 2 gold medals, they say. But
I think
yeah.
Dimitri Poulos had issues travelling from Australia to America to surf in 2 events. How are we going to do Tahiti and Paris?
Yeah, it would have been very, very tough.
I reckon you would have found a way.
I definitely would have.
Maybe some private travel.
Yeah, I definitely would have tried to get there in both. But yeah, it definitely would have been very tough.
Figure that problem out when it happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, LA might seem like a better place to do the two sports.
Yeah, for sure. And it's at Lowers. You know, I love not Lowers. I mean, sorry, it's in California. Like, you know, I have my place there. I spend a lot of time in California. So, yeah, at home.
Right now, Mateus, better looking first turn here, coming down. We know what he wants to do. Goes to the air, still with it. Can't get out over the foam. Landed really far up his board.
We kind of saw the other day from Dane Henry, just going to the air all the time, and I feel like Mateus just needs to remind himself he can turn his way out of this heat.
Definitely.
Very easily. And, you look at how good this first turn was here. Perhaps the air was the right call, and it probably was. But you can see at the moment he really only has eyes for one manoeuvre, and it's a very high risk manoeuvre, and it will score extremely well if he makes it. But he's 0 from 5 in his last 5 attempts, and that's, at some point he's gonna have to factor in the conditions and the wind, because he's doing everything right. It's just this wind is just holding him up in the air and pushing him back out off the back of the wave a bit too much, and it is just a game of inches, like you said, Jesse. And his last one he landed in the ejection. This one he kind of landed in the foam, but it's not a day that the foam's going to push you out. With the tide the way it is and the rest of it, there's just a few little things working against him.
It does hit that deeper water as well. It hits a bit of a gutter, so getting out in front can be hard. Coming up next, though, we've got an all-Brazilian affair. It's Pedersen Crisanto, who's on your screens right now. He's taking on Sammy Pupo, so 2 Championship Tour surfers who are trying to get themselves back there. Sammy down the beach, just coming off the first half of the CT. Unfortunately, didn't make the cut, but he's straight back into beautiful form here at Merewether. Sky, we know you're staying with the Brazilians. You spent a bit of time with Pedersen. How's his first event back been for him?
Oh, I mean, yesterday couldn't have gone better, for both of them. And yeah, I mean, so cool. I mean, this is like my first time meeting him, and never really got to see him surf before, so just seeing him surf, it's so inspiring, and he's such a cool guy, so down to earth, and yeah, he's super, super sweet, and yeah, he's amazing.
Yeah, kind of like Ryan is a new dad as well, so
Yes.
there's that little bit of extra drive to do well, especially in these first events. Your family's watching on back home, but we still have 6 minutes left in this one. Sammy Pupo's been looking so electric all event. And right now, he's probably hoping that his friend, fellow countryman, Mateus Hurdy, he needs a 5.84 with scores that we know are so attainable for Mateus, Sky.
For sure, he can do it anytime.
And this is Cowley. Massive first turn, comes back around, gets a bit hung up on that second section. It has been the tail, just getting ever so slightly hung up. Richie Lovett, you are out and about, my friend. What is going on?
Thanks, Jess. Yeah, here with the Newcastle Airport board check, and I've got Mateus's Hurdy backup board here. I've got no idea how big it is, no idea of the width, volume or anything, because it's got this wild spray on it, so I can't see much. But what I can tell you, it is a JS Industries Golden Child, and that model is a byproduct of some of the work that Parko did back in the late 2000s, and we know that world champ Joel Parkinson surf like an absolute maestro. And it's a beautiful board, nice rounded square tail, little squash tail, as some might say. Different to a lot of the other competitors going for that rounded tail in the more, softer conditions, cuts through the line a little bit better. We know that Mateus loves to stay above the lip, so this little rounded square tail, squash tail, gives him a little bit more of a platform to work off on the tail. Almeric signature fins, now they are a really raked fin. They've got a lot of sweep on them, and that allows him to hang in. But the unique thing about the AM template is that it's got a smaller back fin, so you get the best of both worlds. Lots of drive off the side fin, and you get the release off the back fin. Another one of the little Ferraris out of the JS Industry stable. Mateus is back up board. He's doing all right.
Beautiful. Thank you, Rich. We just saw him finish a ride there for Mateus. So chasing a 5.84, that score, so achievable considering we've seen him lock in excellence all through this event so far. This one, though, for Cowley. Stace, what'd you see?
Oh, I think he could see a place in the quarterfinals on this wave, and unfortunately just didn't capitalise there. And then we see Mateus hurt his wave here. Speed never an issue for this young man. Big Larry to start, keeps his momentum going down the line, and the snap to finish. I think more importantly, just getting that completion, irrespective of where the score falls in there. Obviously he's hoping it's the 5.84, but even if it's not, just to get that feeling of riding out of one. It's been about 20 minutes since he has. And so the good thing is there's been a lot of waves in this heat, particularly for Mateus. So I really just think, even if he doesn't get the score, which we think it might fall just short, just getting that completion is crucial just to feel that ride out. 5.1, not enough. Still 3 minutes on the clock though.
Feels like he was listening to you, Stace. Just you mentioned he can surf his way out of this back. His ability on the face and those two turns. I know it wasn't the score, but it was really close.
Score came in just short. He should have done an air.
Oh.
No, I'm just kidding. It's a cruel world.
Come on.
He knows it. He knows he can do it with turns. And let's see what we get here.
Here we go. Chasing a 5.84. That one runs off at him. We mentioned at the start of the heat, Sky, Mateus, he's a momentum surfer, so you'd have to think even just completing that wave, that's a step in the right direction, especially with still time on the clock.
For sure, he can do it still. I mean, heat's not over till it's over, but yeah, definitely probably felt good to get one ride out and onto the next. But
you mentioned you've turned the heat a lot in the dying stage. This is pretty much what Mateus has to do on this one. Any Sky Brown advice for Mateus right now?
Just keep going, stay calm, just remember, it's not over till it's over. Still waves coming through, so don't give up yet.
Is this what you say to yourself?
Yeah.
Don't give up.
No, don't give up.
You got this.
Stay calm.
Finish your next wave.
What's the difference like in skateboarding? You know you're going to get your run, whereas surfing you don't know if you're even going to get the opportunity. What's the how does that anxiety differ between the two disciplines?
Well, it's definitely more scary. I mean, you don't know what you're going to get next or ever. So
with second priority, Mateus Hurdy.
Big air, but just the board coming away from him. So that wind, really starting to wreak havoc. We can see it's coming straight up the face there. I mean, it makes for these beautiful, clean conditions, but for someone who has an aerial game as strong as Mateus, it is probably his worst nightmare right now.
Sure.
You're brave if you're Cowley Vast to let that wave go. A very, very good decision there. But he'd be watching all those waves from the back going, okay, he hasn't landed an air in 5 attempts. I'm just going to let him go. And it was absolutely the right decision there from Cowley Vast.
We've seen this time and time again today. It's that fly on the wall kind of mentality where you just want to be out there knowing how he's feeling. You can see you scrambling around, and then that feeling of having Cowley just come sit right next to you with less than a minute to go. It is a bit of a competitor's worst nightmare there, Sky.
For sure. In skateboarding, you just have your go, you have your turn, it's all up to you. But surfing, no, that's not the way it works. So.
It's not the case. And I feel like that would have been a bit of an adjustment to come into surfing from skateboarding. As we see Mateus looking here. Needs a 5.84, goes to the air. Still, unfortunately, couldn't get the completion. He's got 30 seconds to get back out the back. Cowley staying so calm and collected, especially, I mean, the waves aren't the best quality waves, but the talent that Mateus possesses, you'd be a little bit scared as a competitor, Sky.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, surfing, it's that much more exciting because you don't know what you're going to get, but it feels so good when you get that wave and land it. Extra rewarding.
Mateus giving himself every opportunity, but unfortunately, he is going to be out of competition in the round of 16. We're going to see Callie Vass move through to the quarterfinals and keep extending his best result he's ever had in this Challenger Series. Really beautiful sportsmanship between these two. And we are going to go through the GWM heat recap, and it's been a pretty exciting one. At the start of this heat, it was Callie who just got this underway in a beautiful way. Sky, he's been surfing so good.
So good. So cool to see him getting those turns in after seeing him in the wave pool doing airs, you know.
Stace Mateus, he started off strong.
Yeah, this was a great wave here. Lovely second turn. Heaps of spray out the back, and you know, Mateus would have been feeling pretty good after that one. Unfortunately, though, he did have a couple of attempts in this heat that went undone. But yeah, Callie, he went quick back to back, pretty much like we saw from Winter Vincent. From this point on, he just had control of the heat.
Yeah, he just needed to make sure that this guy didn't get many more opportunities. He absolutely went for it, Mateus, but unfortunately that wind just being his worst nightmare, fought back with this wave, coming in just short of the score he was needing. But he's such a talented surfer. I mean, Mateus, he's definitely one a lot of people have picked to make that top 10 and qualify. He's got so close so many times. Sky, it's been an absolute pleasure having you in the booth. What's next for you? X Games is around the corner.
Yeah, so after this, go to X Games, and yeah, from then, I don't have a plan yet, but yeah, I got many events coming up this summer, and yeah, we'll see what happens. I guess winter here, but...
We look forward to seeing you compete in the X Games. We are going to go to a break and come back with the last heat of the round of 16. See you guys soon. Newcastle, one of the best spots to come to on the east coast of Australia, in the world for that matter. There are so many great, amazing activities to get a part of. The food is divine, the people are amazing, and there is a reason why we're coming back here again in March.
Yeah, absolutely. Start here, finish here. Why not? How's the day on us? Wowee.
We came down, blue skies, this gorgeous sunrise this morning, and we still had really pumping waves. I mean, it's dropped off a little bit to what we saw yesterday, but these banks, they're just so fun down here at Merewether, whether we're up on this north part of the bank, more towards Dixon Park, or down towards the pools and the ladies. It's been cooking the last couple of days.
Yeah, absolutely cooking. And, you know, we mentioned it slowed up a little bit, but you wouldn't think so looking at that last heat. There was heaps of opportunity. I mean, a surfer like Mateus heard he doesn't need the greatest quality wave to get the highest scores, and unfortunately he couldn't get the completion that he was chasing. But nevertheless, there was still plenty of entertainment and plenty of good scoring rides on offer.
such a strong surfing town, and there's a big port as well where these massive ships come in. There's so much going on, so much to see, and I think that's why so many of the competitors and their family, their coaches have really enjoyed coming down here to Newcastle, just experiencing everything there is to have. What was that term you mentioned yesterday about boats floating?
Fata Morgana Mirage.
It's
if the temperature on the sea is hot enough, it looks like the boats are floating.
There you go. Learn something new every day. Callie Vast making it through to the quarterfinals, taking out Matthias Hurdy, who was looking so in form all event, just couldn't quite get himself the completion on some of his rides. In this heat, though, it's an all-Brazilian affair. Pedersen Crisanto taking on Samuel Pupo, two surfers who've had the taste of championship tour surfing, and I feel like that just makes the drive to get back there so much more.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, particularly Sammy, he's literally just come from Margaret River. Pedersen Crisanto spent a few seasons away from the top tier, but he knows what it's like. And, you know, he certainly, after the displays he's put on this week, he'll be looking to go really deep here. You know, he was speaking to Morgan Sibilic a little earlier this morning. He was unfortunately eliminated from competition, and, you know, he was a bit hard on himself. You know, 9th isn't really a result. I beg to differ. If you have a bigger result later in the year, a second or a first, you pair that up with a 9th and you're looking pretty good. So one way or another, I think that a 9th could probably be your 4th or 5th result. You're keeping 5 of 7. So not a bad start if you get a 9th here, which is eliminated in the round of 16. But as we mentioned, just making one extra heat, getting into the quarters, you know, like we've seen our surfers this morning, Callie Vass, Ryan Callanan, etc. They're on their way to massive results here to start the season.
This heat was Morgan's worst nightmare last year. Unfortunately, didn't get out of this round, but he's just been so switched on. So much support for everyone's regions down here as well. It's such an international affair. Right now, Brazil tuning into this one. It feels like these two friends for a really long time. Sammy, you know, probably looking up to Pedersen. He qualified before Sammy did. And he's got the inside on this first section. And he's gonna stroke in. No heat restart on this one. Goes for the reverse there, but unfortunately it's not going to happen. We saw in that last heat with Matthias a lot of wind coming back up the face, so potentially something these guys might take into consideration.
Yeah, Pedersen Crisanto going for the big club Sanger. Bit too much picanha on that one. Didn't quite get the completion, but yeah, as we saw with Matthias Hurdy in that last heat, a lot of wind wreaking havoc. If you're going to be making those types of pretty dynamic manoeuvres, you're going to need to have everything pretty much go your way to perfection. If there's any too much wind under the board or the direction of the landing's a little off, it's going to be very, very difficult to ride out of those turns.
Like I mentioned, Pedersen spending some time on that championship tour. He also had a couple wild cards in his early stage of his career into Brazil, and you know, we just hear the news of Dimitri getting the spot in Trestles, and just the acceleration of confidence that gives someone thinking about Winter Vincent earlier this year. Those wild cards for Pedersen definitely would have paved the way for his career.
Oh, massively. Yeah, getting those chances. And then also, too, just the timing of it all, like psychologically for someone like Dimitri, he's going to be floating. He's going to be feeling so good this week. I think of Luana Silva over there at the World Juniors. I think she got news that she was going to take Stephanie Gilmore's spot probably just before she paddled out for the final. And then, you know, we know how that result went. World Junior champion straight onto the tour by way of a wild card. Thanks for coming.
Thanks for coming. You'll take it. And Sammy, you mentioned earlier he's not a surfer you believe belongs on the Challenger Series.
I do think he's a cut above the rest. You know, speed, angle of his board that he's on. He's got all the airs. We've seen him in the tubes at Pipeline and stuff like that. But, hey, that's just the way it goes. He couldn't pull it together on the tour this year. But it's not through lack of talent. It might be a few other things, maybe just some micro decision making and getting himself into the right places to make those heats. Because, yeah, his ability on the surfboard, definitely not an issue.
These two surfers definitely would have, you know, picked their brain of each other for a long time, supporting each other all throughout the week as well. We saw Michael Rodriguez hanging out with Sammy Pupo in the Bonsoy athletes area earlier today as well. Really strong community mentality between the Brazilians. Sammy Pupo going to get his heat underway here. Comes around this first section. Wow, so much speed on a smaller wave, making it look just so fun. Clicks into that second one. Drifts the fins on his third turn here. Wants a little finishing turn and gets it. I mean, not the biggest wave we've seen come through today, but the way he surfed that, he surfed it up.
sizzling. Absolutely on fire. You're right, Jesse, it's a smaller wave, but even the start of that, just beautiful carve through out of the top, and even for a check turn, he just throws a bucket of water out the back. A little bit of variety there in the carve with the slide. Nearly took his own leggy off, and then finishes the wave here with a nice little tap to finish. So he'll be stoked to get that one on the board and get his heat going.
Sammy, one of the cool duos, the siblings duos that we've seen on the Championship Tour and the Challenger Series with his brother Miguel, who qualified for that second half of the season. So we're going to see him over at Trestles. It is that support network that I don't think can put into words what it means to have a sibling do what you do.
Oh, particularly after last year, how they both fell off together in just excruciating fashion. Obviously, Sammy would like to be there with his brother, but not the case. Miggy's having a career. He's having a great year. He's had about 4 or 5 quarterfinal finishes on the tour. He's seen himself right up the top end of the ratings, and he's had great success at Trestles before, so I know he'll be stoked to get into that event, but it's certainly, back over to Sammy this week. And, he's had to come here and do it all on his own. I know he's jumped in with Matt Myers this week, and we'll be getting some help from him. I know that Sammy's never really worked with a coach before, because he's probably always had Miggy or Father Wagner to help him out. But it's good to see.
Another brother duo we love in this sport is the Blakeys, and we have Vaughan on the glass with Callie Vast.
Not quite. Not up on the glass yet, Jess. I'll tell you why. Because I'm going to throw out a big tribute to our brother, Kaipo Guerrero, with a Fat Boy tribute. You ready? I'm going to do a shout out to Kaipo. Here we go. F-A-T-B-O-Y, eat it up. You know the rules. Fat Boy, the official e-bike of the WSL. These things are all-terrain, and they've been naughty. They've been at the all-terrain buffet, and they just eat up the gravel, the grass, the bitumen. They are elite machines. And, of course, if you come down to the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, you can click on this little thing here, the QR code, and go into the running to win yourself this epic machine. And let me tell you something. I'm going to enter again. I've entered a few times, but you would love to go home with over $4,000 worth of premium e-bike. Fat Boy, Kaipo, we love you guys, mate.
We love you too, Vaughan. You're a bit all-terrain this week. You've been eating it all up.
I have been, mate.
Vaughan on a fat bike, it feels like the miles on that would be a little bit terrifying. He would do some damage on that thing. Sammy Pupo getting a 517 for his first one, has a look there, runs off pretty fast on that bank. We know that there's a wave over there at Ladies that's been breaking pretty consistently, a really fun right rip bowl. When do you reckon we're going to see competition move back towards it?
Oh, soon, I reckon, just with the tide. And I reckon it's looking really, really fun. It's obviously a different shape wave, bit longer, bit more of a technical as far as the lineups. If you're a bit too deep, you won't get the good ones. If you're kind of too far in, you're going to miss a scoring opportunity. It's quite a specialised little X marks the spot takeoff zone, as opposed to out here. It's a bit more just get out the back and find the peak. But yeah, it's definitely looking pretty fun. Even you heard Jacob Wilcox say, he warmed up there this morning. There's definitely waves just in the back of your screen there, the top of the screen. You can see all the local grommies frothing out. But I think, maybe 1 or 2 heats into the women's draw, but it also will take someone to go there, And I think a lot of the competitors and their coaches, they'll be just kind of looking at both options, and it will take someone to kind of, like what we saw with Lucas Silveira yesterday out the back here. He was the first one to come here. Then no one really came here until the men started up again. Sophie McCulloch was the only lady that came out and gave it a crack, and then pretty much the first heat of the men's, I think we saw 2 on the inside and 2 on the outside yesterday. I think we might see a bit of that before it just settles back on the inside again. Yeah,
it'd be interesting to see if we have a heat where one person chooses to sit here, the other chooses to surf at Ladies. That would be the kind of the telltale sign of which one's the better bank. Sammy Pupo, Pedersen Crisanto. 2 big turns there. And that's more like it for Pedersen. That's the Pedersen we've been seeing all week.
Huge turns, big connections with the lip there.
Getting himself a score just before this halfway mark. Stace, what do you love?
Just love how he's sort of pretty effortless, but when he connects with the lip, you can see how much spray and how much power he's putting into those turns. Love this drone angle. Get to see the lines that he's drawing on the wave and just how quickly he transitions from bottom turn to snap. He's a powerful lad, and you get to see it on full display.
It's one of those moments where we saw a wave like Sammy's that really stretched out along the bank. We saw multiple really fast searing maneuvers, and then we see a wave like Pedersen's. It's short and sharp, but they're pretty big exclamation points on that short, sharp wave. So we saw something similar with Jarvis Earl in his heat earlier. Just got the X factor over across the line with those shorter, sharper waves. So you'd have to think Pedersen would get there, and it is. It's a 6.5 for Pedersen. Crisanto takes him into the lead. Now we are looking at a couple lines rolling through, maybe some more action. Here we go, Pedersen looking again, decides he doesn't like that one, so running off really fast on that bank there. Sammy Pupo out the back with first priority, and he's down in second, but it's not a massive requirement. Okay, and now we're gonna catch up with AJ, who's with Cali Vast.
Cowley, what a way to start your 2025 Challenger Series campaign. We were just talking about how critical it was for you to get a result here to start out this 2025 season. How'd you get it done?
No, yeah, stoked to finally do an interview. I barely made my hit, my first 2 hits. And no, yeah, I'm super stoked. My board is...
The wind still picking up down here on the beach.
Yeah, no, so yeah, I'm super stoked. And yeah, it was a hard heat. All the hits has been really hard. Good surfers, and no, yeah, I managed to take 2 waves, 2 good ones, and managed to make my hit. So I'm really happy.
And you've added to your camp Joan Deroux, a former competitive surfer, obviously, who has so much knowledge, so much insight. What have you guys worked on in this off season to prepare you for this year?
So yeah, we create a lot of good memories, I guess, with the Olympic stuff and Olympic contest. And yeah, he's really behind me. He's really giving everything 100%, 110% behind me. We are a good crew, I think. And yeah, it's a good match because yeah, he has great knowledge. He knows exactly the sandbank, the spots we have in the Challenger Series, the competition mode. He's a competitor. He's yeah, he's unbelievable. So I think I'm gonna learn a lot this year with him, and yeah, can't wait for the rest of the year. We start good, so it's a good sign, and yeah, I'm super stoked to work with Joan this year.
You have so many accolades, and last year a huge one, obviously, becoming an Olympic gold medalist. Just how are you approaching this Challenger Series year mentally?
Yeah, I guess Olympics is for the past. I did, I mean, I enjoy when I had the time to enjoy. Now back to focus. I've been training hard with my boards, with my crew, with my family, with my mental preparation also, because I think this is the key. And especially for me, I needed like a little time to come back home with my family, train a lot, and yeah, and then back to the main focus. The main goal is to qualify for sure. So this is the main goal, and I'm gonna give everything this year. So I'm not gonna have regret. And if I qualify, it's the goal. But if I don't, it's okay.
One step closer. Congratulations.
Yes, one step.
One step at a time. Love that breakdown there from Cali Vast. Let's find out who is going to take the win and be on the glass with AJ after this replay, because Pedersen got himself a pretty cool cover-up here, Stace.
A little shampoo. I don't think the judge is going to go too crazy. Live action, Jess.
Sammy up and riding, really gorgeous opening carve here. Lays it into a second one, drifts and holds it up the top. Brings it back around, has another section with a finish, and claps from Stace Galbraith.
Under pressure, you know, that's the kind of stuff that Sammy would just feel so good about right now. I think on the tour, perhaps, it hasn't always been the way for him.
We're going to check out the replays and scores right after this at Bonsoy Brew Break.
The Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by City of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. By Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. And by Burton Automotive Group, over 60 years of automotive excellence, proudly supporting our surfing community.
7 Brazilians have won this event in the past. These two trying to make that tally 8, and that last wave of Sammy Pupo is a step in the right direction, a 9.17 Stace.
Wow. That was amazing surfing, and you know, it wasn't like buzzer beater territory. There's still a lot of time left on the clock, but that exchange was so crucial. And we saw it here. This was the first kind of the start of the set. Pedersen got a little shampoo there. But this wave here, Sammy had to go to the lead on this wave. And he did way more than that. Beautiful combination of opening manoeuvres there. Great variety. 3 different turns, each one just as good as the other. And a nice little finish there. And yeah, they're the claims I was talking about. Just the little one, just for yourself.
A little Mick Fanning.
Just a little Mick Fanning. Yeah, you know, like the hands aren't going above the head. It's just I belted that wave, and man, that felt good. I know there's you know, there's probably about 11 minutes on the clock when he rode that wave, but he absolutely needed to deliver on that, and he did. As we see the range of scores there from the judges.
Yeah, from a 9.5, 9-point ride. So we're going to drop the highest and lowest scores. It averages out at that 9.17. You give yourself a little Mick Fanning fist pump in the free surf sometimes? Are you that kind of guy? I doubt it.
Nah.
Maybe by yourself.
I'm very, as you could understand, it might come as a surprise to you, but I'm very vocal.
It is not a surprise.
Yeah. But I'm also vocal for other people. Like, I actually think that watching people get tubed is like just as good as getting tubed. And on the Goldie, you get to see a lot of that.
You do.
Kira, for one. 1,000 people in the water, and you're just one of 1,000, so you watch 999 other tubes. So, yeah, I like yelling and hooting and hollering. But I guess it would be a little bit perplexing, I think, maybe though. If you got the wave of your life, yeah.
Little fist pump
afterwards. I'd probably just, I don't know.
Hands above overhead, that one. I look forward to it, Stace. I hope I'm there for it. But at that 9.17, it is that massive turning point in this heat. I mentioned at the start, 7 Brazilians have won this before. This lady on your screen, she's won it 3 times before, chasing her 4th title here at the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, and she's won it during so many different phases of her career and so many different phases of this event, and she's got a tall task with Sol Aguirre.
Yeah, Sol's been a bit of a dark horse. She's been absolutely ripping. Had some great performances out on the Merewether Rocks section, and today it looks like we're going to see both ladies head out the back on this back bank, and yeah, it's been a great event so far for Sol. And then, you know, Sally's obviously on the other side of that, where she's just come off the tour and she wants to get back there.
Yeah, Sal just really focusing on keeping it light, keeping it fun, back on the Challenger Series. And I know it's not where she wants to be, but I love having her on the Challenger Series. It feels like she sets this competitive tone for the rest of the field, for the women.
Definitely.
Sammy trying to drop a 5.17 on this one. Comes around this first section, bit of a check turn down the line, and it doesn't have that big end section he was looking for. But that 9.17 has him pretty far on the lead. Pedersen chasing a 7.85. We've seen him get excellence this event so far, Stace. At 7.85 today for Pedersen. How do you see that going down?
Yeah, it's all just going to come down to the opportunity that comes his way. It's a pretty nice wave just breaking down there. You saw the foam line left over from what was left behind. So unfortunately, Pedersen just rolled the dice on the first wave of that set, left him a bit out of position for that next one. But it's all going to come down to the wave, and if it lets him do 2 or 3 or 4 big turns. I don't think you could manufacture a score that big today. I think you will need the wave to cooperate. And I think for Pedersen, that'd be at least 2 big turns. And he's definitely got it in him.
Thinking about some of those past champions we've had here from Brazil, Guilherme Herdy, he was the first one to take victory, Mateus's uncle, Adriano de Souza, William Cardoso, Alejo Muniz, Iago Dora. How do you see the likes of these two adding their name to that list?
Very high. Yep. This could be a final. There's the 2 form surfers of the event so far. You know, I put Xavier Huxtable in that mix as well. But yeah, unfortunately, we're going to lose one of these gentlemen right here. And at the moment, it's Pedersen Crisanto with his back against the wall.
4 minutes 20, chasing a 7.85. So much experience between these two surfers. 6 years of championship tour history, actually, just between the two of them. Both so young still. Sammy, 24. Pedersen, 33. Just brought his first child into our little baby boy, Filippo, back home watching with his partner, and it gives you something else to surf for. We saw Ryan talk about it with his new daughter Penny, just knowing you have that support there. You said it yesterday, Stace, even if you get comboed, your kids are still going to love you.
You'd hope so. You know what I mean?
They would.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's interesting you talk to Ryan. He's a very, very thoughtful bloke, and he takes a lot of time in his preparation. And I think, like, yeah, obviously, like you said, his regular week and regular programming has just been completely thrown into, you know, not disarray, but it is a different routine. You know, obviously sleeping less and trying to work together with your partner to figure it all out. And I think that's the cool thing about it. He's still surfing just as good as ever. He's put a huge result on the board here already, and yeah, it just opens your eyes up to different ways to get prepared and keeps you just focused on what's really necessary.
Back against the wall now, though, for Pedersen. We haven't seen him in one of these pressure cooker situations yet. He's pretty much won all of his heats from the very first wave. He's been that guy who's dropped the highest score at the start of the heat, did a massive full row on first day of competition with a really quick spin. We talk about his cat-like reflexes mixed with this aggressive power behind his surfing, and how a lot of people don't have that skill set like he does. He looks like he's scrambling to get onto this wave. Using up first priority here for Pedersen. Needs a big score. It's a 7.85. Beautiful opening snap in the pocket. Lays back into it. Rips into that second carve. Comes up again with a finish. He likes it for Pedersen. That was a beautiful combination of maneuvers there from start to finish.
That was great surfing. I reckon he might get your skates on, mate, get back out there, because this is a 7.85 as a requirement. If he doesn't go there, it's going to be really close. Wow. Love that second carve. And he gets the finish on that wave, and you can just see the emotion, how much it means to these boys. Lovely drone angle there. Just where he's putting the carve, high and tight in the pocket. And a nice way to finish. What's your initial thoughts, Jess, as we watch this Stone and Wood slow-mo replay?
Really love that first turn. Just the way he lays into it adds a bit more risk into that turn, but that second carve, the way he held it all the way down, needed the finish. Thought he might have grabbed his nose a little bit coming down towards us. Like, oh no, but pulled it up just in time before the end. I mean, the three turns, they all had brilliant moments. It'll definitely go close to a 7.85. It's that 5.17, that is Sammy's Achilles heel right now. He really needs to get that out of his top two, because you don't want to lose a heat with a 9.17. And look at these scores coming through. He's now back up against the wall for Sammy Pupo, chasing a 5.83, because that last wave, an 8.5 Stace, went excellent.
It's really, really well done there, as we see Sammy a replay here, Jess. And he, like you said, he's only needs a better at 5.17. Beautiful slashing turn. Oh, unfortunately, just a backwash kind of caught him by surprise there. He did regain priority, though.
He's out the back with first priority.
45 seconds remaining.
This is those moments where these slow lulls in between sets is a competitor's worst nightmare. You know, you get these really beautiful canvases today, but the period is a little bit shorter, which means they are a bit more few and far between. Looking like there is potentially a line coming through.
I don't think he'll get the chance to go the next one. I think he's got to pull the trigger on this one.
He's got to go this wave. There's 15 seconds on the clock. Sammy Pupo chasing a 5.83. It's a smaller wave, but we know he can surf it up. Floats that first section. Belts it for a second. He can't hold on, though, so it is going to be this man, Pedersen, who's made a return to competitive surfing this year, moving on through to quarterfinals with a massive full row to the beach to try and better a 6.5. That is the way you sign off a heat there, Stace.
Vai! Congratulations, Pedersen. Pat of Beans, he'll be absolutely stoked. And you mentioned it, he's actually had a bit of a mixed bag week. He's had heats where he's dominated, but you think about the back to that day where it was wild and woolly. And unfortunately, he sent Jackson Baker packing on the final seconds. He got the score read out on the beach. And so if you think about his whole event, Jess, you're spot on. He's had heats where he's dominated, and then now he's had 2 heats where he's had to win in the dying moments. He is looking primed for finals day.
Showcasing that he's been doing the work in the off-season. This full rotation got the air and the trajectory he needs out over the foam. This is exactly what Matthias Hurdy was looking for in this heat, just that little extra distance out in front.
The flatmate, the old bull, showing the young boys how it's done.
That's it, 777. Hey, he had one of those the other day too. Massive heat total. It was a 16.27, and he got those points in the last 2 minutes of that heat. It really goes to show it's not over till it's over. We are losing Sammy Pupo in the round of 16. GWM recap, it was an exciting one, Stace.
Yeah, Sammy Pupo got us underway here. This was, like you said, Jess, this was the score that, it served its purpose at this point in the heat. It got him going. But unfortunately, not being able to better the 517 is essentially what cost him this heat. And this is Pedersen here on one of his opening rides. Wow. 6.5 to get us going there. And then this was the highlight moment of the heat for Sammy.
Yeah, excellent surfing here. Gorgeous opening swoop. That combo into that, the way he held at the top of the wave, brought it straight back around and just finished as strong as he started for Sammy. And that 917, it was the high mark of the heat. Unfortunately, though, losing with a 9, but just goes to show he's ready to be back on the tour.
Yeah, absolutely. It's scoring the points is never an issue for Sammy if he can find the waves. And this is Pedersen here, who's chasing the 785. And he got the score on that wave, turned the heat, and then he even went one better at the end there, 777 to finish the heat. And the points total there spread is that's a lot bigger than how close that heat actually was.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the Grommets just loving meeting some of their heroes down here at Merewether, and the fight back from Pedersen Crisanto in that heat was brilliant. We're going to go to a break and bring back in the women's round of 16 with Ronnie Blakey and Richie Lovett.
The city of Newcastle turning it on for us here on stop 1 of the Challenger Series. The Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy and Pedersen Crisanto. Causing another upset. He was the highest scoring surfer of the event after yesterday afternoon, but he had a very difficult draw there. and managed to get the jump on Samuel Pupo, and he is on his way to the finals day, Rich. Great performance.
That was incredible. The big air at the end of the heat too, but, you know, kept his composure against one of the more favoured competitors to take the event out. You know, we know how just lethal Sammy Pupo is in these events in particular. He is on, so that's a big win.
Yeah, great matchups established now in the quarterfinal bracket for the men. We've got to find our quarterfinalists on the women's side, and we're going to see Sally Fitzgibbons up against Solagire, and this should be a good one. Sal Fitz has looked so strong, just back to a dominant best on her road through this point in the competition, and she's going to get started quickly here.
Great wave to start things off for Sal. Multiple turns on that opening wave. Really composed look about her performance, and what a way to start.
Yeah, the most accomplished surfer in the draw at SURFEST this year. Amazing her results, and you know, she's come back from the heartbreak of being cut from the tour a couple of times before, and the way she's surfing, we expect her to rebound again. Here's the Burton Automotive replay.
Geez, there's a beautiful looking wave here. That's the second snap. Bit more flare on the second one. And the third gets nice and high. Just technically sound performance on that wave. And watch this second turn from above. Clicks it, gets a little fin drift. Punches that tail through the lip, and Sal just really showing a lot of energy on this opener. As we look at the Stone and Wood slow-mo, keeps that momentum down the line. That's the little flare there. You saw it tuck that back knee in. Right, almost close, almost touching the deck of the board.
Yeah, impressive stuff. Sally Fitzgibbons there. She's going to bank a solid score to kick off, and she's going to put the pressure right on the Grom. Just in contrast, this should be a lot of fun, this heat. We've enjoyed watching Sol's performances so far. She's got the benefit of some local knowledge staying with the Smith family. Reese, a great surfer from this region. So the Peruvians going to have a good shot here against Sally, but Sal drops excellence on her very first wave here, Rich.
And that is, couldn't have asked for anything more. Well, I guess you could, 9 or a 10, but getting a wave in the excellent zone as you kick off into the heat, it's just, it does two things. It gives you a shot of confidence, but it also pops the bubble a little bit for the competitor. Instantly puts them on notice, and just makes her think. You know, Sol's now thinking, wow, I need an 8 just to be in this hunt.
Yeah, Sol's really starting to collect some impressive finishes, though, and lifting her performance. Always working on her surfing, has been charging over in Tahiti the last couple of years. That was in preparation for the Olympics. There's a couple of strong Peruvian surfers in the draw on the Challenger Series this year. Daniela Rosas, she's been impressive as well. We saw Sol in a CT event back in 2022 over in Brazil. She had a 9th place finish there. Her best finishes on the Challenger Series. They came the last 2 seasons. Got to 27th place in 2023 and 35th last year, but her best results were 9th. So she understands the importance of surviving this round now to take that next step on her road to qualification. And it's going to have to come off the back of a strong performance here, because Sally dropping an excellent number, and we know Sal's got unbelievable credentials. Rich, 12 career CT victories, one of the most winning surfers. Almost claimed a 13th victory up on the Gold Coast this year. And you know, I think Sal's just been feeling a bit of that pressure. You know, at different stages, she really switched on in 2025, but the runs through to the quarterfinals have been a little tougher than they were in the earlier stages of her career, but definitely established herself as one of the most dominant, consistent performers on the championship tour in her time, and just amazing. I mean, in her first 7 years on tour, she was in the top 5. She had 3 title runner-ups got so close to breaking through, but she's accomplished some of her dreams, represented her country at the Olympics. And, you know, I think the shock of being cut from the tour, that's gone now. She's re-engaged in the fight, clearly, and is starting to warm up here on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, that's one thing that Sally does just so well is erase the past, process it, deal with it, get through it, and then rally again. And we've seen her do that so many times. You know, you go through slumps, even on the championship tour, and you feel like you sort of get beaten down, and then you find a way to get back up and win again. But the last couple of seasons, Sal's unfortunately found her way back onto the Challenger Series, but she's dominated when she's gotten back on there.
Yeah, we spoke about it. Sal did crack the final 5 in 2021 and got a 3rd place finish that year. So that felt like it was sort of a return to the top of the ranks for Sal, but
not that long ago either.
No, well, that was the first year of the kart, but I just feel like the old format, which we're going to return to in 2026, really suited Sally. It's an expanded field.
I agree.
And the way that she's able to get herself back onto the CT with her runs on the Challenger Series kind of has me thinking that, you know, if she can get back to the CT, she'll lock in and be there for basically as long as she wants to. Such a consistent campaigner.
I'm going to lock her in as one of my picks to make the tour. I think we'll see her back on the championship tour in 26. She's so good. The composure's there, the form's there. She's lost nothing of the performance. Just really astute at always working on technique and equipment, and it's just so engaged in the sport as a whole.
And she had 2 victories on the Challenger Series schedule last year, the US Open, and Irisira won the Challenger Series in 2024. And the way she's surfing at the moment, she might take the ratings lead after this stop. But not if Sol can have her say. She's got priority out there at the moment. Bit of a break in the set waves here. Let's check in with the winner of the last heat with AJ.
Thanks so much, Ronnie Pedersen. You are just on a tear here to start the 2025 Challenger Series, and that heat had so much drama at the end. When you see Sammy drop a 9.17, what were you telling yourself to make sure you stayed in the heat?
Yeah, thanks God for another one. And yeah, when Sammy dropped the 9, I knew I have to wait for the set. And the first time of the start of the heat, I was a little bit like too deep. And unfortunately, I got my first wave and just closed out, and he has the priority. And he has the best 2 waves in the heat. You know, I saw the right, and was like a long right, and he did the 9. So I knew I have time to wait for a good set, and that's what I did. To be patient and believe in myself, believe in God. And yeah, it worked.
It certainly did, and you're somebody that has leaned on that belief in yourself to get it done when you need to. You've been working and working at this tour for so many years. How does a moment like this, where you make it to finals day on the very first event of the Challenger Series, validate all of that hard work and what you've been through to get back here?
Yeah, for sure. Everything I did, training, and yeah, all the hard work, it's pay off. Start the year with finals day. It's like a good start. And yeah, I'm so excited for this year. First event, first final day. Yeah, thank you Jesus, thank my family. And I want to say something in Portuguese. Obrigado a todo mundo que tá torcendo. Pô, tô muito feliz, primeiro finals day. Sabia que o Sam ia ser difícil ali, ele pegou as melhores ondas da bateria, mas graças a Deus consegui virar no finalzinho ali. E é isso, muito feliz começar o primeiro evento do ano fazendo finals day. Muito obrigado a todos os meus patrocinadores, minha família, minha esposa, Filipe, beijão do papai. Matinhos, minha família de Campinas, meus amigos, galera que está acompanhando aí, deu nós novamente. E é isso, acreditar, estou bem confiante no meu equipamento. E vamos para a próxima. Finals Day, muito obrigado, Senhor. Thanks everyone.
Parabéns, we'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Pedersen Crisanto, he is buzzing, and so he should be, putting up big heat totals through a couple of rounds now. And booting some of the favourites out of the draw. 16 minutes to go here, and Sally Fitzgibbons backing up the 8 with a 3.33, capable of so much more, obviously, but just keeping busy, wanting to put some pressure on the 21-year-old.
Just a little backup score here for Sal. Just gets a little tail slide drift. on a small inside wave, so just a 3-3-3. And then that'll bring her into double digits, still with that whopping 8-point ride as her opening score. And Sol's going to have to answer back here, but she's patiently waiting, which she needs to do. No point taking off on anything substandard. She's been doing some great surfing in this event up to this point.
Yeah, in attack mode, throwing some real risk at the panel, and she'll need it in this heat. We've just on 15 minutes remaining, and Sally Fitzgibbons holds the lead. Soligire playing catch-up at the moment. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Welcome back to the show. Hope you're enjoying it as much as we are. We've got the round of 16 underway for the women here in clean conditions at Merewether just after midday. Looking to set up some quarterfinals. The bracket on the men's side for the quarters, the head-to-head clashes that have been established are unbelievable, worth checking out on worldsurfleague.com. But right now we're seeing a replay of this wave for Soligire, looking to get back in this heat against the dominant force that is Sally Fitzgibbons on the Challenger Series. Sal's resilience has been a massive story the past couple of seasons, showing real emotion when she's locked in her place on the championship tour after fighting through the challenges. But you know, a really well-known athlete here in Australia, even at different stages between tour events, hosting Wide World of Sports, and always very popular and easy to get behind. A big smile. But Sally Fitzgibbons, you know, I've enjoyed watching these last few years for Sal, because she's been through so much, and she articulates what she's feeling really clearly, wears her heart on her sleeve. And it's cool just to be able to hear from the athlete when they're feeling vulnerable or questioning, you know, what their plans are going to be in the future. And, you know, after the runner-up finish on the Gold Coast at the Burleigh event, the CT event this year, Sal said, you know, I'm in this, I love it, I'm going to keep going. But after being cut for the third year in a row, there was maybe some question marks about what she was going to do in the highly emotional state she was in after being cut. But you know, I'm glad she's reset her focus on the Challenger Series, because we mentioned it before, big changes happening on the Championship Tour next year, Rich.
Yeah, big changes, and we're going back to the one season format without the final five situation, where we will find the world champion. It will be, our world champ will be crowned on a accumulation of points all the way through the season, and we will back at the pipeline to crown the world titles, which is super exciting. It's what I knew when I was on tour. The 10 years I did, that was the format. We started in Oz, we finished in Hawaii, and you know, just that one surfer that dominates the tour and gets the points and has competed the best at every location. You know, they're a worthy champion at the end of the year.
Yeah, I mean, they've all been worthy champions for sure. And, you know, during this Final Five format that we've had, the top seeds on the men's side, the #1 surfer through the regular season has gone on to win the world title. Yep. And on the women's side, it's been a little bit of a shift up. Carissa Moore, unfortunately for her, lost a couple of titles at that Final Five event. But, you know, even Stephanie Gilmore, after surfing away from 5th on the ratings and getting a world title from Carissa, turned around and said, I thought you were the best surfer this year, despite the fact that she was holding the world title. So, you know, it's going to be interesting to see. And, oh, man, all those stories are going to start to emerge soon. Are we going to see Carissa back on the championship tour in 2026? It's going to be so interesting to watch it all unfold, because we've had a few champion surfers taking a hiatus. Medina from injury, John Florence taking a year off at the moment, and we're not entirely sure what it looks like, the field for next year's championship tour. And obviously the Challenger Series is going to play a big part in determining what that cast looks like. But here goes Sally Fitzgibbons, looking to drop the 3.33, a lot of speed, but there's some foam on the face to deal with. Tricky section, but Sal does get that turn executed pretty nicely on the final section.
Yeah, make the most of it. There was that one big foamy section that stood up, and gee, she did well to stay connected. All sorts of wobble going through the face of it, so she takes a bit of a high line here. You saw the adjustment of her back foot, plants it, and then tags the lip. Really difficult with all that froth and bump on the face. It's kind of like driving a car over gravel. You never really get the bottom of the board and the concaves working, the fins engaging. There's all sorts of turbulence there. It's not clear water that's running over the equipment. So she did well. She's steadily building. 3.93. Soliguera just yet to really put a significant number. And all of a sudden, we're down to 8 minutes to go. So pressure really starting to build here for Sol. There hasn't been a lot of waves in this heat. We have gone past low tide at 11, so we're an hour and a half past there. Just past 20 past 12, midday here on the east coast of Australia.
First Challenger Series heat for these two head-to-head. Rich, when you were campaigning and you were a youngster coming through, was there an event where you came up against a champion, and you know you are kind of at times having the most difficult heats of your life on your quest to get to the championship tour?
You want me to talk about Hawaii again? It was definitely that event in Hawaii, because that's where all of the championship tour surfers would come and compete in that Triple Crown event, or that series of events. So you know, Haleiwa and Sunset, you would get all the names there, and yeah, that was probably the most difficult event I've had to be in. Great looking wave here. Oh,
and Sol had the priority. She had a look at that wave. Sally was definitely kind of wanting to go that wave. And priority has been flipped as a result, but Sol's going to swoop on one pretty quickly here. This wave stretching out a little. And Sol just trying to get something on the board in recovering from losing that priority.
Well, I think Sol was just marginally too deep. So I think the assignment, once she figured that out, is, okay, I'm going to relinquish priority here, but I'm also going to hold Sally off that wave, because it felt like Sal was right in the money zone at the takeoff. And if she had gotten that wave and banked another number, it pretty much would have been good night, Irene.
So you like the tactic from Sol there?
I think so. Like, you never want to give away priority, but at this point, just holding Sal off another really, really good wave, probably the smart thing to do. You know, it's sort of damned if you do, damned if you don't situation, because we only do have 6 minutes on the clock. But, you know, right now, if Sal got that wave, she could be in, you know, a pretty big combination. You can see here she's stroking and she would have had to pretty much take off inside the barrel, whereas Sal could have slid into it, and this thing just reeling down the sandbar.
That was an excellent wave, and I think you're spot on. So the Port of Newcastle priority works now in Sally Fitzgibbon's favour. She also has that lead. Hasn't really backed up that 8-point ride with anything solid just yet. But with Sol not even matching Sal's backup score just yet, the requirement's a huge one, an 8.93. But go ahead and take us back to Haleiwa. So you're a Grom basically looking to crack the code and get yourself onto the CT, but then the first leg of the Triple Crown, there's CT surfers in the mix. So who did you face and who did you have to overcome to keep that roll alive?
I just, my memory sort of is pretty blank, but definitely once I got to the final, I had the likes of Luke Egan, Shane Dorian through the event, Kalani Robb, Poncho Sullivan, who was a big force at the time, on the tour, and one of the North Shore locals there, Sonny Garcia, all of them, they all ended Oki. Yeah, it was all there. And
the great world champ, Sonny Garcia, must have been the most scary prospect ever when you're on your quest to qualify, especially in a Triple Crown.
Yeah, absolutely. Tony Ray was another one that comes to mind. They were difficult heats, and for me, I just blacked it out because I was like, okay, I'm the pure underdog here. I don't really care who I'm up against. And the surf was big enough too to take the focus off that. And I just was focused on what I had to do at that particular moment.
Yeah, that's what Sol and many of the other competitors who are having their first real run at the Challenger Series are facing. And we've seen it today. We've seen some of those competitors come up against rivals that have been to the Championship Tour and found an edge. Sammy Pupo, Morgan Siblick, knocked out of the contest, in conditions that would really favour them. And it just goes to show that, there is a stacked field here, and anyone on their day can put it together and cause an upset.
100%. It's a new day, new conditions. Every heat's different, and then you've got this variable of the ocean that you need to deal with, which is always tricky.
3.5 minutes to go in this heat. Let's dive into the GWM recap. Sally Fitzgibbons kicking things off with an excellent ride.
Yeah, and you can see why it went excellent, because Sally in perfect control of every manoeuvre. She got 4 great turns in. This is a little backup score. She bangs down the line, hits the lip, gets the little tail slide release, spins it back around, and this is Sol's wave. You can see just all the backwash. She comes up, hits it. 1 turn hit, but that got her highest number of a 3, and then this was Sally on this foamy one, up high for the closeout re-entry. Improved the situation slightly with the 393. And then this is the last ride for Sol. Just a 287. So really just in desperate need now of a good set wave. We know she's capable. She's been surfing so well in the lead-up heats. Been very dominant.
Yeah, the lineup here is a little disrupted by that reverb. You've got a pretty steep drop-off from the shoreline. So there is a bit of backwash that heads back out into the lineup, and it's just disrupted the flow of the competitors at times. Sally kind of negotiating it a little better than Sol so far, but did pick off the highest quality ride in this heat. Surfed it brilliantly.
Yeah, we may even see some of the competitors head back to the rock break.
So here we go, 1.5 minutes to go, and Sol just trying to minimise that requirement, give herself a better chance at turning this heat in the final stages. But Sal looks to be in real control of the takeoff zone at the moment, weighing up the scoring opportunity on some of those insiders and not seeing sort of more than 4 points in it for herself. So not wanting to surrender that control of the lineup and maybe miss a bigger set on the outside. She's that experience is just so valuable when you get to this stage in a heat rich.
Yeah, just maintaining your composure and really thinking about your actions with priority and how you can really just close it out in these final moments. Looks like our next heat with Sophie McCulloch and Laura Rupp. They're going to head to this bank as well. The tide will eventually fill in this afternoon. We may see things shift back to the rock break that will possibly handle the tide a lot better. Laura looks like she is really wanting that inside.
Yeah, 25 seconds to go here in Heat 1, and Sally Fitzgibbons has rebounded so beautifully after being cut from the championship tour, and she's going to be on her way to the quarterfinals here.
Great result for Sally, and well, the comeback, the first step in the comeback, making finals day of the first Challenger Series event here in Newcastle. She's ticked that box. Yeah, six more waves to ride if she wants to be the winner.
She'll be elated. Was buzzing yesterday after a great performance, but you know, this is really a keeper now in that quest to get to the top end of the ranks as she makes her way in. Beautiful roundhouse there.
I like that.
So never even really needed the backup score. The strength of the 8-point ride put her in a powerful position, and she controlled it like the veteran she is to get the jump on Solagire. We'll focus on the next event on the Challenger Series schedule. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, we'll see Sophie McCulloch take on Laura Rupp of Brazil. Don't go anywhere. Sally Fitzgibbons on track for a 4th SURFEST title. She could become the most winning surfer here at this premier stop on the Challenger Series. A strong performance there, an excellent number against Solagire. And she'll come up against the winner of the second heat of this round of 16, Sophie McCulloch, taking on Laura Rupp. Should be a good one. The Groms relishing the opportunity to get the signature of one of the most winning surfers ever on the championship tour. But this will be a fun one. Sophie McCulloch, she looked sharp yesterday and also went out for a free surf ridge and probably got one of the barrels of her life.
That thing was an absolute drainer, probably 6 foot, maybe an 8-footer. It looked every bit like backdoor pipeline.
Yeah, she got a jam super deep, spat out, and was absolutely buzzing yesterday. So her stoke levels are at an all-time high, and she wants to keep that running and meet her good mate in the quarterfinals. But Laura will have something to say about it. The 19-year-old from Florianopolis used to go and compete over there. Rich, you got a victory down there, didn't you?
I did. Got a win at Florey, and Yeah, it's a beautiful part of Brazil. Lots of waves, good vibes.
Yeah, it's Laura's 4th year on the Challenger Series, and she's climbing steadily up the ranks. 2022, finished 37th. Climbed up into 34th position in 2023. But last year had her best finish, getting to 20th spot and breaking into the quarterfinals for the first time over in Irasira. So let's see if she can get to the quarters a second time. And then Sophie McCulloch, well, she's got one of the most famous Challenger Series wins. And she got that at Haleiwa. It was a must-win event for her to crack the championship tour. She got it done. And we're going to see Laura up first. Whoop. Just setting that turn a little high, and the board flipping in the offshore wind. That was her second ride, actually, so a couple of throwaways now, and Sophie on the outside with priority.
As we watch the replay here, you can just see that Laura just went a little bit high through the lip of that wave on that final turn. Just got disconnected, strong offshore wind. Have to say it's up probably around 20, 25 k's an hour now, blowing offshore out of the north-northwest. Beautiful conditions, but not always conducive to pumping swell when we're on a decreasing swell. This offshore wind can tend to blow the height of the wave down just a fraction, but the good news is that the tide's coming back in now, and that normally draws the swell back into the beach.
Well, so good to see Sophie McCulloch at full health as we get a Bonn University athlete check. When she first qualified for the championship tour in a free surfing warm-up session, she got a high ankle sprain. She knew it was bad straight away because she's got a double degree, one in biomedical science and one in marketing. So she knew she'd done something serious, syndesmosis injury. But last year, after being cut from the championship tour, paddled out the box over there in Western Australia and actually broke her back. Had a nasty wipeout there, so wasn't able to contend on the Challenger Series after being cut. And then has turned up here, Rich, and just, even in her CT, her wildcard run this year caused a couple of upsets. But just the performance is getting back to, you know, the magic stuff that we've seen from her over the years. Yeah. And I think the true sign of her getting back to 100% health is the barrel ride she got yesterday. You'll probably see that vision drop on socials at some stage. It was captured. I got a glimpse of it, and it is unbelievable. And you know, you can kind of tell where someone's head's at when they swing on a bomb like that, and get themselves into the guts of a huge pit.
Oh yeah, that was a proper nugget, and it required a bunch of commitment. Here she is up and riding now. Whoa!
Massive opening turn there from McCulloch. It's just going to be the one move though, but it'll help her get the lead here. Much like her partner Liam O'Brien has just been surfing with a whole lot of speed lately. And that's been like the first goal when they've been getting to their feet, is just to get a whole heap of speed up to make those big individual turns count.
Drives hard off the bottom, snaps off the top, an impressive fan of spray. So a real indication of a lot of power in that turn. Sophie's looking really good. Great angle here from behind. You see deep bottom turn, squares it up off the top. Really connects in the perfect part of the wave there.
Yeah, saw the tail too, get above that lip, breaking free of the face of the wave. 5.33 for one turn. Positive signs here for Sophie.
Really good signs for Sophie, yeah. She got the win in the trials up on the Gold Coast, and you know, got a couple of cracks at heats in that CT event, and those post-heat interviews with her, you could see just how stoked she was to be back in, you know, in good fitness, in good health, and really back where she wanted to be.
Yeah, back with that company that she looks so comfortable amongst, and yeah, I'd like to see her get the full schedule next year to, you know, figure it out and reach her full potential. Beautiful day, big crowd building. And they're buzzing because they've got Ryan Callanan through to finals day, winning through earlier this morning, but also a bit to look forward to this afternoon. We're going to have a Legends heat out there, Rich.
We are indeed. We're going to just pull these legends off the couch, chuck them in their suits and chuck them out here in the lineup. We're not actually sure who's going to be competing, but we'll find that out. We'll give you the information. But yeah, that'll be exciting. Good to see that the old crew staying in shape. Might even see some of the current crop out there, the local crew.
All the beaches here at Merewether just, you know, really do provide a great zone for the spectators to overlook the lineup. They're all kind of elevated.
Yeah, they're so set up, and see Soliguero just
processing.
Post-heat analysis.
Here goes Laura again. That's a better turn. Combos it up nicely before the wave shuts down. So that'll be her best ride. She'll get herself back on track here. Sophie on the outside with that priority. Let's have a look at the replay.
Great looking wave. Patiently waits for the first turn. Beautiful snap, and then the other one. The angle was a bit better. So great two-turn combination. Nice flow between these two manoeuvres. Good rhythm to it. And she just hits the eject button. But by far, it's her best wave. Only had a 1-point ride up to that point. Might challenge Sophie's single turn, which came through at that mid-range score, the 5.33. Could possibly have a 5 in front of this next number. Beautiful. Oh, just looking south down to Merewether Point, past Catherine Hill Bay and down to the Central Coast. Sydney beyond that really is a magic part of the world.
So good. You know, the East Coast road trip, for me, Rich, always had family in Sydney, and it's sort of one of those things that you're almost too close to Sydney. When you got to the Newcastle turnoff, you thought, oh, I'll keep venturing a little further north and put a dent in this road trip on your way up to the coast, on your way up to the Gold Coast usually. But, you know, once I kind of got into that role of covering the SURFEST event for magazines, for Tracks Magazine, Waves Magazine back in the day, you know, I just so enjoyed this place and just the way they celebrate their athletes and sport in this city.
They sure do. Case in point, you know, we went to the footy the other day, and the whole stand, Andrew John stand, the 8th model. Oh, you know, with all due respect, he is one of the greatest.
Oh, mate, on and off the field. And he loved SURFEST as well. The big nightclub in town back then was Fanny's.
It was indeed. Spent a fair bit of time at Fanny's over the years. Certainly plenty of nightlife, great dining, and really this whole coastal ribbon along the Newcastle stretch has really been developed over the last decade or two.
Yeah, but it's beautiful. So much green space too in Newcastle, which I love. Great golf courses too, one of the best in the country on the other side of the harbour, Newcastle. And yeah, it's highly rated. But then Luke Duro over at Merewether Golf Club, keen surfer as well, probably tuned in and watching. That's where Ryan Callanan and Jackson Baker play the majority of their golf.
Quite a lot of erosion, Ronnie, on the beach here at Merewether and even at City Beach as well. Just an indication. We've had some enormous swells over the last couple of months just pounding our coastline. And looking north up to Port Stephens.
Simon Law Country. 16.5 minutes remaining here. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. It is the Brazilian Laura Rupp leading Sophie McCulloch at the moment. Sally Fitzgibbons already through to the quarterfinals. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break.
welcome back to a beautiful afternoon. Saturday here at the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, and we are in the best seat of the house. It's the Stone and Wood Bar, and right here, this table is the Matt Hoy, Andrew Johns tribute table, where the boys would normally be sitting, enjoying a beverage, watching the action, if they hadn't already burnt out from being down here at 11 o'clock when the joint first opened. But there's so much action going on, and right now I'm coming over here to my old mate Norm, who's setting me off with an icy cold for the afternoon. If you're sitting at home and you're at Newey, get on down here. Burton Automotive SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. Stonewood Bar is the place to be.
You beauty, Vorno. Save some for us. 14 minutes to go out there in the lineup. Quarterfinal spot on the line. The winner of this one taking on Sally Fitzgibbons. Sophie McCulloch 5.33, but Laura Rupp, she has got herself back in this heat, a 5 on her last ride, and she has the lead now. And Sophie's after a 0.67, not needing a whole lot, making a move here at the moment. Let's see what she can do with it. A lot of speed for this first section, drives up into it. It's just going to be the one turn, but what a turn it is. I think it'll get pretty close to her 5.33. Maybe not quite as much Taylor above the lip on that effort, but still a really lightning fast transition off the bottom and brought it down beautifully.
Just the one turn, but it certainly had a lot of impact. Soph just waiting for that perfect moment. She left it to the last second. Drives through this turn, almost accelerates out of it, just stomping on that tail pad, really pushing the fins hard, and then releases at that final moment and straightens out.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It might be right there. It might be the exact same number.
Yeah, it looks like it'll be close. It's almost a mirror image of that first ride.
Yeah, maybe that version of the turn executed with a little bit more speed even.
Agree.
So waiting on that one to drop. And Laura's still going to be right in this. No one's had a wave that's really given them the space for really big combinations. It's just been individual turns for Sophie. Laura getting a little bit more work done on some slightly smaller rides. Sophie actually manages a 6 out of that one. So the requirement for Laura now 6.33. And here she goes. Draws off the bottom. Nice hit there, keeping that down the line flow so she can get the second turn in. And the crowd making some noise for her.
Yeah, well, that was another good two-turn combination. So Sophie's gotten her scores with single turns. Laura banks off the bottom, off the top, quick snap, and then a nice closeout re-entry. Love this vision from behind. You can really watch the track, the path that the surfboard takes.
Rich, I can see what you're thinking here. Sophie McCulloch's winning the exchanges here at the moment. It was a good wave for Laura, but wave height is going to factor in. And, you know, Sophie's attention to those set waves is kind of working in her favour at the moment.
Yeah, well, she's just going, I'm going to get the biggest waves and I'm going to just do one monster turn on them. If she can manage to get a set wave that opens up for her, she will really put a good number on the board. And we see scores dropping in now. Laura up, 5.37.
5.37, and even though she didn't turn the heat, she managed to improve on the 5, which is important. It takes a little bit off the requirement. 5.97 is what she's after now, Laura. And Sophie McCulloch, she is just dying for the opportunity to get 2 turns done on a wave. That'll see her into the 7s likely with the form that she's showing with those individual turns. But we have tracked down that footage of Sophie McCulloch free surfing yesterday north of the contest area. Have a look at this thing.
Oh my goodness. Takes off under the barrel and just gets the ultimate vision that every single surfer is chasing. This is the moment, you know, these are the moments that live with you forever. She will remember this barrel ride until, you know, till she's old and telling stories. But Geez, that was an absolute crazy wave. And this is a replay, the wave that Sophie got just moments ago, a little two-turn combination.
Yeah, it might better the 5-3-3. I mean, Laura got some credit for her combination of turns, 5-3-7. Won't make a huge difference to the requirement here if it does add to the heat score total.
If it does add, it'll be marginal. I don't think there'll be too much in it.
What a memory to bank from SURFEST, though. I mean, already on her way to a pretty solid finish, regardless of the outcome here, but a memorable pit for Sophie McCulloch. And we had that Bond University athlete health check earlier on, and we were talking about just where Sophie's head is at after recovering from that broken back, and it looks like it's in a pretty good place.
Yeah, and, you know, you can be crippled with tentativeness, you know, in situations like that. Break your back, the ankle, knees, it can sort of rattle you if you can't get over it mentally. But it seems like Sophie is in full go mode, attack mode. It takes a lot of courage to take off on a wave like that and pull straight in.
There was a couple of other competitors out there in the lineup and almost considering taking that wave because Sophie looks so deep on the takeoff that they didn't think she was going to make it. But, you know, she has a number of times proven that she's fearless.
Yeah.
And had no dramas, sticking the drop and finding the exit on that huge pit. Numbers starting to come through for Sophie McCulloch, are looking pretty good to improve on her heat score total and up the requirement here for Laura. Might even go into the sixes. Could be pretty close to her previous ride. So like we said, it's not going to make a massive difference to the requirement, but every point counts.
Yep, just waiting for scores to drop here.
There it is, 6.07. So 6.7 is the requirement for Laura. As we see, Teresa Bonblanc, she's gearing up for the next clash, taking on Eve Wong. Teresa's come so close to qualifying before. He's had a big Challenger Series victory here on Australian shores. That was down at Manly Beach. And Eve really just looking to make her mark this year on the Challenger Series. Great young talent. Saw her there on screen, gearing up to hit this lineup. And just, I think all the competitors paying very close attention to where the scoring potential is out here as we see Laura going after that 6.7. Another tidy combination, 2 turns. Getting a little release on the tail on that final move.
Yeah, just pushing a little harder on the final turn there. You can see she knows she's got to raise the bar. She's got to lift. She's got to lift the intensity of the manoeuvres here if she wants to break into that 6 mark.
It's interesting what the panel is seeing in the combinations here. Obviously, Rich, it's a really clean hit out of the top there from Laura and gets a little bit more flair on the tail. But those big individual turns just stood out to me from Sophie earlier on.
Yeah, it's they're big, impactful turns. They had a bit more power in it. Definitely a nice flare off the top. And again, there's that extra bit of push that Laura's just given that last turn there, and just gets the tail drifting, gets the fins free.
Yeah, the numbers come through though, a 4.7. I mean, you got to take your chances. You don't know if on this, you know, fading swell this afternoon, whether you're going to get another opportunity at a bigger set wave. But Laura's trying to make up some ground on Sophie, and she's had the biggest waves of this heat so far. Done those big, high-impact moves. So maybe just waiting for something with a little bit more energy in it was a safer bet.
Yeah.
She's still got a chance here, just over 5 minutes to go. Let's check in with the winner at the last heat, Sally Fitzgibbons.
Sal, we're about to send a search party out for you. You just got absolutely swamped by the weekend crowds. No surprise there, a multiple winner here at SURFEST and a huge favourite with all the fans. What a good feeling, hey, to make another finals day here at SURFEST.
Oh, how good is Newey? Just like that feeling. It's just, oh, words can't describe it. You've been surfing on this point. I think I was 10 years old when I was doing the Grom search out here, and you come back and all the kids are grown up and some of them even having kids, and then so it's just multiplying, and it's just so cool. They come up and so genuine and caring, and just like they send you all that love and support like through all the generations, and it's beautiful.
And some of them are coming after you, mate.
Oh, for sure, and that's what we want. Like, you just see some of them, they're ripping so hard. I think this is obviously such an iconic location, but this watering hole and what Warren and the team and the mayor and everyone have brought, like bringing surfing here and big events, like those Groms can feed off that, and I'm sure, the next little stars on the beach.
Let's talk about your surfing. You're surfing so well, but it was nice to see the judges throw an 8. Excellence rewarded in that heat.
Well, I think that's my biggest drive. Like, you have to keep evolving your surfing at this stage, and so I'm always tinkering with things. And like when you can do it in that pressure moment and get the wave you're supposed to be on, and it comes together, there's nothing more rewarding I think than putting my surfing together on these stages. And we feed off that. To hear a good score, we're heading in the right direction, and I'd love a few more for sure.
And are we going to tap into Turbo Sal for the finals?
Oh, I'm just here. I'm showing up no matter what. Obviously, there's amazing surfers in this draw. I'm feeding off that. I just want to be around good surfing, and so showing up at these events is such a pleasure. And keep tapping into it. And I've got to do all the right things and earn that space and earn those good waves.
Yeah, well said. Couple of uppercuts though. Whack, whack. Well done, Sal.
Oh, thanks, guys. Hi, Mum. Hi, everyone. I'm you.
Yeah, big shout out to Sal's mum, Mary at home, no doubt, watching on, always cheering on. Dad Martin here, as always, offering great support to Sally. And she has taken that big leap back into the Challenger Series, and so far, rising above into the quarters. And Laura Rubb, she is fighting hard. A couple of whips on the backhand, got a little caught up there for a moment. Just under 3 minutes to go. And we are waiting on numbers to come through here.
Yeah, one of the rare lefts that we've seen this morning, or the afternoon, excuse me. And Laura up, chasing the 6.17.
Not getting there with the left, 3.67 there, but let's dive into the GWM recap. Sophie McCulloch, big turns to kick this one off.
God, you can't deny the speed and the power of these big individual turns that Sophie's getting on the bigger waves. Laura just focusing her attention on the medium-sized waves that are offering her 2-hit combinations. She's surfing well, but just look at the height difference here and the power and the speed difference. Just the fan of spray, a real indicator of just how much energy Sophie's putting into these turns. Laura comes fighting back. She's got a couple of 5s, but to date, Sophie McCulloch has just been able to ward off this challenge from the Brazilian. As we come into the final moments of the heat, she has priority, so she's in the box seat.
Newcastle flight cam bringing us beautiful images from that amazing perspective. Really enjoyed it yesterday, watching surfers tuck into the pit, tracking those big aerial moves, and now taking in that full 360-degree view of our competitors at the takeoff zone here. Sophie McCulloch just managing to maintain an edge on each exchange so far in this heat, but what she hasn't been able to do, Rich, is close this heat down. Laura's still well within reach, 6.7. We know it only will take a set wave with a couple of decent sections on it to chase down that requirement, because it's all been individual turns and then almost small wave mastery that's got these average scores on the board so far.
Yeah, yep, absolutely. Just under the 1 minute mark now. So Sophie will stay nice and close to Laura, just shadow her and try and rob her of any opportunity that comes through as the ocean continues to just fade away ever so slowly. Geez, we've had some good conditions though. Over the last day and a half, it has been amazing.
Yeah, they're rare, aren't they, those all-day offshores? Especially when they sync up with an event window like this and some decent swell.
So, I was going to say, we're just into winter now, so these sort of offshore conditions generally prevail.
Well, this one's going to come to a close with Laura just needing a 6.7 in the final stages. Sophie She did the work on those bigger set waves. I think they're just talking about the limited opportunities out there during that heat, but hopefully we see conditions come to life once again, because we've got more big heats coming your way. There's the numbers on screen. Up next, we've got Teresa Bombalon of Portugal taking on Eve Wong from Hawaii, and we're going to bring in Jessie Starling and Stace Galbraith for the call.
One of the most beautiful places. It's a rare beauty on the East Coast. It's filled with incredible beaches, great food, beautiful people, and it's a place that we love to come back to every single year, Stace.
Yeah, how could you miss this event? And lucky enough for us in this series, in this year on the Challenger Series, we'll be coming back here again in March 2026.
We've got to. I mean, compared to all the conditions we've seen this week, we've got to do it. I'm Jessie Starling. This is Stace Galbraith, and we're going to take you through the next couple heats. It's been a really exciting week of competition so far, and it feels like it's just ramping up from here.
Yeah, it's coming to a very nice close, this event. Obviously, we've got the round of 16 for the men and the women hit in the water today. And we've got heat number 3 out in the water now. Teresa Bonvalot representing Portugal. Eve Wong representing Hawaii. And both of these surfers have been on an absolute tear all week. Couple of days for us to get the women's action underway. We had a couple of big rounds of the men earlier in the week. And then I think luckily enough for the women, it's been back to back to back. So they've been able to build up that momentum through these pumping conditions, and they've got a pretty good read on it at the moment. We have seen our competitors stick to this northern bank, a bit closer to Dixon Park, and still proving good scores. We saw some good totals in that last heat, and as you can see here, no shortage of waves on this bank, Jess.
During your heats off, what did you notice in the conditions that we're seeing at the moment? Is it still staying relatively consistent?
Yeah, I think so. The rock section at the Merewether there, it is looking pretty tempting, but it's still looking probably better for a casual surf. I don't know about for competition. I think out the back here we're seeing sort of steeper sections, more critical sections, and I think we'll look to see the ladies, try to extract as much as they can from this bank until the tide sort of says otherwise.
Having a look at that one there, that was Eve Wong, 20 years old, out of Hawaii. She's working with Adam Dufner at this event, and he's had this really cool crop of athletes on the Challenger Series. Kais King, Willow Hardy, Leilani McGonigal, she's coming up later in this round. Dane Henry as well, the trials winner. And he's that type of coach that he'll hype you up but settle your nerves at the same time. And it's definitely needed, I feel, for some athletes in the first event of the Challenger Series.
Yeah, for sure. Some characters, though, they don't look to show a lot of nerves. I wouldn't say both Eve and Teresa are outwardly emotional. They do look like they're pretty cool, calm and collected most of the time, but that's what's important about having a good coach, is that they can kind of see through that, and they know when you might be needing a little bit of a pick-me-up or a bit of a settling word.
Thinking about, someone like Teresa Bonvillain, she's had a lot of CT wildcards. One of them was actually at Pipeline, and guess what? We're going to see her competing back there again this year with the new addition to the Challenger Series schedule, Pipeline. And then, like you mentioned, Stace, we are coming back here to announce who is going to make that championship tour here in Newcastle. But so many incredible stops around the world for this season.
Yeah, great variety, and we just about hit every continent on the way around the world before we come back to Newcastle. We'll finish this thing off. And yeah, obviously with the addition of stop number 6 there, Pipeline in Hawaii, every time that pops up on the screen, I just can't stop thinking about how good that's going to be to watch, and how challenging it's also going to be. But that's what we're here for. We're trying to get the best of the best onto the World Tour, and it's a welcome addition.
It's goosebumps when you look at that one, when you see Pipeline on the Challenger Series schedule. We're so used to having it on that Championship Tour event, and to think as well, we're going to see Pipeline in January. If you qualify for that Championship Tour, you're then going to finish your year at Pipeline. And for people who haven't surfed as many reps on, and say you have an incredible start to the year and maybe you pre-qualify before Pipeline, I mean, that would be an incredible run. It's just practice reps for when you do get on that Championship Tour. And thinking Teresa, she's already been in the jersey at a wave like that. She should be looking forward to that event being added onto the tour.
Oh, for sure. She's already had the experience out there, and yeah, like you said, it's not too dissimilar to the old system where we used to finish at Haleiwa and Sunset on the men's tour. You ideally want to get it done before Hawaii. You want to find yourself, hopefully in that top 5, top 4, top 3 going into those events. And then, like you said, you're just going with a completely different mindset, and you're kind of taking it easy, as we see some beautiful vision there. Newcastle main beach on fire. Cowrie hole there in the background.
We've just had an incredible run of waves here, but there's so much history when it comes to Newcastle and surfing, not just in the greats who have really put Newcastle on the map because of their competitive history, thinking of Emma and Hoyo, but just the amount of beautiful waves along this coastline and events that just keep coming back here time and time again. There's a reason that this is the 39th time this event has been held. For us in Australia, a massive event was held there for a long time, the Australian Board Riders Battle, and that event itself holds a lot of history.
Yeah, big time, and it's a massive opportunity. Kind of, that event brings in a lot of different surfers. You might see some Challenger Series surfers, ex-CT surfers, the best up-and-coming juniors, and yeah, what better place to show your skills off there than Newcastle Main Beach, and then with the other events that happen down here at Merewether and Dixon Park. It's yeah, everywhere you look, there's opportunities to run a great event, and this week's been no different.
Yeah, and you have events all up and down this coastline. I mean, we mentioned the ABB at Newcastle Beach. We have pro juniors there, who a lot of people who were competing in the prime events and they were still a junior would come and compete in the pro junior on the rocks in the corner. They have a Aboriginal event here every year as well. Thinking about just board riders clubs, there is just coastline after coastline of really prestigious board riders clubs. Merewether comes to mind. Even Redhead board riders, they made it into that top tier in the Australian Board Riders Battle. And if you come here, you're guaranteed good waves in Newcastle, and that's what we've been given this week. And yesterday was a real star of the show, just the quality of the waves, and it's really nice today to see that bank holding up and the women going over and getting their experience on that northern bank.
For sure, and I think, yeah, like you said yesterday, it took a bit of courage for Sophie McCulloch to get out there on her own and surf that bank, but you saw the vision that she had from her free surf.
Oh my gosh.
One of the best tubes we've seen all day, in or out of a heat. So yeah, it's cool to see, but I do think though that the tide's going to be one to keep an eye on here. Luckily enough though, irrespective of what happens with the tide and the banks, you see the Merewether rocks in the background here. You can see all the grommets and the big crowd there on the promenade watching the waves. And I think no matter where these crews surf, the crowd get the best view of it, up nice and high. And anywhere you walk around this site, you can see the surface in the water. It's like a real natural amphitheatre.
Yeah, whether you're down here on the beach at Good Boy Mile, as Ryan Callanan calls it, just where we were on the cameras there, or over at the beach hotel, watching it from the balcony there on the big screen. It's just such a community that really gets behind surfing, and Newcastle has always had this camaraderie about it, that even if you're not from here, you feel so welcomed in. And these two guys would feel welcomed in themselves. Two very cheeky guys. They're having a bit of a giggle about something.
Yeah, wonder what they could be laughing about. It could be a myriad of things. Sammy Pupo, unfortunately, eliminated from competition by Pedersen Crisanto, but he had a great campaign here. Lots of high, excellent scores. And then Carly Vast on the right. He's through to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, the Olympic gold medalist sitting there, having a chat to Sammy Pupo, trying to make his way back to that championship tour. Carly trying to get there for the first time. He's always been one of those surfers that's been picked to get there. He's had finals on there as well as wildcards, but right now it is really all about this Newcastle flight camp, just giving us a beautiful shot of where we've been this last week, and it makes just work and work for these surfers. It's so easy when you're in a place like Newcastle. It's so family friendly down here as well. So many amazing food options, and if you want some bit of city life, you can go to King Street. Feels like a little mini city in itself over there. Great food on Derby Street. And it's somewhere that all of these surfers love coming back to. I mean, Mateus Hurdy said it yesterday. He said, if I had to move away from my home, Newcastle would definitely be up there.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to hear. I'm with him. Beautiful part of the world.
Eve Wong trying to get a score on the board here. A couple small ones, and then she puts it on rail for Eve. She's coming round. A bit of a foamy section through this inside. Slash in the pocket. And a finishing turn there for Eve Wong. So a little bit of downtime in the middle of that wave, but I love the way she held that carb all the way back round from the pocket. It's going to be that first real score of this heat so far.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a slow one for the ladies in this heat. Teresa hasn't even really looked at a wave yet. That'll be Eve's third wave, but her first score of any real substance.
These guys never met head-to-head in competition before, but this is the real start for Eve Wong here, Stace.
Yeah, the start of that carve was beautiful. She probably come in a little red hot though and wasn't able to kind of hold the rail for as long as what she would have liked. And it's kind of a pretty common theme that you can sort of fall into when the wind is this far offshore. The lip can kind of be a bit deceptive. As you see the Stone Wood slow-mo replay here, working through the inside section. Didn't really get too much after that first big hit. It's only a 2.83 there for Eve, and the score staying pretty low just due to the fact she didn't quite connect with that first turn as much as she would have liked.
Hoping that a couple more waves and a few higher scores do roll in, but we are going to head to a Bonsoy brew break.
I've grown up in Newcastle all my life, and to see what the city has become and to see the amount of people that are attracted to everything that's from here, the experiences, the restaurants, the beautiful beaches, it's an incredible place to live.
From Nobbies to Merewether, there's always people up there watching as well. It always seems like there's something going on up at the beach.
Newcastle as a surf destination, it's really consistent. You could go down the beach most days and there'll be something pretty fun. Newcastle SURFEST, you know, it's been the major event of kind of my whole life. See people like Kelly Slater, Andy Irons, Mick Fanning, that was such a highlight when I was a little kid.
Highlight for me at the Newcastle SURFEST would have to be winning it in 2022. To be able to get chaired up the beach in front of my closest family and friends was a pretty special day. Now, we're pretty lucky here in Newcastle with so much to do. Oh, that's good. All out driving with a 5-wood.
The food scene here is just amazing. I travel a lot of places around the world and I feel like the quality here is just as good as a lot of places I go. From fine dining restaurants to a beer overlooking the beach. Whatever you're in the mood for, you'll find it.
Do hit, golf at the driving range. Spoke me at the driving range and at Putt Putt.
A little beer to finish it off.
How good, what a day.
Good.
Newcastle, Jacko Baker and Ryan Callanan go together like cheese and crackers. It's just a beautiful combination, and for great reasons. They're such proud Novocastrians of a very beautiful part of the world, and we are so lucky to be here not once but twice this year. We've had really fun waves all event, and during the break it looks like Teresa Bonvalot got herself started. It was a 4.67 and saw it out of the corner of my eye. Looks like she got a bit of work done on that one, and that is going to be the number right now. 14 minutes to go. Stace, take me through.
Yeah, well, it doesn't really matter when you start, as long as you get the best start. And it's not a huge score, but she's outscored her opponent here. You know, clearly, Eve only able to get the 2.83 to get things going. So Teresa here with the 4.67. It's probably not the number she wanted to start with, but at this point in the heat, you kind of got to get going. As we check the Stone and Wood slow-mo replay here. Nice carve in the lip. She did well to keep her momentum going down on this wave. The backwash nearly getting her hung up a little bit. And yeah, she'll be pretty happy to get that score on the board and get back out there.
Yeah, Teresa, she's been competing here for a really long time. Going back to 2015, she used to come here when she was surfing it as a prime event. Was that first stop of the season, and came up against the likes of Malia Manuel, Macy Callahan, Coco Ho. She was always a standout, getting a lot of ninths, a couple of fifths in this event too back in 2018, and it was always one of those events where you knew if you did well here, it was really the ramp up into a good season.
Yeah, but being you know, the first event of the season this year is not too dissimilar to, like you said, coming back here in previous years. It means a lot to start the year so strong. And look, if you look at your whole career and your whole season, you're going to have those up and down moments. It's starting so strong here just gives you a bit of extra wiggle room to kind of have a, you know, a slip up here and there, which you know it's going to happen. Very rarely do you see someone surf a perfect season.
No.
So starting strong just gives you a little bit of weight off the shoulders for the rest of the season.
One big hit there from Teresa Bonvalot. Went super vertical on that turn, but unfortunately it just was the one. She's going to back it up. Eve Wong getting a 4.7 on her last wave. So she's got a 4.7 and a 2.83. Means that Teresa on that one turn chasing a 2.87. Right now, just past that 12-minute mark. These two never met head-to-head in competition before. Stace, you better than anyone know how important rivalries are in competition.
Yeah, they're important. They're also, you know, just part of the game. Sometimes they get created outside of your control, and sometimes they're created well within your control. But, you know, sometimes, particularly later in your career, I think that you see people kind of look for those rivalries just as that little extra motivator. But early days, you're fired up enough as it is. You know, rivalry or not, I think you're still running at 110%.
Give us the sneaky, because I know you worked with, we'll get back to this in a second, the Stone and Wood slow-mo. This is Eve's 4.7. Has her out in the lead here, Stace.
Yeah, nice turn out of the top there. And a really nice transition. I love the bottom turn in between those two turns, but just wasn't able to really click in too hard on the second turn. But nevertheless, she's matched Teresa's highest score there, or just slightly above. So as far as this heat being well and truly a tightly fought battle, that's for sure.
Small scores so far, though. I mean, especially when we see these two names, we know that these guys want to go big against each other. Two really competitive ladies. I wonder if this next heat, you know, it's Amira Suzuki and Noah Clapper looking at it thinking, is there more than 4s on that rock bank? Am I going to score more than a 4? Find myself a couple 6s. But like I was mentioning before, I want the down low. You worked with Nikki Van Dyke, Malia Manuel through your coaching years. Who were they chasing? Who were their biggest rivals? It's someone that they just hated losing to.
Well, the women's tour is so small, right? And we're going to see it expand next year, but it's still very much like you could have a rivalry with someone, and that rivalry might just be a close heat, right? And the chances are you're surfing against them at the next event. So by the time you get to the quarters or the semis, you know, it's obviously a very condensed draw. So, yeah, I wouldn't say anyone in particular. I would just say everyone. You know, like at the moment, the women's tour is a top 18, you know, 17 plus a wild card, and it's like, yeah, man, every single one of those women want to win. It doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter who it's against. So yeah, I'd say that. But then yeah, you look at the men's tour, and you think of guys like Julian and Gabrielle, and you know, even Julian and Joel had a little thing there for a while. You know, coming up to Lowers, the next CT event, they've had some great heats together out there, and yeah, I don't know. There's none that are really jumping off the page of me at the moment, though. I wouldn't mind one. Wouldn't mind a, you know.
I love a good rivalry.
Love a good rivalry.
I'm here for it.
Right.
9 minutes
Should
to
we
go.
make a couple up? A couple of fake ones?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, I'll make a couple of fake ones
All right,
up.
you stew on that, because we've got 9 minutes to go in this heat. Eve Wong's out in the lead. But Borno is down on the glass with Soph McCulloch.
Thanks, Jess. Soph, congratulations into finals day here at the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. Tricky heat in some ways. You didn't really get the long runners, but when you had the section stand up, you were able to really cut loose and rip into it, and the judges liked it.
Yeah, no, I definitely sort of didn't get the wave quality that I wanted out there, but I'm happy I was able to adapt and sort of just look for one decent turn, and yeah, happy it paid off.
It was definitely a lot straighter out there for your heat. Like, we've seen a lot of the waves move down the line. Like, was it hard for you to make that decision, you know, to come off the bottom and just attack the closeout? Like, was it that obvious that the waves were going to shut down?
Well, like, yeah, I guess it was really slow to start, so I was like, I just want to get a score on the board. So I did speak with Timmy Mack, my coach, before the heat, and we always knew that that was an option. And it's always a risk sort of taking a wave that's only going to offer you one turn, but at that point I kind of, yeah, like I said, just wanted to get my feet in the wax, and I guess was lucky that no bombs ended up coming, otherwise I would have just been waiting the whole heat for that.
The turns looked good though, I bet they felt good.
Yeah, they felt nice. I think I still got a little bit more to give, but slowly finding my feet here and not letting the nerves dictate my surfing.
Now, you don't strike me as a very, what's the word, superstitious person, but yesterday you paddled out here and got the most bowled out, craziest nougat, and it was just a memorable pit. So do you take anything away from that, as though, you know, this place is giving you some good signs?
Not really, to be honest. Yeah, I'm not super superstitious. But yeah, no, I was happy to get that wave, and definitely sort of brings you back to why you love surfing. Just getting waves like that without the rashie on is sometimes better than winning a heat. So I'm happy I got to do both.
Unreal. Well, yeah, I think, because I am superstitious, that Newcastle is making the signs obvious. We can't wait to see you perform finals day here at SURFEST.
Thanks, Fawny. I'm going to run with that.
Magic.
We can't not talk about Soph McCulloch without talking about that barrel yesterday. We got to see snippets of it in that last heat when they played up the replay. That was crazy.
A little flex there from Scruff.
Little flex, you reckon?
Sometimes those waves are as good as winning a heat. Luckily, I got to do both. Absolutely, you did, Soph. Super tubed, winning heats into the quarters. Thanks for coming. That's a good couple of days at the office.
That's the equivalent of a little cheeky punch, like
yeah, just a
fist
little,
in the air.
just a little one
little
too, just
subtle
a
one.
little ace buck and.
Yeah, I like it. I like this energy we're seeing from Soph McCulloch. I feel like she had a couple of injuries. She did her foot. She broke her back, and
just a couple of mellow ones.
Just a couple of like really minor injuries, but to do all that and still have the desire and the drive to be back on the top level, I think it screams volumes about not only the type of human she is, but the type of competitor she is as well.
Yeah, super resilient, super talented. pretty quiet, pretty unassuming. But yeah, when the waves get real, she's gnarly, and she's obviously well tuned up in the smaller stuff as well. As we see a replay here of Teresa's wave, she was only chasing a small score, and she definitely got it. This is a 4-point ride here. This sees her into the lead. And with 5 minutes on the clock, I know that both of these ladies would have hoped to give more, but the situation is where it is, and you can only really surf the heat you're in. We've seen some high-scoring waves and some high-scoring heats this event, but as we kind of thought, there will become a moment in time where the tide probably does get too much for this bank, and maybe we're getting close to that, Jess.
Yeah, it feels like we're almost there. I mean, we haven't broke out of that 4-point range so far in this heat, and it's no testament to how great this bank has been. It's just the tide's filling in. We've seen it time and time again throughout this event. It shifts. Even yesterday afternoon when we had that bit of bigger swell, it did start to slow down towards the back half of the day. And I mean, we're only 5 heats left for this day, so we knew it was going to move through at some point. And Eve Wong looking there. But speaking of yesterday, it was cooking, Stace. This is the wave we can't stop talking about.
Wow. That is a sensational tube. Look at how hard it spits.
Look how open that barrel is too. She just would have had to perfectly sit in that.
Just chundered its guts out that wave.
Hands down, one of the best barrels we saw yesterday, in or out of competition. We know how much Scruff loves to get tubed as well.
That was crazy.
Can see a little bit of frustration there from Teresa, and the priority switching there. So first priority with red, second priority blue. We definitely saw Eve having a little paddle towards a wave there, so didn't quite get onto it. She's chasing a 397, and Teresa saw it, and she called him out.
Yeah, that's interesting situation there. Really, really unfortunate there for Eve. It's just those little mistakes, as we see. First priority here was with blue, and you can kind of see us kicking and scratching as hard as she can. And it's sort of, once you put in a couple of kicks, I mean, that's not exactly in the rule book per se, but that little extra effort to catch that wave. You're allowed to position yourself and look at the wave, but once you really put your chin down to your board and give it a paddle, that's why you'll see the priority switch there. And I really don't think that there was the appeal was necessary. That was pretty clear cut.
Yeah, you can tell how much Teresa wants it as well. She just went, you know what, that's my priority. So hand it over pretty much there. So she's in first priority now. We are looking for someone to really break out of this 4-point range and make a bit of an exclamation mark in this heat. Just really assert their authority. 4.67 for Teresa Bonfila. A 4-point ride backs it up. Doesn't leave Eve needing much. It's a 3.97, so well below what her highest score is. And there's 2 minutes 20 to do so, but look how close these two are sitting next to each other. It's the telltale story of what we've seen today.
Yeah, totally. And with not that many waves on offer, it's going to be, I can't see the being much separation between these two with 2 minutes to go. But, you know, if you're Eve, you can't give up. You've got to get creative. You've got to start to create some space. Got to make Teresa sort of start to think about some decisions, start to chip away at that kind of the mentals. Because just sitting there and not paddling around at all doesn't make your competitor make a decision. So you've kind of got to fake it. You've got to look interested. If you don't go, I will, kind of thing, as we see now. Some sets approaching. And to be honest, it looks like there could be a couple of waves in this set here.
Yeah, you can see them rolling down the beach towards that Dixon Park bank. There is another bank that they're sitting on. They're trying to chase towards a couple of sets. I honestly don't think there is much worse of a feeling as a competitive surfer than being paddled up and down the beach and not having first priority, needing a score, and a score's so small as a 3.97. But when you're Teresa Bonfila, you have to. It's just a given. You really need to stay close to them.
It's not personal. Let's put it that way. If it was the other situation, the other way around, you know, you're doing yourself a disservice if you don't play the game. You spend a lot of money. You train real hard to get here. These are the rules of the game, and this is how you play it. She's playing it perfectly.
We used to do drills when we were younger. I remember doing them with Molly as well. She was gnarly for it, and we would, for 5 minutes, you would have second priority and you had to try and get a wave in 5 minutes and break away. And if you didn't have priority and got a wave, the other person had to run sand dunes. It was brutal.
Brutal.
My least favourite drill of all of them. 25 seconds to go in this one, though. Chasing at 3.97 is Eve Wong, trying to break free of Teresa Bonvola. Is this one going to hit the bank? Just that tide is just filling in. They're sitting a little bit too far out. That wind rushing up the face, making it hard to get into. That may have had a 3.97 on that wave.
Teresa's got to be careful here. She's on the wrong side of her. And with the offshore wind, like, it's probably not going to make a difference here as we see the clock count down. But just with how strong that wind is, being like 2 strokes too far out, it could have had a massive effect, but not to be. It will be our Portuguese surfer taking the win here.
Yeah, small scoring heat between these two surfers. We know they have so much more to give. Teresa with a bit of a victory lap through this inside section. Loved that one big turn. That's more of what we're used to seeing from her, but it was just that tide starting to fill in. But this is the GWM recap, and it was Teresa kicking us off here.
Yes, a couple of waves to review here, but all in all, a pretty modest heat from both surfers. Like you said, Jesse, they were hoping to get more on the board and some more opportunity and some bigger scores, but at the end of the day, we're always going to have a winner and a surfer that's exiting the field, and today, unfortunately, it's Eve who didn't quite get the best of this heat. She's probably on the best waves, and that's probably what is going to make this loss the hardest to digest.
That last fall is probably one she's going to be thinking about tonight. Could have been a change in this heat. Teresa answered back though, needed a score, got a 4-point ride on this one. Just kept carving back to the pocket, really putting some emphasis on her turns, and it was enough to get her the win over Eve Wong. So we will see her in Bolito, and it is going to be Teresa Bonvola moving on through to the quarterfinals. We're going to head to a break and bring up back the round of 16, heat number 4. It's Amira Suzuki taking on Noah Clapp.
The Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, is proudly brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Vycobi, ocean performance and lifestyle apparel company. By BioGland, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. And by Port of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy.
It just keeps on getting better down here at the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. It was Teresa Bonvola getting through to the quarterfinals, breaking down that heat. It was a super slow one, but she did what she had to do. She got the job done. I'm Jessie Starling, joined in here by Stace Galbraith to take you through round of 16, heat number 4, and it's a big one, Stace.
She's flying in the big guns here. Oh, no. That's Louis Campbell's Portuguese doppelganger. My bad. But yeah, another big matchup on her hands here, Jess.
Amira Suzuki in the red. She'll be taking on Noah Clapp in the blue. Big scores already locked in this heat so far. So Japan taking on Germany. And 30 minutes, it feels like it's going to be a pretty exciting matchup between these two. We've got some replays to get through here, Stace.
Yeah, in the break, Noah Clapp. Massive turn there. The judge is loving that one big turn, 6.17. And Amuro Suzuki gliding into this wave. Beautiful opening slash to start.
Wow. Beautiful combination of turns there from Amuro.
That was gnarly. I kind of think that could have been a little higher.
Wow, that second
That
turn.
was an amazing combo.
Amazing combo. They were the sets that last heat was really hoping for and looking forward to. So 7.83 for the first of Amuro Suzuki, a 6.17 for Noah Clapp, her second ever Challenger Series event. The only other one she's competed in, she got a 3rd place. So she's got a pretty high strike rate in the Challenger Series so far, and it's for those big end section moves that she's not scared to hit.
Yep. That was a big section, big turn. And, you know, particularly on days like today, that can be a lot of the score. Like, technically speaking, it's not the hardest turn to do, but it does take, you know, skill to be able to position your board there, and then to have that big steep section. You're pretty much, once you're riding out of a turn like that, you're pretty stoked, and you know it's going to be a good score just based on the wave height alone, particularly from what we saw in the last heat.
21 years old, grew up in Malibu, represents Germany. Noah is just a really impressive surfer. She competed through the European Tour, had a bunch of second places there, a couple of fifths. She finished 6th in her region, and she's surfing like she finished 1st in her region. She is looking so impressive, especially when she connects with that lip. On the other hand, Amuro Suzuki, she's so well known, and she's up and riding here, looking to back up her 7.83. Just a beautiful bottom turn into that top turn, floats this section, comes through to the inside, bit of wobble to work with for the carve, but the way she pushes so hard off that bottom turn, it's just gorgeous to watch.
It really is, and yeah, like, just the way that she weights and unweights her board and sort of, you know, pushes hard when she has to, but then in the transition, she's really light and fast. You know, she's definitely a World Tour quality surfer.
That turn, just so much spark out of it. And the back end of this wave, it just was small and hit that deep water.
Just no compromise in her surfing. Like you see in the Stonerwood slow-mo replay here, how hard she's leaning over. This is probably one of the smallest waves you could ride out here today, but she's still generated enough speed to be able to kind of work her way through these manoeuvres. The wave just obviously going into the gutter there and not offering her a big finish, and it's not going to be a big score, but you can see the style and the technique on full display when any surfer in the world is like riding a small wave and having to generate their own speed. That's when you really know who's got their act finely tuned.
3.17 for that last wave of Amuro. She's got herself 11 points in just over 7 minutes so far in this heat, which is a pretty solid lineup right now. She's definitely gonna want to ditch that 3.17 by the end of this heat. But looking at this round of 16, we have 6 Olympian surfers competing in this round. Amuro Suzuki, one of them, the only one who's got a medal. She's got 3rd place in the Tokyo Olympics, and it's hard enough to be in the Olympics and think about the pressure and the millions of people watching you, but to do it in your home country as well and add that pressure to it must have been crazy.
Oh, it would have been wild experience. And, you know, particularly the Japanese sports fans and Japanese surfing fans in particular, absolutely some of the most passionate people in the world about their sports and about their surfing. So for her to be able to pull that off at home, you know, particularly after the delayed Olympics, obviously it was meant to be 2020, but it ran in 2021, and all of the build up to that, for her to pull that off would have been, yeah, a pretty cool experience.
The Olympics were just an incredible attribute to our sport and an aspect that a lot of us wanted for a really long time, and we've seen it run for 2 years now, but when it got added, that was just a massive moment for surfing in general, and to think it's going to be there for a long time. When it got added, Stace, your initial thoughts of surfing being in the Olympics?
Yeah, well, obviously it plays both ways, and I think the way that I look at it is, you look at Carly Vast, Olympic gold medalist, he still got his eyes on a men's world title. And that's why he's here, you know, working on his boards, working on his small wave technique, getting all that stuff done, because ultimately they play off against one another. A men's world title, probably going to have more clout in the car park with your mates and your peers, Whereas an Olympic gold medal, it takes you into the mainstream. You know, that's the thing you're going to leave on your LinkedIn profile. But as surfers and as like action sports athletes, I think that those men and women, they still they treasure both. And you'd take one or the other or both if you could. But I think that, you know, to truly complete your career and your accolades, if you're good enough to win an Olympic men's gold, you'd have to be backing yourself in to win a world title. And I think, you know, they both play off against each other beautifully.
It's so funny how many people say, would you prefer an Olympic gold medal or a men's world title? And that's such a good point. It really does come down to who you are and how well you know the sport. I mean, for us who are born and bred in the sport, they both really carry weight. And that Olympic gold medal is so new to surfers around the world, and especially when we've had decades of world champions. But to the rest of the world who may not even know the height of how much it means. We'll get back to this in a second. Amira Suzuki racing down the line there, trying to get rid of a 317, that one closing out. So you can see that wind though there, Stacey. It was really rushing up the face of that one. Yeah, it's like the bigger the wave face, the more the wind rips up it, and you definitely got to see that there. That was a pretty hard wave to deal with, and it basically a closeout, so I don't think Amira missed too much there. It's still a beautiful, clean canvas. I mean, that's exactly what we're looking for. We're stoked that the wind is blowing offshore today. And it's going to be like that for the rest of the event. And tomorrow we're seeing the period pick up ever so slightly. Yeah, I think tomorrow's going to be better than we think. You see some sets rolling in here, and I just want to make the point of Noah. She's seen these sets, and she's paddled out to them. But as we saw on that last wave with the bigger set waves, the way the wind picks up as those waves roll through, you know, positioning on the bank is just so critical. You want to make sure you're far enough out so that you get 2 or 3 turns in, but not so far out that you miss the wave altogether. So you've got to be super careful on today, because the wind is just as strong as it was, you know, it's just as strong as it now as it was this morning. So certainly hasn't died off. We saw Eve Wong get caught out with that too. She missed what looked to be like a pretty good set in that heat, and then ended up losing priority to Teresa Bonvalot. And it is one of those things where you really do have to keep an eye on it as a surfer. It's so easy just to think, oh yeah, set's coming here, I'll be out. But when it is a pretty strong offshore, it's a lot of things that we maybe don't take into consideration as much. You just get excited. You see sets coming, oh, take me out to them. I want to get to this wave nice and early, and I want to meet the wave. But it's just, yeah, you can see the separation there in the two surfers, and that's a big gap. So one of them's got it right and one of them's got it wrong. And I kind of would lean more towards a Muro at the moment. Wait and see with these next sets coming through. We've had a big start to this heat. Let's hope we get a big finish as well. We're going to head to a Bonsoy brew bake.
The Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, is proudly brought to you by Oakberry. Fuel yourself with the official acai of the World Surf League Australia. By Destination New South Wales. an official strategic partner of Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. By Bond University. Bond University, your ambition belongs here. And by Stone & Wood, the unofficial beer of the World Surf League Australia.
Amira Suzuki and Noah Clapp are battling it out for a spot in the quarterfinals here at the 2025 Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST. I'm Jessie, this is Stace, and we had a pretty exciting start to this heat. That 783 in particular was just lovely to watch. This was Noah Clapp here in the break, Stace.
Yeah, a bit of a score gone begging there. Unfortunately, couldn't get the 2 turns in, just the 307, which wasn't the requirement. She's chasing the 484 to take the lead. We've seen Amira Suzuki try a couple of times to back up that 783, but no real backup on the board just yet.
So Noah having a look at that last wave, can't quite get on it, and looking like Teresa is going to be into the quarterfinals. She's down there with AJ on the glass.
Teresa, we were just talking about those are the heats that you really have to dig deep and find the waves that you can, the opportunities that you can. How did you lean into your experience to make sure you did that?
For sure, these ones are the really tricky ones. I mean, there's some really good waves, but at the same time, it's super slow. And with these offshore winds, like super strong, it can be like a heat that nothing really gives you that opportunity to surf well. And I guess it's the same for me as the other surfers, so I just tried to maximize the waves that I caught, and even in the end with under priority, trying like to get that score that I needed and to put the pressure on the other surfer. So yes, I'm super happy to make it through, to keep going. A tough one. It was really hard to be all day watching like some amazing waves, the boys destroying everything. But yeah, I'm super happy.
On to your first finals day. You finished, whoa, speaking of the wind, you finished last year with a pretty quality result in Saquarema. Coming into this year, how are you carrying that momentum and building on it?
I'm just enjoying every day, enjoying each place to the maximum, trying to be as present as possible. That's what I've been trying to do even in the off season. Just trying to enjoy this whole scenario, what we do. It's what I love the most, compete. So I'll just take that.
And before we let you go, você quer dizer mensagem para o Portugal?
Claro, para quem está aí a assistir, sei que foi heartbreak, foi até ao fim, ali na raça e na vontade, por isso agora já podem ir dormir descansados e amanhã há mais.
Parabéns, see you tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
With this result, Teresa Bonvalot, she matches her best result she's ever had here at Newcastle. She got a 5th place here in the quarterfinals. Lost to the local girl, Philippa Anderson, back in 2018, but she's here, she wants more. And this year it's a Challenger Series event. Right now though, there's just over 12 minutes to go. So 12 minutes 40 on the clock. Amuro, that last wave, 2 really nice turns there, Stace, and got her a better backup score.
Yeah, she kind of just sort of mongreled up and got it done. Kind of a bit of a sketchy 1-2 there, but just getting the completion and adding to her total and really handing it back over to Noah now, who's going to need something similar to her first wave if she wants to turn this heat.
Thinking about past winners here, we've never had a Japanese surfer win this event before, nor a German surfer. So this is a big opportunity for both of these ladies representing their countries to stamp their authority on what is a pretty prestigious leaderboard.
Definitely. There's some great names on that list. Who's your favourite?
Well, I could be super biased, but I'm not going to. So I'm going to say Joel Parkinson's probably my favourite on that list.
I was talking about the ladies, Jess. Don't worry about the boys.
Easy. Ellie Harrison.
Ellie Harrison, nice.
Of course.
Well, we saw Joel Vaughan go back-to-back last 2 years, but Merewether Falconer on the women's side, she did it years ago. Back-to-back. Any event's hard to win, let alone go back-to-back.
Rebecca Woods went back-to-back as well in 2003 and 2004. Beck Woods, she ripped.
She was great.
She was great. And 11 minutes 20, there's just been incredible lists. The honour roll goes on here for past champions. This is what we're looking at over the last 10 years. Ellie Harrison still in the draw, trying to defend her title here.
Oh, speaking of back-to-back, I like that.
Speaking of back-to-back, Sally, she's going for a 4th title in this one as well. Macy, we saw her in the early stages of this event, unfortunately knocked out. What about that Malia Manuel title? Do you have anything to do with that one?
Nah, nothing. It's that was the first year I think that Jack and I came down here was 2014. Same as the other day. It was absolutely firing. And I just couldn't believe how good everyone was surfing. I think dudes like Wiggly Dantes, Beric de Vries was on fire. Jackie Boy had a bit of a shocker, but that's all right. These things happen. And then, yeah, Auntie Malia took that one out on the women's side.
Matt Banting on the men's side.
Matt Banting, I think, beat Adriana de Souza. And that was like even just as a coach, like looking at that final as they were paddling out, it was like, oh, well, de Souza's going to win. Like, good on Banting, you know. Well done to the young fella, super young at that point in his career. And Banting just waxed him. And I was like, it really, one of those victories, and like you need that. You need someone to kind of do that and make it possible. Like, oh, these older guys, they're beatable, you know. And I remember that so clearly. I remember thinking, gee, Banting's done a great job there.
While we're on the topic.
And he had a crazy year. I think he might have come second at Manly, and then he came up here and won Newcastle. He basically qualified in 2 events.
Yeah, and Matt Banting, he was one of the most talented surfers coming out of our region, and thinking that, you know, Wilco winning in 2016, he had a great year on the tour.
He didn't lose that year.
No.
He went Newcastle, Snapper, Bells.
But over the last 10 years, it's just been the show of the Aussies and the Brazilians, and obviously the last couple of years it's been a regional event, and the Brazilians have been really dominant here on the men's side in the past. Had 7 male Brazilian winners here. Gil Herme, Mateus's uncle, he was the very first winner from Brazil that we had here, and it is really one of those honour rolls worldwide that you want to get your name on, and it just holds so much weight in your career if you've won down here.
Yeah, particularly as an international too. Like, if winning away from home's really difficult, and if, you know, obviously winning anywhere in the world's cool, but to know that your name's on that honour roll with, you know, Tom Carroll, Tom Curran, Mark Richards, like all these crew, you know, Joel Parkinson, Mick Fanning, the list goes on. And so, yeah, getting your name, you know, as a man or a female winner here, that's, yeah, it's a special one.
And everyone on this winners list has gone on to have just a great career. Plenty of world champions have won this event before. Pretty much everyone on the men's side who has won here has been on the championship tour, which is a crazy stat. Like, there's not one name that I have a question mark around for that men's side. Right now, though, we're 8 minutes to go in this heat. Amuro Suzuki out in the lead with a 7.83 and a 4.33. Noah Clapp needs a 6-point ride, and Amuro second priority, but on the right spot for this one. Swoops into this first carve. Great looking section, belts it there for Amuro. Trying to better that 4.33, just navigated the wind and everything coming back at her then, and she just put on a great performance.
I could understand why Noah didn't want to go that wave. It would have been a tricky wave to surf as a backside. Just the first section was pretty flat and not a lot of vertical face to work with. But on the front side, you know, throw a bit of pizza at it and get your carve done, and then the nice big finish there for Amuro.
How's the pop she gets off that first bottom turn? There's that jump through that section. It really accelerated her into that second one. Stone and Wood slow-mo, Stace, break it down.
Well, that's what your knees are for. They're there for bending. And she certainly does that in between her turns, and that's sort of what I was talking about before. Just when she presses down on her board through her turns, it's really heavy and powerful, but then in transition, she's super light and frisky, and that's what just gives her that leverage and that range on her turns. And again, I could understand why Noah didn't go, but it is going to hurt her because Amuro's going to better there for sure.
You can see she's on a JS Golden Child there as well. It seems to be a lot of surfers, especially the JS team, relying on that board.
It's pretty much Cowley Vast I can think of that's the only bloke that isn't on them. He's riding his Monster 10, which I could kind of see both boards going pretty good out here, actually. If you could find that steeper, kind of more critical face, you're stoked on the Golden Child. But if you got maybe like a high tide heat or something where you might need to get a bit more effort out of the board and have it kind of do the work for you, and Monster's going to do that for you as well. So yeah, the JSs, they're always looking good when the waves are good, that's for sure.
We've seen Noah Clapp being on a spine tech. Al Merrick Those boards have so much just responsiveness to them. You push, they push back. You lean, they go straight with you.
And is she riding her Spine Tech today?
It looks like it. I need a breakdown on her next wave.
We might need a little crop in slow-mo, but yeah, it's interesting to see. I think you'd expect to see a lot of PU boards today, just given the wind. But when you've got a favourite, you've got a favourite.
Oh, sometimes it's just a magic board that you just don't want to let go of. And right now, take a look at this lady on your screen, Kira Pinkerton, gearing up for what we assume is going to be a massive heat against Eden Waller. Eden being one of the standouts of the females in the round of 32.
Oh, absolutely. She got everything under the sun. Tubes, big turns, crazy combos. She's just having a good time out here.
Crazy tubes. Not just tubes, crazy tubes.
And the one that she didn't make, that one that was just running off across the sandbar, she's having a good time.
Little brother Zion here supporting her as well. The whole family's come down. She's coming off a big win over there in Japan. And back to this heat, taking a look. Stacey, you were on the money. That last wave, it bettered, and it bettered by a lot. It was a 6.23, and she's just been on fire. This is the GWM recap here. Noah Clapp got us underway here.
Yeah, so this was the 617. That turn felt good, and the size of the section definitely helping the score there. And Amuro Suzuki, this is the 783, and the power in her turns and the way she throws her board around and how easy she generates speed. There's just some good competition surfing there from Amuro for that 433. But it was the next wave here in question, Jess. This is a 623 that really put her out in front.
Yeah, just allowed her to open up with a beautiful swoop and just tagged it for that second one. Fins were well and truly out the back and just beautifully glided on that coping for a 623 for Amuro. So she's holding the lead. She's got second priority. So Noah Clapp has everything she needs right now. She's got first priority. She knows exactly what she's looking for. And 4 minutes is still time on the clock, essentially. But it's a big score. A 789 needs to be a certain type of wave today.
Yeah, big time. Just getting back to Amuro there, like you can't discredit the small stuff. Like her paddle in and how she gets to her feet is so fast, and that's where it all begins for everyone, right? And the way that she just glides into those waves is it just from the minute she's up and riding, you're interested. And you're waiting for the magic to happen, and she quite often delivers.
Amuro, one of those surfers as well who's missed out for the championship tour by one spot. I mean, she got the call up the year that Carissa Moore decided she didn't want to compete, and then we had that COVID year, and then Amuro got a start in a few events, but she would be one to keep an eye on this year, especially considering there's 7 spots for the women's side. But that's a pretty solid group of talent sitting on the beach cheering on Noah Clapp right now.
None more solid and or talented than Chris Gallagher there, coach of many talented young surfer. Taro Watanabe, Alyssa Spencer, Levi Slawson and Tosh Tudor there, all hanging around and cheering on what I believe to be Noah. I think that looks like Noah's backup board there. So yeah, Gally, he's a classic, full of great insights, and all those kids are lucky to have him. And at the moment, they'd just be willing on Noah to get another opportunity in this heat.
Yeah, caught up with Chris last night, Alyssa Spencer as well, and it was just...
Big bust up at the beachy.
Yep, Tracks Party.
Beautiful.
Rum Jungle, the local Nui band, they headlined, and they're just great humans. I think they're going to come down and check out the event tomorrow. So 2 worlds collide there, surfing and music, and they belong together, in my opinion. But 2 minutes to go. And it's a 789 that Noah Clapp is chasing. She's got first priority. She's got the support on the beach. Like we mentioned, great coach being Chris Gallagher. Who's he coached through the years?
Most recently, he probably spent the most amount of time with Geordie Smith. Yeah, he's a wealth of knowledge. You know, obviously, he's had a great career himself on the world tour, and he's a fantastic shaper. And he's... You know, everyone's kind of got their different styles and different flavours, but he's definitely one of those guys that probably leans more on like technique and you know, bringing back to like doing your best surfing in the jersey, which, you know, other coaches might look to wave selection or positioning or, you know, tactical decisions and all that, whereas Gally's pretty heavily focused on just picking the best waves and doing the best surfing.
It's pretty good mentality.
Well, it's really not a complicated sport.
No, when you break it down, yeah.
But there is the moments where you can make it very complicated, and I think that's I think we're all guilty of that. It's certainly not rocket science.
Oh, it's so easy to overthink and overcomplicate, and then you throw in the variable that is Mother Nature, and it keeps us on our toes with this sport. There really is nothing else quite like it in the world. And right now, with 50 seconds to go, Noah hoping that Mother Nature's on her side, chasing down a pretty substantial score. It's a 7.89. She's got a 6.17 for one turn, which is a pretty big compliment to her surfing and how hard she hits those end sections.
Yeah, it really is, and you know, she should take a lot of confidence out that. Even with 30 seconds on the clock, she's still well within this heat. She can find a wave that maybe gives her that, plus, you know, half a turn more, a little check turn into a huge closeout. You can see the number going pretty high.
A paddle here from both the ladies, hoping that something's coming. Looking like there might be a bit of a lump on the way. There's 15 seconds to go, so time is the enemy. Noah has first priority, so she has choice of the lineup right now. There's 10 seconds to go. She's got to go this one. And she's not going to get into it. You can see that wind just ripping up the face there. So unfortunately, Noah Clark, but she's not going to find herself an opportunity to get the score she is looking for, which is pretty big. It was a 7.89. So we're going to see Amura Suzuki move into the quarterfinals after a really solid performance there, Stace.
Yeah, that was really good from start to finish there at the opening exchange. She won that by about 1.5 points and never really looked back from there.
Yeah, 7.83 and a 6.23. Coming up next, Eden Waller taking on Kira Pinkerton in the round of 16, heat number 5. It'll be Ronnie Blakey and Richie Lovett taking through that one.
The Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by City of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. By Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. And by Burton Automotive Group, over 60 years of automotive excellence, proudly supporting our surfing community. Welcome back. Have a look at Amura Suzuki celebrating what was a massive heat win, a healthy heat score total of 14.06, getting the jump on Noah Clapp to earn her place in the quarterfinals as we continue to roll through the round of 16.
Yeah.
High fives all round. Amura Suzuki, she's knocked on the door of a championship tour spot for a number of times, and maybe this will be the year that she breaks through, Rich.
Could be. She's been at it for a couple of years now, and the results have been coming, but they've been coming inconsistently. So I think she might have just cracked the code here up at Newcastle, and she's into the quarterfinals. Finals day, it's a big step.
Yeah, and she put together a healthy heat score total there, Vaughan, which you kind of get the feeling that it's going to see the competitors in this next heat stick to that northern end of the contest site.
Yeah, I think it's becoming a big decision now. The tide's starting to fill in, that bank's offering less, but if the scores are coming through, you're going to stick with what's guaranteed because it's still a little bit of a wild card down off rocks at the moment.
It sure is. Great to have your company. Let's get stuck into it. Another huge clash here. Heat number 5. And we have the Super Grom, Eden Waller, who's already starting to collect some big results at just 15 years of age. She is up against Kira Pinkerton from the same town, San Clemente. Kira, she's had a few laps on the Challenger Series, collected some big scores. These are big results, but it was a standout performance, Vorno, from Eden Waller in the earlier rounds, getting herself barreled down there on the rocks break.
How cool. Yep, went to the Dunno Premiere last night at Sandbar, and Eden's section blew minds. All the Groms who came down were just tripping on not just how well she rides the barrel, but how big some of the barrels she gets are. But look at this, just a beautiful little bit of vision there. And she came out and put the exclamation mark on it. And there's Zion, another champion. That's Megan there as well on the camera. Zion and Eden's mum, and Johnny's here as well. And I think that might be T. So yeah, there's a lot of support here for Eden and Zion. You know, their first trip to Australia, but already really popular with the locals.
All right, so plenty of time remaining here. No rides just yet. Eden having a look at this one, as was Kira Pinkerton. But Eden Waller, massive result for her on the regional QS last year. Won a 3,000, the Supergirl Pro. Just 15 years of age at the time, and it was a young final up against Kiara Gold, 14 years of age. So that next wave is starting to make their move. She finished 6th on the regional QS, and with a place mate available, got the call up to compete here on the Challenger Series, and we've loved watching her perform. Kira Pinkerton, we've seen her for a few years now on this Challenger Series, and she always features at the top end of the ranks. Once we get to the year's end, hasn't finished outside the top 20 yet, and her best finish came in 2022 and 2024, where she finished 14th. So she's been right there in that qualifying picture, and we'll see if she can keep the role alive in this event and give herself the ultimate start.
Yeah, another young woman who loves big barrels. My brain thinks back to some bank vault sessions, huge pits in the men's, and really not scared. So it's a pity we don't have a few more barrels on offer today, because both these two could get, you know, they could go at it in a proper tube shootout if the conditions were sort of that way inclined. Today it's going to be turns, and I think that, you know, Eden's going to have a work cut out for her, because she's dealing with a real powerful surfer here, Rich.
She is indeed. Kira Pinkerton, probably one of the most powerful surfers on the women's side of the Challenger Series draw, and a fair bit taller than Eden as well, so she's going to have that leverage if she does get an open face to really work with. Looks like she's taken the inside position here, just jockeying. Good looking set now. We might have Eden actually looking at her left.
Well, here she goes, drawing off the bottom up into the first section. Clean hit. Again, climbs up into the pocket. Just loses the second turn. And Kira Pinkerton now gets an opportunity to respond. Big blast, a lot of spray thrown there, as she cleans it up through the inside now. 22 years of age, and she has found a gem here. Nice little sequence of turns. A couple of QS wins in a quest to get back to the Challenger Series last year.
Yeah, this heat, it has a little bit of a resemblance to the Margaret River final, where we had Katie Simmers up against Gabriella Bryan. And have a go at this though, gets it vertical.
Yeah, Eden just quickly getting into another wave, and just the one turn, but looks like that offshore wind, Rich, has really started to pick up.
It's kicked up again for sure. It's gotten really strong out of the north-northwest. And we got a bit of a paddle battle here.
100%. Kira Pinkerton kicks her feet. But let's have a look at the Burton Automotive replay here and see what kind of work Kira got done.
Oh, gets a really clean snap to start off. Wrapping cut back into the foam. Little check turn here, and then a bonus section. Bang, hits the lip again, then comes round. Another little carve down, so series of manoeuvres there. And Then Eden took one behind her. Connects well with that first snap, driving it down the line and just mistimes the second hit.
Yeah, real shame she fell on that second turn because the first was so strong.
Wow, this just turned into lefts.
Yeah.
But yeah, as I was saying, Ron, you know, the similarities between Margaret's was we had incredibly strong offshores. We had, you know, a light, super zippy, fast style of Katie Simmers up against, you know, the power of Gabriella Bryan. And you kind of get the feeling if Kira just stays on her board, places her turns in the right spot, she's going to be throwing a lot more spray. The big advantage for Eden is that she's not as scared to get into the lip, and if she throws it up late and her timing's right, it's going to look super zappy.
Yeah, 100%. Couldn't agree more, Vorno. It's sort of that speed and precision versus power in this game.
Here we go. Eden on the forehand now. Saw a beautiful backhand hook. She starts this one with a cutback, drawing right into the bowl, mixing it up. And now just looking to finish off. Said it a couple of times already in this event, but there is some similarities there to Molly Picklum for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Shades of Molly in the style for sure. Just the way she does that big wrapping turn.
Interesting, Rich, and you can touch on this, obviously with your experience in the big victory at Trestles, but all the surfers from that region, they have really strong forehands, but they're also equally as impressive on the backhand, always really well-rounded and have great tools going each direction.
Yeah, well, the San Clemente zone, as we watch the replay here, you know, the right-hander at lowers, it's just tailor-made for just honing your skills, that big wrapping turn. It offers you so many different sections where you can work on your big roundhouse cutbacks like this one. You can work on your blow-tail drifts. It's got a bit of everything, but don't count out the left at lowers. It is super fun. Stands up, maybe not as long as the right-hander, but it sort of comes at you at the right angle. You can really square up on it.
Her read is so mature, isn't it? Even on that insider, the way that she was linking her turns and just responding to what the wave was offering was elite.
Yeah.
There's none of that wobble. She does not look like a 16-year-old out there.
No, she really doesn't. And so mature for just such a young lady.
Here goes Kira now on the forehand. It's a couple of hits there. Some real intent as she attacked the pocket a couple of times there. Looks like we're waiting on numbers for the opening exchange to drop. Eden had a couple of threes to kick things off. Kira turned in a 5.33 for her hit on the backhand.
And you can just see the difference in the conditions since this morning. On a lower tide, all of these waves, 99% of the waves would go into a closeout section. That big finishing move, and now the tide's come up that much that our competitors are riding just into fat water eventually.
Yeah, all these scores, Rich, so far that are locked are on lefts. So it's going to be interesting to see what the rights have to offer here.
Kira got some good work done on that last wave as well.
Numbers rolling through for the right there for Eden Waller. It's looks like it's going to fall just short of the 5-point range. And Kira's going to take the early lead here in a moment. 17.5 minutes to go. Saw Hannah Anderson out there shooting water images. It's one of the great things from all the WSL events. Just a lot of those highlights, those epic moments captured by the amazing water photographers that follow the tour. And as we see that one just coming to an end for Kira on the inside. Did some pretty handy work. First turn was a little off, Rich, but made up for it here.
Oh, yeah, these next two turns really tight in that power pocket. And then the wave fades out. Just gets a little caught on the bottom turn, but she cleans it up well off the top. Now this turn here, you can see how curled out, how cupped out the face of that wave was. She just does that nice pivoting action off the top. And of course the power that we keep talking about. Kira just displacing a decent amount of water, nice fan of spray. And the judges are quite far away now from where they're surfing. And so those turns and the spray really does add some impact.
16 and a half minutes to go. And it feels like Kira's right is going to get her in front, and likely it'll be the best wave of the heat so far. But a relatively sort of sleepy start to this one. Expecting both these surfers to drop some pretty big scores as we get through the next 16 minutes. But Vaughan, the festival that is SURFEST, you've been really leaning into it. You had a Ain't That Swell live show up at the Beach Hotel here at Merewether. Massive turnout, great panel of local legends.
It was an amazing panel. Got to have Ryan Callanan, Josh Kerr and Julian Wilson all sharing the stage, trading yarns, talking airs, but also talking about their CT careers and some of the highlight moments, and it was unreal.
You got along to the home game for the Knights.
I did.
Rugby league. That was good fun as well. An epic game.
Yeah.
Not the result we were after.
No.
Being from the Northern Beaches, but yeah, it was a really exciting finish, and it kind of just set the town on fire. And every night there's been plenty going on.
Well, the good thing about the Knights winning, aside from the fact that it hasn't happened much in the last 10 years, is that when they do win, they come, as you say, it gets the whole town up and about. And so when there's a sporting event on, Newcastle, Novocastrians love sport. So they're going to come down, they're going to be here in numbers, and the fact that they've got, a local boy in the final day tomorrow, Ryan Callanan will be surfing. So I would imagine there's going to be standing room only down here.
Yeah, it's going to be huge. And it is a huge result for Amuro Suzuki. Also getting into finals day, AJ.
Huge result, Ronnie, and one that was hard-earned, Amuro. We have seen the waves just ebb and flow throughout the last few heats in particular. So going into your heat, what was your strategy?
It was kind of slow, but my strategy was just trying to catch good wave with busy. And then, and I'm happy to catch good one.
It was so good, and it puts you into your first finals day here on the Challenger Series in a few years. How much does that validate all of the work that you've put in to get here?
I'm really excited, and I just want to have fun, and I hope keep going, and I can't wait tomorrow.
Do you have anything you want to say to friends and family back home?
応援ありがとうございます。明日も頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。Yes.
Omerito, see you tomorrow.
ありがとう. Thank you.
Amuro Suzuki, when she starts dropping those big numbers, very difficult to overcome. A lot of experience, done a number of laps on the Challenger Series, and in the finals day here at the first stop of the 2025 Challenger Series season. On the outside, we've got Eden Waller up. Nice drift to the tail on that first turn. Extending through the backhand carve now as she builds through this inside. The wave's starting to fade away into deep water. And that was pretty impressive stuff. She was after a 6.23 as we go to the Burton Automotive replay here.
Yeah, streaks down. Beautiful bottom turn there. Sets up the turn on the backhand, and a quick snap for the second one. And then ropes it around for the third, and then the wave just runs out of steam. But loved how she kept that energy and that focus down the line for that second turn.
Yeah, remarkable just how polished her performance is out there at the moment. But she is up against Kira Pinkerton, who had a couple of mid-range fives, so she's trying to play catch-up. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break and see where the number falls right after this. The Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, is proudly brought to you by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Vicovy, ocean performance and lifestyle apparel company. By BioGlan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. And by Port of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. Welcome back. We got a new heat leader out here. Eden Waller, the 15-year-old Super Grom, has just dropped a 6.33 for a polished performance on the backhand to get the edge on Kira Pinkerton, who's now after a 5.44. Impressive stuff.
Yeah, there was definitely a speed element to that last left that got her the nod in the lead. But this is Kira.
Yeah, nice hit on a closeout section, but she'll need more than that to get back in front. And priority swings to the 15-year-old, who just continues to impress. Hadn't seen too much of the backhand from Eden. Seen quite a bit of a forehand, but it looks so sharp. And in tricky conditions too, you know, to set the fins free out there with that strong offshore at the moment, Vaughan, really difficult.
Yeah, she has a phenomenal backhand, and it's really sharp and through the lip. She's not scared to go right up and drift the tail. She'll punch it vertical as well. She's got a really vertical attack. That wave obviously not giving her the platform to totally showcase that, but Rich, you could see as she was coming off the bottom with all that speed, if she really wanted to and the section was there, she can drive up into a big nooner.
Yeah, big square up there. She covered a lot of distance on that wave as well, but that speed, as I was referring to, just the way she was travelling across it and getting the manoeuvres in, she just dialed up the volume a little.
Talk to us, Rich, just about the form. I know you appreciate impeccable technique. It's looking spot on for the 15-year-old.
Absolutely spot on. Hard to pick a fault, really. This little Zion, he'll be the biggest critic of them all, and if she does anything wrong, he'll be right onto her.
Johnny looks like Zion's older brother, don't you reckon?
He does. But yeah,
they're
she does.
watching on.
Her form's really good. Gets that beautiful extension off the backhand as well. Really pushes that back leg out. Driving, you can tell when the surfer's actually utilising the surfboard really well.
Do you reckon Zion's checking scores or playing Angry Birds there?
He's definitely checking those numbers. So psyched, and I think he's really aware too that, you know, Eden's going to have to drop this 4.77 to give herself a better chance against Kira, because Kira only needs 2 steep sections of water out there and she'll lay down some really powerful turns.
It's amazing, isn't it? You blink at the moment, and when you open your eyes, there's another female phenom announcing herself on the biggest stage. Like, as you say, Rich, like, there's so much to enjoy with Eden's technique. It is so well placed. Her ability to just get speed and be in the absolutely perfect section of the wave is just so far beyond her years. And, you know, Tia Zabrowski, she made a Challenger Series final. Katie Simmers, obviously world champ, still a teenager. It's mindless how many new faces we just keep seeing with this level of ability.
Yeah, exactly. And we saw Erin Brooks up on the Gold Coast last year just dominate that event as a youngster as well. Really well balanced stance on the board as well for Eden, and working with Mayhem. She's on the Lost program as well.
Yeah, makes sense. Right there in her backyard, she can work on refining her equipment. She's going to, you know, obviously continue to grow and add more power, but with the foundation of that incredible technique, it's going to set her up really well.
It really is. You know, not much can go wrong from here in terms of the technique and style. And style's something that you really can't manufacture too much. You can work on it, but it gets to the point where it becomes false, it looks forced. The greats and the real greats in our sport that have had that style, it's a natural thing, and it actually gets better with age. And you sort of feel like she has the foundations, and not only a great innovative surfer and power surfer, but a very good stylish surfer as well.
Good tip of the cap from one of the most stylish ever on the CT.
Oh, thanks, Ron.
Yeah.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, added some accessories too along the way, Rich. A couple of earrings. change yourself to Richard Dog Marsh at one point?
Yeah, we did. That was a fun one.
It was a
hot tuna shoot.
Hot tuna campaign.
Yeah.
Hot tuna, one of the brands that was, you know, born really on this part of the coast, if you like. And yeah, I miss it.
Yeah, the 810, 840. That was a must. Every surfer had to have one of those. But those photo shoots definitely were a lot of fun. Really pushed the envelope.
Here we go. Just under 5 minutes to go. Eden just looking to up this 4.77 and lift the requirement for Kira Pinkerton. Kira'd still be feeling pretty comfortable out there, you'd think, at the moment, Vaughan.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think she'd be panicking at all. The wave she's caught, she's surfed extremely well, considering that they haven't really offered big sections for her to completely unleash. It's been all about placement, and her timing looks absolutely spot on. So, you know, I think Kira's feeling like she is in control here, you know, has priority, not needing a massive score. She's just going to bide her time and wait for the wave that allows her to, you know, put some real pressure on the Grom.
Yeah, definitely.
Kira's had the call up to compete in a few championship tour events. Her talent being recognised by the tour and obviously placing herself well on the Challenger Series ranks, on the qualifying series ranks over time to get those just dream phone calls. She's done pretty well. We saw her in El Salvador this year. She came up, obviously you're coming up against those top seeds, tough draws. She lost out to Molly in El Salvador for a 9th place finish. Seen her at the Surf Ranch and the US Open as well. So Kira is, you know, someone that if she can make the grade, get herself to the CT, she's going to be feeling pretty comfortable, you'd think.
Well, she's got those big moves, and that seems to be the byproduct of any time spent on the championship tour, is that emphasis is given to the intensity of the turn. And even when you see the tour competitors come back and get relegated back to the Challenger Series, they come back bigger and better and armed with a bigger gun that they can shoot. And you know, Kira's got it. She really, really does. I remember back to the Sydney Surf Pro last year. I think she had a couple of really good heats, big high scorers. Did some great work on the backhand.
For sure. 3 minutes to go here. So our competitors gearing up for that next heat. Francisca Faselko, a former World Junior champ, up against Irina Rodriguez. Just under 3 minutes to go. Let's see what Stacey's up to out in the field.
Yeah, just catching up with young Zion Waller. Here's Zion. Little board check on what's her backup board today, mate.
Her backup board is a Subdriver 2.0 shaped by Matt Biolis. This board is actually the board she won Stab High on. So, yeah, it's a pretty special one.
I always like a board that's been a little bit busted up. Get a look at this nose here, Benny. That is a favourite surfboard. Never let that thing go.
Yeah, my dad does all his jobs, so that's why it's a little wrinkled up. But, yeah.
And how are you feeling right now? She's in the lead by 0.1, but as Vin Diesel said, it doesn't matter if it's an inch or a mile.
I'm really nervous. I think this is the most nervous I've ever been for her, but yeah.
Pretty huge quarterfinal spot on the line. Do you reckon she can feel your nerves?
I don't think so. I don't know. Maybe.
All right, let's try and hold our breath till the end of this heat.
Yeah.
Good luck, mate. Oh, here we go. Kate Pink, take it away, Rondog.
Kira Pinkerton on the attack. We knew she only had to find a couple of sections and she was going to let go of some big turns. There was a big backhand blast there, but Eden gets a chance to respond. Climbs up into the lip, but no ops out of this one. He's going to get back to the takeoff zone. 1.5 minutes to go. And Kira did let go of a high-quality turn on this ride, Vorno.
Oh, I think it looks really good for Kira because this is a massive turn. The spray was undeniable. And that's just real confidence. You know, attack this one. The section was only going to be there for a split second and fully nailed it.
She's got a little bit of tail drift out of that second turn as well. So putting some flair on it. This is Eden's wave, just a quick in and out.
Well, 1 minute to go here. And the pressure building. And Eden feeling like she's got work to do. Has a look at this one on the inside. 50 seconds to go. Not sure if Kira Pinkerton's back out there to take that priority yet. But scores starting to come through for Kira. 40 seconds to go, and Eden might not even learn what she needs if she does need a score in the final stages here.
Well, Kira's just gotten priority too. Very, very crucial. With 28 seconds on the clock, it looks like there might be a second wave behind here.
Yeah, it's a big
Eden
one.
might be too far in.
20 seconds to go. This one's starting to cap, and Eden's going to have to duck dive under it. There is another wave on the outside. Not sure if it's got a corner that's going to allow her to attack it. We still don't have the number for Kira Pinkerton, so not sure if she's moved into the lead or not. But Eden sensing that she might have work to do. She tries to get herself into this one. Can't find any open face to work over.
Waiting on a score.
But we've really enjoyed watching her run through the contest, and we're waiting to see if it's going to come to an end here.
Yeah, Kira Pinkerton will have to wait nervously as the judges just have a good, hard think about this last left-hander. 2 strong turns and a bit of a hook at the end. That second turn felt like the biggest manoeuvre of the heat. And this was the danger that Eden was always going to be up against. If Kira can connect with a section, just throw all that power. It's this turn here. Bang, just gets that bit of fin drift.
That's got to be the turn of the heat. It was really, you know, the only steeped quality section that we saw, and Kira was in the perfect spot to throw it.
The judges will be going back and having a look at the 6.33 for Eden Waller, because that was high quality work as well. She probably had a stronger first turn, Eden, which the judges typically love. So it's right there. It's going to be close. The power of Kira Pinkerton, undeniable in that second turn. So it's a game of comparisons here at the moment. And in the end, it is Kira Pinkerton who turns in a 5.57 to get herself the lead. But an impressive run in the contest for the 15-year-old.
Certainly was, and just getting a little taste of Challenger Series surfing here. She's almost made it to final day, but not a bad result. You can see Dad just devastated.
Well, she's going to get plenty more opportunities to chase down big results on this Challenger Series. But let's have a look at the GWM heat recap and have a look at the power of Kira Pinkerton on display here.
Yeah, a couple of big swoops here on the left-hander. Kira got things underway and banked a good score. This was one of the longer lefts that we've seen of the entire day. And then Eden got to work. This nice little running right-hander, some beautiful flowing, wrapping cutback turns, showing us that she's got good work off the lip as well, quick snaps, and just reading the waves incredibly well. This is Kira's first right-hander.
Yeah, that first turn was a little bit out of time, but then bang! Impressive second and third snaps. And Kira, she just maintained her composure right throughout. And this was a beautiful turn, wasn't it? Drifting backside re-entry. Little shiv on the inside. But you get the feeling we are going to see so much of Eden Waller in the future of women's surfing. But this was the wave that made the difference.
Yeah, the last wave for Kira Pinkerton and the big backhand blast. That powerful approach, she's done it. She's through to the finals day, through to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, it was a close one. A very close one in the end, though. Eden Waller can hold her head high. Kira Pinkerton moves on to finals day. We've got Arena Rodriguez, Francisca Vaselko out in the lineup, ready to kick off Heat 6. It's all going to go down after the break. Just your typical Saturday here in the city of Newcastle, and what a city it is. Absolutely beautiful. And we are going to see the Novocastrians turn out in force this afternoon, because we have a Merewether Legends heat that's going to go down, a little specialty exhibition heat with Philippa Anderson, who's a life member of the Merewether Board Riders Club, the great Matt Hoy, a long-time CT warrior, Julian Wilson. He's been part of the community here for a number of years now, has a young family. They live just down the coast. Jackson Baker's going to be out there, former SURFEST champion, and Mitch Ross, who also collected some big finishes on the qualifying series and helped coach Carissa Moore to a number of world titles and world tour events. They're going to be out there, so it is going to be a lot of fun to watch. And just to make it even better, we're going to have four-time world champ Mark Richards right here on the set at the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. So we're in for a big afternoon, and we've still got to get through a couple of these round of 16 heats for the women to set up our quarterfinals. Out there at the moment, Irina Rodriguez of Peru wearing the red jersey, and Francisca Vaselko of Portugal, who's super accomplished and came into this Challenger Series finishing second on the regional QS. And it was Irina getting things started during the break. We actually saw a wave for each of the competitors, Rich.
Yeah, so Irina catching a right-hander to start things off. Big swooping forehand arc that she's put on display through the event up to this point. Really polished. And then this was Francisca just not able to really execute anything decent on that wave. Still early days though. 3.5 and a 2.83 to kick things off. And you can see here, tide is really starting to fill in. Get the feeling there's perhaps maybe one more heat on this outside bank, and then we may see the focus shift back to the point.
I think so. Let's take a trip here on the Newcastle flight cam, Newcastle City flight cam, toward Merewether. That corner, there is a solid crowd just stretching the entire length of the beautiful Bathers Way walk here, overlooking the lineup. And that walk takes you right along the cliff, beach, and around the corner to City Beach and all the way to Nobbies. It's awesome. And then you can take that track along the harbour as well, the Port of Newcastle. But the numbers in for the opening exchange, just a slight edge there to Arena. We expect these two surfers to drop much bigger scores. And we have Francisca lining one up here at the moment. Drives out on the open face. Nice little whip, wants to squeak in the combination. Gets that finishing turn done. Had some pretty impressive finishes already on the Challenger Series. Came on the CS in 2022 because she earned that right after winning the World Junior title. That puts you automatically onto the Challenger. And then she finished 33rd in her rookie campaign, and then in 2023 got her best ever finish, 12th. That's really knocking on the door. You're kind of reflecting on your year there, saying, wow, I was only a couple of heats away really. And then last year she drifted out to 19th, but was still pretty impressive. Saw her get the call up for that CT event in Portugal back in 2024.
Yeah, she would have been going into the last event of the Challenger Series the last couple of years in striking distance, with a chance of making the tour. Perhaps just coming a heat or two short.
And Rich, you can speak to, I guess you learn a lot when you do get to that big moment where you have the opportunity with a huge finish to get yourself to the next level.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, if you get there and you don't make it, it's you know, you kind of take the lessons you learn about maybe the mindset, what was wrong, what happened, and then you also reflect on what happened through the year as well, possible mistakes that you need to fix up.
Yeah, I guess too, you can kind of go into it with more of a attacking attitude.
Well, yeah, you know, anytime you get that close, there's this confidence that you fill yourself up with, because you know that you can get there, and it's like, yeah, I can do this. It's almost like when you win an event, you reflect on it and you go, the actual winning of the event, while it was hard and it took a lot of, you know, stamina and everything, I just did my best surfing in that heat, in that moment on those waves, which I do on a daily basis, but it's just putting it all together. That's the hard thing.
A bit of movement here for Arena, driving down the line. Nice little whip off the top for the 19-year-old from Peru. Finished third on the regional QS. Rolls through to the inside, banks off that whitewater. Gets the finish. She was impressive yesterday. Just over 20 and a half minutes to go. We'll see some replays in a moment, but right now let's get a conditions report with AJ.
Thanks so much, Ronnie. So we've seen so much action up on this more northern bank here at Merewether Beach all day long, but the beach comms just announcing that they want to clear this rocks area because for the final 2 heats of the women's round of 16, multiple athletes have expressed interest in actually returning to this area around the rocks. Yolanda Hopkins and her coach in particular have been watching the waves coming through right around where we saw the competition begin a few days ago and have decided there's more opportunity down there. They want to put that element of the beach back in play. So expect at least a few surfers in these final 2 heats to make the move south and try to effort some opportunity here at the point.
Oh, we like the sound of that. It is such a fun little break down there in the corner ridge when the tide is right. And I think we can look forward to some really close exchanges. Just a little bit more dependable in what the wall is going to do in there with that reef break.
Yeah, and the wave will come through most of the time onto that inside shore break as well. That's got a bit of punch to it, and we'll see those bigger finishing manoeuvres. As we went to that vision of AJ, you could actually see that someone riding a wave there, probably better than anything we've seen down at that northern bank the last couple of heats. And a number of little rock shelves here, but here we go. This is Arena.
Yeah, Arena's starting to build. She had a 4 on her last wave. This one, as you can see, just sort of flattened out into deep water. She's in second spot after a 3.84 at the moment. Vaselko turning in a 5 on her last wave.
Yeah, Arena just paddling out the back here. Couple of mid-range scores, that 4 and the 3.5. But it's Vaselko with that high number of the 5, so a point better on there when looking at their best waves at the heat so far.
Got a solid cast out here representing the South American region. Laura Robb, she made her way through to the round of 16. She got beaten by Sophie McCulloch, but she was impressive in the earlier rounds. Daniela Rosas as well. So they're well represented, the Peruvians, and you know, I think that would make our old mate Sofia Milanovic extremely proud, the 2004 world champion and Olympian, as we see now. Vaselko up and chipping away at this one, just lost her front foot halfway through that turn, and Arena will get an opportunity to track it down once again here. High impact finishing turn, just the one move, but after a 3.84, might just get it with that one.
Yeah, well, this is what she did so well the last couple of days, is those big finishing manoeuvres. She just throws herself at it. And we saw shades of that in the last ride. Only the single turn, but it was a good one, had high impact. Selko's last wave as well, she had a good turn, but then just the second section, just sort of wobbling out. She comes unstuck. Let's check the replay here. Vaselko drives down these sections. Beautiful hack, carved down. And then the wave just ran out of steam, really flattened out, but I like this first turn. You can see, just pumps up, builds all that speed. And really hacks into that section. And then this is Arena, so the wave just sort of ran off down the line, so she only got the opportunity to do the one hit, but it was a good one.
Waiting on scores to come through now. Rich, the temptation's going to be there tonight, mate, with obviously the Legends heat, the Merewether Legends heat, to just get into celebration mode, mate. Finals day tomorrow, I'd like you just to restrain yourself. I know that it's an attractive prospect, the nightlife here in Newcastle, and one that at SURFEST in the past you've tapped right into.
Saturday night in Newey is a good night. on any weekend.
The Knights have won.
However,
there's a local in the finals.
It's Surfest weekend, mate. So the town is going to be going ham, and I'm going to stay away.
Big university town too, city, and as a result, you've got this amazing young energy, great live music scene. And you can see right there just how strong this offshore wind is at the moment. Just kind of laying the swell lines a little flat, and it's been, as a result, a bit of inconsistency. So making the most of your opportunities is key, and we are waiting on scores to drop. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Back with heat number 6, the round of 16 in just a moment.
Welcome to Lower Trestle, surf fans. It's time.
There's Felipe Toledo.
Throws it out there, stomps it into the flats. Caroline Marks ripping into the swim.
Canoa snaps it off the lip. Throwtail reverse.
Griffin Colapino up on a bomb.
Simmers on a fun lowers right.
Looking forward to that next stop on the championship tour. It is going to be Trestles, one of Richie Lovett's favourites. He was victorious there in 2003, and that will, of course, be June 10th for Aussies. So don't miss a second of it. Get your fantasy teams locked in and get ready to watch the world's best fight for the final 5 and the world title shot. And things have gotten so close at the top end of the ranks for both the men and the women.
I can't wait to watch this all go down. And not long to wait, just a couple of days.
Bring it on.
We're going to kick things off, so that's going to be awesome. Love the lowers event, really high performance action. And what? Kelly Slater?
Slater's got a wild card. He's going to be there.
What?
Looking forward to it.
The GOAT back in action.
Bring it on. 12 and a half minutes to go here. A great heat we've just seen unfold. Kira Pinkerton up against one of the young guns, AJ, and managing to outpower Eden in that last exchange.
And Ronnie, it's so cool, Kira, you were just telling me that Eden kind of reminds you of a younger version of yourself. How did it feel to go up against the younger you here?
Oh, it's funny because we're from the same place, and she does remind me of myself, like kind of aggressive in heats, very assertive, and like she's very smart and technical, which reminds me of myself. I knew a lot of competitors didn't like to surf against me when I was younger, so that was cool. And she brings like amazing surfing to the table, so I guess, yeah, she made me nervous, and I'm very happy to have gotten through that.
I don't think anyone's still excited when they see you in the draw against them, because you're still a force to be reckoned with here on the 2025 Challenger Series, getting it started. How have you prepared for this season?
We actually traveled around Oz for 2 months just free surfing, because last year, I think actually the last few years, I've lost first heat in the first event, so that's always been in the back of my mind, like, come on, you can make at least one heat. And so to make yesterday in the last minute and then today again is just kind of like, oh, wow, my nerves they're working. So,
how are the nerves doing now that you've locked in your spot at finals day?
Very happy. Yeah, I don't know if I've had too many quarterfinal finishes, so this is pretty awesome for first event. And yeah, the nerves, they definitely get me sometimes, especially in the first event. Not gonna lie, I'm a pretty nervous wreck sometimes, but I just try to tell myself, like, it hasn't even happened yet, so why are you thinking so hard about it? And I've been reading a book before my heat that's like very like, get out of your head. So yeah, that's what I've been doing.
What's the book called?
It's Mind Gym.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's pretty popular. So, but yeah, one chapter a day.
I love it. I'm going to add it to my ritual as well. Congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Love it, AJ. Mind Gym.
I like it.
Sounds like my kind of exercise. 10.5 minutes remaining here. Francisca Vaselko still holding on to a narrow lead, Rich. 4.38 is the requirement for Arena. This heat is really anyone's. The slower conditions, you know, are playing their part in just how close these heats are, and that offshore wind too, and the dying swell also contributing. So we've seen some really low scoring, close battles, and as a result, some really exciting finishes.
Yeah, we certainly have. You can see the surfers way up the northern end there, so it's almost out of the question for any of the competitors in this heat to make that move. It'd be a big paddle. You could potentially catch a wave in and do a run up the beach and maybe get a wave down at this southern rock break. But I think you've got to commit to the task out here as we see Vaselko breaking away under priority. Feels like she was having a good look at that one.
Yeah, she's motoring toward the southern end here of this section of the sandbar, and she's found some room. She might get a left out of it under priority. Let's see if she can drop the 3.87 here and increase her lead. Nice first section. Rips through the carb. The wave already starting to flatten out. That's all she's going to get out of it. 9 minutes to go here. Just a reminder that we'll have a Legends heat after the completion of the round of 16 with Philippa Anderson, Matt Hoy, Julian Wilson, Jackson Baker and Mitch Ross out in the lineup. Four-time world champ Mark Richards right here.
Story time with MR in the booth.
Can't wait.
How good.
Such a gentleman, but just a killer competitor as well. So he'll no doubt be able to shed some light on some of his great battles over the years, some of his ultimate rivals, and obviously has a lot of great insight to offer on the cast that's going to be surfing out there in that Legends heat. And I think, you know, they're all probably, I know a few of them are lifetime members of the Merewether Board Riders Club. Julian, I don't know if he's going to represent the Merewether Board Riders Club, though. He's a Coolum boy.
He is, definitely born and raised. So yeah, an adopted local. Yep. Jules down here at Merewether.
Oh mate, they were happy to adopt him too. He loves this zone, and yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing him surf again.
Smart with the gloves on, that Grommy.
Yeah, 8 minutes to go. It's, you know, that offshore breeze after the howling onshores that we had during the storm activity has been welcome, but it's brought some cooler weather with it. A little bit of snow in the Alps down south. And
yeah,
that chill's brought up, isn't it?
Yep, it's starting to dump. Expecting anywhere between 50 and 70 centimetres over the next week, and opening weekend down at the snow fields.
Leilani McGonigal, she's coming up in the next heat. She's up against the young phenom, Tia Zabrowski. I think I'll be heading up to the Stonewood Bar to watch that one unfold.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's going to be a really incredible heat. Leilani, really accomplished, lots of experience, and Tia already proving that she can get to that final on the Challenger Series at such a young age.
Yeah, only 2 more heats to go after this one, and we'll complete the round. We'll set our quarterfinals straight into the Legends heat. It's going to be fun to watch.
Sure is. And yeah, just thinking about those quarters on the men's side, great matchups established. Xavier Huxtable, Jacob Wilcox in that first quarterfinal clash.
Yeah, Matty McGillivray and Winter Vincent in the next one.
Dimitri Poulos, Ryan Callanan which will be the heat that all the locals tune in for sure.
Yeah, and then Carly Vast and Pedersen Crisanto. So some really good matchups there.
It's all taken shape pretty nicely. We've got a couple of CT level talents fighting in the first quarterfinal for the women. Sally Fitzgibbons and Sophie McCulloch. Teresa Bombalot and Nomuro Suzuki, who are two of the most successful campaigners on the Challenger Series that haven't yet broken into the Championship Tour ranks, fighting for a place in the semis. The winner of this one will take on Kira Pinkerton, and we'll look to set up those the last quarterfinal heat with the last two heats of the day. 5.5 minutes remaining here. Arena Rodriguez and Francisco Veselko have had to really compose themselves in what's been a pretty slow heat. A lot of medium-sized rides. No big sets have come our way. So it's been a grindy one as we dive into the GWM recap.
Yeah, it's been a grindy one for sure. This is Arena, and showing this beautiful forehand attack. Really driving off that front foot. Quite a wide stance, but that gives her a real stable platform to work from. And Veselko here, just nice pivoting turn off the top, gets the reverb and that final closing maneuver. This is again on the right-hander, just a big swoop. That one, she took a different line and just couldn't quite stick the second turn. And then Rodriguez outside, big flare, big tail drifting re-entry to finish that maneuver. Sets approaching.
Oh, that was crafty under priority, just quickly swinging here. Francisca Veselko digs in. It would have been a great high impact turn, but she wasn't able to stick it. But I like it, crafty.
She waited until the very final second when Arena had completely lost interest. Francisca just spun and went, yep. And you know what? If she had made this turn, so watch this. Drives hard off the bottom, up into the lip. Great fan of spray. Critical maneuver. She may well have gotten that 4.38. So she will beeline it back to the takeoff zone. Arena Rodriguez has priority.
So crafty. Love to see it. And in conditions like this, it was a really smart move just to attempt that wave on the inside. Have a look here. So priority is with Arena. And Francisca just sits there.
Disinterested and then goes, yep, I'll have a look at it. Saw some potential. Strokes in. Hard off the bottom. Up high into the lip. Just caught that outside edge on the nose.
She would have dropped the 3.87 almost for sure.
It would have helped the cause one way or another.
Having a look down here at the rocks break where we're seeing competitors start to make their move. Down south here, T. Zabrowski on the way out, coming up against Leilani McGonigal.
Well,
going to be a great heat.
It looked like Leilani was going to head out on that northern bank up at Dixon Park. And T. Zabrowski choosing to head out just right on the Merewether rock break, which I think is a great move for her. I feel like there's more punch in those waves just coming off the rock break and into the shorey.
You were right, Rich. This is going to be a super interesting situation.
Yep.
And both competitors, they'll be able to pick apart the lineup, take which waves they want. Priority won't be a factor. As we see Arena on a fast-running left-hander, trying to find a section that she can lean into a big turn. But the wave just absolutely gets away from her. So the 4.38 requirement is going to remain. As Veselko calls for an update on the time. 2 minutes remaining here.
She's just going, give me the time. I want to know. I've got priority. I've got the lead. Let's start working on the defence of priority and stopping Arena Rodriguez from even getting a wave here.
There's a couple of different signals the surfers will send to the panel. You can kind of get an update on the situation by just waving your hands around like a maniac.
Yep.
But typically, if you're tapping the wrist, you want to know how much time's left in the heat.
Yeah, not often that surfers don't wear a watch these days out the water, although our beach announcers are so good at keeping these surfers updated on the positions. Have a look at this.
Yeah,
Veselko is just motoring towards Arena because looks like there's a little swell line that she's chasing down here.
I think she would have been kicking herself there if Arena was able to get into that ride and turn this heat, because she kind of gave her a lot of space there.
Yeah, they're partnered up now. She's not going to let her out of her sights. She'll stay within 2 or 3 metres so she can cover it.
It's going to be really difficult for Arena to turn this one around now. 50 seconds to go. Any quality waves come. Francisca will look to improve on the 3.87, minimise the opportunity here for the Peruvian. Bit of movement. And yeah, Francisca's just not taking any chances. She'll likely get herself into this ride, setting it up, eyeing the section. Only 20 seconds to go. Gets herself on the wave, and we'll see if on the outsider Arena gets an opportunity. Still 15 seconds remaining here. She'll take off on just about anything at the moment. Paddles over that first one, looks out the back.
Going to get it.
And the clock is going to get the better of Arena Rodriguez here.
Oh, wow. Look at this wave too.
Glides through the carve. We know she was up after the hoot up. So this wave won't count. And it's going to be Francisca Veselko winning through in a low-scoring heat. A grindy one, Rich. It really slowed up for the opportunities on the set waves there.
Yeah, super grindy one. And I think Veselko, you know, she did some good surfing, no doubt about it. But, you know, you kind of come in from those ones going, whoa, that was, I got lucky.
Veselko survives. She's into the quarterfinals. We've got a couple more heats coming your way in the round of 16, and then the quarters will be set. Tia Zabrowski, Leilani McGonigal are out next, and we're going to bring in Jessie Starling and Stace Galbraith for the call. The Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, is proudly brought to you by Oakberry. Fuel yourself with the official acai of the World Surf League Australia. By Destination New South Wales, an official strategic partner of Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. By Bond University. Bond University, your ambition belongs here. And by Stone & Wood, the unofficial beer of the World Surf League Australia.
Another big day of action down here at the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. That is Kika Veselko on your screen, and she's just found herself a spot in the quarterfinals, taking out Arena Rodriguez in what seemed to be a very close heat between those two. We've got 2 more heats to round out the day. I'm Jessie Starling, this is Stace Galbraith, and a bit of a big name in this one.
Massive name. Only 14 years old, but Tia Zabrowski has just been lighting this place up all week.
It has just been an absolute showcase that she's put on. But she's come up against Leilani McGonigal already, and unfortunately came second to her in the opening round. So a bit of a rematch here. Tia Zabrowski in the red. Leilani McGonigal, the Olympian for Pavones, Costa Rica. She'll be out there in the blue. She's got a quick score, a 0.5 so far from Leilani, but I heard these guys were free surfing earlier today. It felt like the heat really kicked off a couple hours ago between these two, having a bit of a back and forth paddle battle in the free surf. And it always feels good when your heat starts a few more hours before you think it does.
Yeah, get a little warm-up. Extra warm-up, in case you weren't warmed up enough already.
You always keep your competitor in the corner of your eye out in the free surf. So you go, oh, that's her. See what she's doing in her free surf waves. Just keeping a close eye on them. And I feel like these two are just so competitive. Leilani, obviously, with a few more Challenger Series heats under her belt than Tia Zabrowski. Tia, with only one Challenger Series event competed in her life, and it was a second place. Lost to Sally Fitzgibbon. So first ever CS, and you're coming second, Stace.
You're stoked. Talk about keeping an eye on your competitor. Not in this heat this afternoon. Leilani out the back on that bank closer to Dixon Park. And Tia, our first surfer all day to hit the rock section.
We knew at some point it was going to go there, and she's going to be the one to take it there. She's rolling in here. Starts it off with just beautiful rail work here from Tia Zabrowski. Straight back to the power source on that second one. Starts to bowl up a little bit in front of her here. She's using speed and floats it on that end section. I wouldn't call that a ride out though, just never really got herself out in front of the foam. But like I was saying, Stace, it was only a matter of time before we saw ourselves back on this bank.
Yep, absolutely. And we've been seeing fun kind of waves there all day, but just a little bit broken up. I think now with the tide, the way it is and the size of the swell, it is lining up pretty nice. As you see, a couple of swoops there from Tia. And the deciding factor is really, can I get my turns done together? Because the rocks all day had a beautiful section out the back as we check out the Stone and Wood slow-mo replay here. But it had a lot of distance between your first turn being pretty good and then the inside shorey section. And I think just now we're starting to see the sections get a little closer together and just put your best surf in a bit more of a package rather than them being super disjointed, which is obviously the opposite for out the back. Out the back's just two turns back to back, and everyone's been looking really good out there. So, yeah, I think that Tia's made the right call though. I think out the back is starting to fill up a lot.
Pretty consistent on that inside section as well, but never take a left away from a goofy footer. Leilani McGonigal here. Big first turn. This one starting to hit that deeper water, just like you were saying, Stacey. Leilani, she comes from one of the best and longest lefts in the world, so I'm not surprised that she's identified a left. We saw Eden Waller and Kira Pinkerton have a pretty solid heat on that bank, and she wants to back that strength of hers.
Yeah, definitely. And I think too, it's like when you've got someone like Tia, how she's been surfing, and then how Leilani's been surfing, you just stick to your own plan and not worry about the other surfer.
Tia Zabrowski showing off this rocks bank here, gets an inside track, just overcooks it on that end turn. Got some pretty nice surfing done at the start of that wave though, Stace.
Yeah, she's certainly looking good on her equipment. It's only a matter of time before she figures out that end section and how to best deal with it. But like you said, a couple of really nice turns at the start there.
Tia potentially could become the youngest ever Challenger Series surfer winner. The youngest before that was Erin Brooks and Katie Simmers at 16 years old, but she's 14. So could win it with a couple years up her belt as well.
Tell that story to Tyler Wright.
A Challenger Series,
that's what I mean. She's winning CTs at 14.
I know.
Come on, girls, pick up your game. No, I kid. I think it's very important to make sure that you're ready.
Yeah.
And I think that Tia, she's been looking pretty strong. Obviously, last year we've seen her get a second. And as you mentioned, there's a pretty cool accolade on offer here today if she can find her way through this heat and into a big result here.
This replay stays Burton Automotive. Beautiful first turn there.
Yeah, lovely first turn out of the lip, and then able to get sort of a combination of manoeuvres there. I think that I can understand why she's getting to that end section nice and early, but I almost feel like there's more turns on this wave before she really needs to get there to that end section. She's such a strong surfer. She doesn't need much of a section to get a big score. She just kind of races away from the foam there to get there to that wave, and she just got there a little early. I think if she was almost later, that might have been an easier ride out for her.
I totally hear what you're saying, though, that there maybe is one more turn in that wave before that end section, but she got a 5.67 for that last wave, and she's got a 4-point ride for her first one, so found herself 2 scores already in this heat, and this is something that Leilani we listen to. She's just having a field day down here for Tia. She's got a bank all by herself, puts it on rail for the second time, so smooth. Did not hit a single bump and lays it on rail again for a finishing turn. And she's just going to be able to pick off whatever wave she wants out there.
Which is dangerous.
Very.
She's just learning so much each and every ride. Like I said, it's the first person that's sat on there all day, so she's had a couple of falls on her first 2 waves. She cleaned up there, her act on the last one, and bettered her score just slightly. But if you're giving Tia Zabrowski the full look of the lineup, you're going to want to make sure that you've identified some really good waves where you're sitting.
We talk about Tia having a result in the Challenger Series before, so is Leilani. She's had a 3rd place over at Huntington and surfed just so incredibly well in that event, and she's looking to mimic something similar over here. She definitely wants to make it through this round. We spoke about it earlier. There's a big jump in points between the round of 16 and the quarterfinals, and it feels like even though this year we have those 7 spots, it's probably going to be that quarterfinal finish at least consistently for the girls.
Yeah, like in years gone by, it was sort of like a 3rd was a minimum. It was kind of, you had to win and get 3rds to qualify, but I think you're right, this year with a few more events and 2 extra spots being added to the women's qualification, I think that we could see a 5th maybe being the last score that you keep.
Leilani, big turn there, holds on for the finish, but just that one maneuver, so had a bit more size on that face, really drove hard into that turn. See that where that one comes in comparison to those last 2 waves of Tia Zabrowski. That last one with all the carves, it was a 4.67, so she is adding to her total ever so slightly. And Leilani looking to really get herself her first substantial number in this heat. And Leilani's a really great prime example of finding ways to still challenge yourself as a surfer, yet out of the water. She's studied for a really long time. She just got the call up to go and spend about a week in Harvard. And she's got a bachelor's degree in communications with an emphasis on PR, and she studied a lot to get that bachelor's degree. And she crossed over to the business program, and that is what Harvard put on for her. It was a special athletes program, and she talks about so highly of that time she had at Harvard.
In the big smoke.
In the big smoke.
Not every day you get to hang out at an Ivy League school and really test your knowledge.
She's so humble about how smart she is as well. Similar to Soph McCulloch.
Yeah, they're all brains, right? So is Isabella Nichols.
Yeah, Isabella Nichols, Liam O'Brien.
Yep.
He's extremely smart as well, and it's just, I feel like it's really important as a surfer to always keep up to date in the outside of surf worlds, whether it's your studies or having a different hobby or trying to create your own business. We see India Robertson have the Queen in Me. And I feel like this day and age, you see so many more surfers have so many different accolades to their brand.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it makes you value your surfing more too. Like if you're spending less time in the water and you're focusing on a variety of different things, when you are surfing and you are training, you don't take it for granted.
Where did you see that really start to come into play? That I'm going to think outside the box.
Well, you know, it's no secret that in the early 2000s there was a lot of money getting around the surf industry.
Yeah.
And obviously, as you know, things have sort of gone up and down and found their level at the moment. You kind of have to diversify yourself. If you know, you can be like Ethan Ewing and just be the world's most amazing performer on the wave face and make an income that way and then win a lot of heats and be challenging for world titles. Or you could be, yeah, I don't know, someone like Chipper Wilson, who's just gone down the full free surf route, and it's a really different way of making money and doing surfing.
Great 2 turns here for Leilani. Really powerful off the top maneuvers. She's finding herself a nice left rip bowl there, so that's going to feel good. We saw a couple of those go down in that last heat. Kika Veselko getting the best of it, and she is with AJ.
Congratulations, a well-surfed heat, but you came in telling me there's a few nerves going on. Walk me through just what you were dealing with mentally during that heat.
Thank you. Yeah, that was a tough heat. Not many waves, a lot of offshore going out there, and the tide, it's getting higher, so it's really, I was kind of confused which peak to choose because there's also the one here in the rocks where I surfed yesterday, and it looks a bit cleaner and less windy. But yeah, I guess I just stick with the plan, just go out there and just try to catch waves and stay active, even though there weren't many opportunities. But yeah, hard to surf. What matters is to make it through, and scrappy or not, I'm into finals day, and that's what matters the most.
Exactly. Your first finals day since 2023, I believe. What does it mean to you to hit this milestone so early in the Challenger Series?
Sorry?
What does it mean to hit this milestone of making it to finals day in this first event?
Yeah, it's really important. You know, I've been training a lot, been training hard, and it's good to start off, try to start off strong and try to keep the consistency going. That's what's the hardest on the Challenger Series. The level's super high, and it's important to be consistent. But yeah, I guess it's just it gives you a boost too, and makes you believe that it's possible. This is not a sprint, it's a marathon, so there's so much ahead, and my goal is just to live in the present right now in Newcastle and make the most of every opportunity. And yeah, I'm stoked. Tomorrow might be fun, and I've been loving here, Newcastle. Kind of feels like home in a way, especially now this offshore, and it's been this cold breeze, and wearing a full suit feels pretty comfortable. So yeah, hopefully get some better waves and more opportunities and fight for better waves.
Speaking of home, you have anything you want to say to friends and family back in Portugal?
Estou muito feliz de ter passado, estou nos quartos de final. Amanhã é o dia das finais, finals day aqui em Newcastle, no primeiro evento do Challenger Series. Estou muito contente de ter passado e bora com tudo para o próximo round.
Parabéns, see you tomorrow.
Obrigada.
Your 2022 World Junior Champion, that is Kika Veselka. I love something she said in that interview. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon, and she's so right here. This is Leilani those days.
Yeah, great wave here from Leilani. 5.83. A couple of massive turns out the back there, throwing buckets to the horizon.
This is that comparison that we see. This is the highest wave score of the heat as we look at the Stonewood slow-mo. Just really flexing her strength on her forehand and how often she can go to that. Look at how much spray came off the back there, Stace.
Yeah, I think the majority of the points coming from that second turn, and as I mentioned earlier, it doesn't really matter where you're sitting as long as you're getting your turns close together and making them that combination, which she was able to do on that wave there. And she's job done on the first exchange as far as like score that actually matters. She's got the single highest score on the board.
She rips into this first carve here, doesn't find another steep section, so she's going to hop out the back of that one for Leilani. She's still down in second, needs a 4.51 to find herself up in that top spot, make it through to these quarterfinals. T. Zabrowski has been a little bit quiet, which says to us the ocean is just taking a moment, so it's a good time for us to go to a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be right back.
The Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by City of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. By Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. And by Burton Automotive Group, over 60 years of automotive excellence, proudly supporting our surfing community.
We have a great battle going down between Leilani McGonigal and Tia Zabrowski here in the round of 16, heat number 7. I'm Jessie, this is Stace. And it's been pretty close. Both of their high scores sitting around that high 5 marker. Leilani, though, looking for more.
Yeah, Leilani's got the best of it so far. Tia Zabrowski had some good scores, but she fell on her best score. So she's got a bit more to give there. But like you said, Jess, just before we went to the break, Ocean just been a little quiet for Tia on the inside, whereas Leilani's sticking with it on the outside.
Found herself a really nice carve to start this one off. This wave, though, started to hit that deeper water, and this is what we've really been seeing with this tide. Stone and Wood slow-mo here, Stace.
Yeah, nice first turn. She's just, the wave just kind of ran into that gutter a bit too soon. Didn't quite get the second turn up and as early as she would have wanted, so just the one turn there for Leilani. That won't go into her, well, excuse me, it does go into her top 2, but not enough to turn the heat there. She needs a 4.51.
Not a massive score for Leilani. She's having a look here. She's going to go to her backhand. Big opening snap off the top. Comes around, it's another steep section. This is what we've seen her really rely on through this event so far, that backhand attack. It's a 4.51 she's chasing there, Stace. Those 2 turns, they're pretty vertical.
They're pretty vertical, but they're just a bit in the foam. I don't know the judges are going to go too high on that one. But yeah, she's not chasing a huge score. It's only a 4.51 as we take a look at the replay here. Yeah, it didn't quite sort of drive through the turn as much as she would have wanted. It's just sort of a placement turn, as was that one. So we'll see where the judges put that score in comparison to her 3.37. As we take a look at the Stone and Wood slow-mo replay there. Just, yeah, not getting the projection out of the lip as much as she would have liked.
Second last heat of the day. We have another one coming up after this. It's a pretty big matchup between Yolanda Hopkins and Ellie Harrison. Scores starting to filter on through for Leilani. She's needing something in that 4.5 range. It's a 4.51 to be exact. It comes in, it's a 3.73, so the judges agreeing with this, Stace. They want to see something just that little bit more vertical and maybe a bit more aggression behind her turns. But this afternoon, we've got a pretty exciting Arvo coming up just when we thought it was all going to end in heat number 8. It's actually going to keep on going. We've got a Legends heat down here in Newcastle. Philippa Anderson, Hoyo is going to be out there. Jules, Julian Wilson, Jacko Baker and Mitch Ross. Tia Zabrowski, though, beautiful opening turn, comes back around straight on rail. And that one fizzling out as well. So she waited a while for that wave. And she's looking at better at 4.67. I really loved the approach that she brings to every single one of her waves. She just has one gear and it's just go.
It is, yeah. She's looked a little undecided on the second turn there, which is a real shame. She was on her way to a huge score there if she could have linked it up through the inside.
Leilani now out the back, chasing a 4.51, steep section, clicks with that first one. That's better for the second turn. And you can tell that bank is really starting to filter in. She's still getting those moments out the back. Thinking back to her 3.73, how do you see this one comparing to that one?
Yeah, it's slightly better for sure, but we'll take a look at Tia Zabrowski's wave here. Beautiful snap in the lip. As you can see, her rails as clean as a whistle, but unfortunately just getting a little stuck there and unable to ride out of that second turn as we take a look at the Stone and Wood slow-mo replay. It's gorgeous looking conditions here on the afternoon at the rock section at Merewether. And, you know, Tia will be disappointed. There's only 8 minutes left in this heat and her strike rate with completing the waves has been really low. So that's something she's going to look to clean up in this last 8 minutes of this heat.
Scores locking in for Leilani, slowly starting to filter through. Tia not bettering her situation, so something she really wants to do to creep away with this lead against Leilani. We've only really seen her click into that. You know, we haven't really seen her get that massive end section turn. She's had beautiful surfing out the back of the wave. But right now, someone I'm very excited to see what he's up to. Vorno, what are you doing?
Jess, I'm at the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy, and it is time for a full-blown, 100%, no holds barred froth out, because tomorrow is going to be finals day. We've got perfect conditions. Yeah, it's a little bit slow now. Tide's coming in. So what? Tomorrow's going to be pumping. Beautiful conditions all day long, and the quarterfinals are set. I'm going to show you a couple of the quarterfinals that I'm frothing on. I know we've got to get a couple more women into the quarters, but this one right here. Sally Fitzgibbons versus Sophie McCulloch. Sal coming back from the disappointment of falling off tour, absolutely flaring in this one. And Sophie McCulloch, she got the big picture in the free surf. She's been on a tear, and that's going to be an incredible heat. And if we come over here, this is the big story for all the Loke dogs, because their favourite son, Ryan Callanan, the greatest human being who has ever lived, will be surfing in quarterfinal number 3 against this guy who has been on fire, Dimitri Poulos, getting the call up for Trestles today. He is frothing. That is going to be a massive, massive heat, but plenty for the Loke dogs to be cheering with Arcal out there. How good is this?
Morno, no one loves surfing and comps as much as this guy. He just absolutely froths it all, and there are some huge quarterfinals. And to think about the week we had just to get here. Last wave of Leilani wasn't enough. It was a 4-2-3 here, Stace.
Yeah, the second turn was nice. She connected with it, but the wave was just a little flat. Didn't quite get the extension out of that turn there, and it was the risk that she knew that she was playing with. Just with the tide the way it is, and there's still waves breaking out there, but you can see kind of the disturbance from the gutter on the inside sort of wreaking havoc with that lip there. It wasn't like a beautiful coping to work with. She just kind of had to place it there. But nevertheless, I think her game plan's working so far. Like, she's well within reach. She almost looks, more in control than Tia with her selection. It's just a matter that Tia is so skilled. Even on her last wave, a 4.4 just for the one turn. That's, it's no surprise to see her scoring so highly just off one turn. But Tia really needs to work out how to get a bigger score here on the inside, because it feels like Leilani's coming.
Tia Zabrowski, listening to you, Stace. Just having a look here. That rail game is so good. It is so smooth. Comes back around. She wants this one to stand up on the inside, and she wants to make the most of it. A lot of lips to work with, belts it, and she gets the finish. She figured it out, Stace.
Yeah, she got the finish. That'll feel good. One on the board.
So Tia, she's been battling with that inside section for a little while now, and finally got herself the better of it, and it was a really nice end turn on that one. Started off so smooth. Her rail, she never catches a bump on her rails. It's so impressive to see for someone who is just so young.
Yeah. You're really looking at someone who knows their craft here. Super relaxed, doesn't sort of over-energise anything, sort of keeps her speed moving through to the inside here. And she did well to kind of figure out this end section, absolutely belts it. Stonewood slow-mo replay here. Unfortunately, didn't quite get the moment out the back that she was hoping for, but she got the finish on the inside.
It was a great finish too. I mean, they're those textbook end turns we've seen her really bring to the table all week. This lady on your screen, she's trying to defend her title here. She was last year's winner, Ellie Harrison, taking on Yolanda Hopkins from Portugal. Looks like the girls are going down to where Tia is surfing as well.
Tactical.
Very.
See how close she got to her there? Almost like to sneak up on her and then run around her inside.
Mind games.
And execution. Ellie should almost angle over towards the shelf there and make you have to think like that. Yolanda's going to get the inside here, which on a day like today is really, really important. It starts on the sand.
Last wave scores of Tia Zabrowski. It was a 5.73, so increases her lead over Leilani McGonigal. Lele now chasing a 5.57. A score that we know is so attainable. She's got a 5.83 in this heat already. And it's kind of the battle of the mid-range scores right now. I know after Leilani we're going to see everyone move towards that rock bank, but it hasn't been a bad call.
No, I think she's done really well, and I think on the backhand, on the inside there, you see how easy kind of Tia Zabrowski moves through the dead water. I think frontside, that's a lot easier to kind of make look okay. On the backhand, you kind of end up sort of bouncing your board through the inside. It's not super appealing to the judges. So I think Leilani's done a good job here. She just, it's 2.5 minutes left, and she's kind of just got to sit there and hope that her game plan and the set waves kind of agree with where she's at. So we'll just have to wait and see. But I think so far she's done a great job, and she doesn't need a huge score. She needs a 5.57.
It'd be nice to, I feel it'd be it's nice to surf a bank to yourself in a heat, because then you don't have to worry about the next best set coming through and your competitor getting it.
Yep.
But then you have no idea what's going on away from you.
It's really a catch-22, because having second priority, for example, makes you kind of get creative. She's essentially had first priority the whole heat, and so she's kind of got to just back in her A lineup and her A spot. There's no plan B. Why would you go inferior wave and try and surf it up when you can just go any wave you want? So like you said, that is the trick with it. And then it's also too, like, not having another human out there to kind of line up off can also be a little tricky as well. And you can sort of see in the next heat, we're going to have both surfers surfing the same bank, and you watch them play off against one another. It's much more of a boxing match rather than just this sort of like, I'm over here, you're over there kind of scenario.
See, Tia Zabrowski really having a look at this one. It looks like it might go under her, so still a bit of water filling in even on that rock bank. It seems to me that she's surfing up the beach a little bit towards those lady baths. Leilani having a look there, decides she doesn't want to go, needs a 5.57. There's 55 seconds on the clock. There's a wave coming through here. She has line up to herself. See what she can do on this one. It is a closeout, unfortunately, so no sections on offer. 45 seconds to go. She's got to get back out there and hope that something's going to come to give herself an opportunity. 35 seconds and maybe something here for Leilani McGonigal. She's paddling in. Bit of foam on the face, but rips into that first turn. Steep section, belts it, but can't hold on. That was the combo she was looking for.
That's going to hurt. She did well to identify the waves, identify where she wanted to surf. First turn's really good. Rips through it, nice check carve down the bottom of the wave. And unfortunately, just coming unstuck there on the final manoeuvre, only chasing a 5.57. Had she had ridden out of that, it definitely would have asked a question of the judges.
She's been super reliable for a buzzer beater all event. We've seen her get through heats on her last waves. I thought we might have seen yet another buzzer beater there for Leilani McGonigal. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough, so she is going to get knocked out of competition in the round of 16. Tia Zabrowski continuing her streak through these Challenger Series event, moving on to a quarterfinal. She'll match up with whoever wins this next week. GWM Heat recap. Tia moving to this inside bank, paid off, Stace.
Yeah, definitely a couple of nice opening manoeuvres there, and she identified it. And it was the first surfer to sit there today. Unfortunately, coming unstuck there on that wave. Still a good score, though. And this was Leilani McGonigal out the back, Jess.
Yeah, found herself some really nice open face. Those two beautiful turns there. Got herself the best wave of the heat. Unfortunately, just couldn't get another one of those. Got a great left-hander here. We know she's got a beautiful backhand. We've seen it in action all week. The judges wanted more of that first turn.
Yeah, and just didn't get super lucky with the second turn. Had a bit of backwash in it, or sort of ribs from the gutter. Whereas these waves on the inside here for Tia, super clean, and just enough kind of power in them for her to kind of lean into a few turns here. This was her second scoring ride, I believe. 5.73 was the number.
Love the way she just pushed so hard on that end section. She had a couple falls with it earlier in the heat, but figured it out for the win. It was an incredible heat between these two. We are going to go to a break and come back with Yolanda Hopkins and Ellie Harrison battling it out for a spot in the quarterfinals.
shall we?
I just picked my fantasy team for Trestles and I'm feeling very good about it. And I'm also feeling very good about this heat. Round of 16, heat number 8 of the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. It's Yolanda Hopkins from Portugal taking on Ellie Harrison, the reigning champion at this event. Just from the next state down, Victoria, Bowen Heads. And she really wants to defend this. Only 2 women in history have done it, being Rebecca Woods and Narita Falconer. And Ellie would love to add her name to that list of women who've done it twice.
Absolutely she would. And she's got the skills to do it. Found herself in the round of 16 here. It's just a couple of short heats away, going back to back.
This lady, though, trying to do something about it. She's had a final on the Challenger Series before, her only event she's ever competed in before here. Got herself a second place, losing in the final to Sally Fitzgibbons. And she's looking switched on. She could potentially become the youngest woman to ever win a Challenger Series at just 14 years old. And I think, I actually saw Tyler out down here the other day watching action at the Challenger Series, and I think it's a big testament to Tyler to know she won a championship tour event at 14.
Pretty crazy, pretty crazy.
Ellie Harrison getting the inside and the start for this heat. Beautiful swoop and can't hold on. Had so much speed and drive. Jacko stressing out.
Just trying to help.
Wonder how he's feeling, I can't tell. Did well here, got the inside back from the paddle out. And she just gave it a little bit extra of a rip at the end there. And that's all right. Plenty of time left.
Caught up with Jacko Baker at the Beach Hotel last night, and I was like, it must be nice having all these surfers in your town. He's like, yeah, it's great. So everyone keeps telling me how much they love it. And he goes, I don't want to share the lineup with them all the time. I want to have it to myself. He wants to keep Nui on his own. And I told him the story of Mateus Hurdy, how he loves it here. And he goes, I totally get it. It's the best place, but then I have to share the lineup. I was like, come on, Jacko.
Share around the fun, mate.
He's up.
He's up.
He's in Ellie Harrison's corner, really good friends. Those two supported each other for a really long time. Jacko supported Ellie to her win here last year as well, and he's definitely someone who would be great to have in your corner to pick just for lineups.
Yeah, he's a ball of excitement. He's a ball of everything, really. I love Jacko, wears his heart on his sleeve, and it was a bummer to see him bow out a little earlier than expected this week, but how could you not be down here and getting around it anyway?
Ellie Harrison taking out Safi Vedi in last year's final here at Surfest. Safi went on to qualify for the Challenger Series, had her first run on it, and she's just enjoying some free surfing time. Pretty sure I saw she was back home in New Zealand. And Ellie, she's definitely no stranger to this place. Even when there's not comps here, you hear about her talking about Nui. She absolutely loves coming back here. Has the full family supporting her. Mum, Meg, Dad, Steve, Grandma, Dabba. And if you have...
Grandma's a good luck charm, right?
Grandma Dabba is one of the best people I have ever met. She is the coolest human. She's 90 years old and she rocks it like she's 50. She's epic. But definitely the good luck charm. She was down there every heat for Ellie's CT. She's had 2 CT starts at Bells. And yeah, if you know Dabba, you know exactly what I'm talking about. She is one cool lady. We had her on the mic at the Urban Surf QS 3000 last year.
Oh, I do recall that.
She does stress out for Ellie's heats though.
Yeah, that's all right. She can. She's Nan.
Absolutely. Yolanda, she's come close to qualifying a couple of times. So has Ellie. Both of these ladies actually finishing in the top 10 themselves. This year with the extension of how many women go on tour, we've got 7 women qualifying for the championship tour. It definitely plays in their favour.
Definitely. Yeah, they've both been right around that number, haven't they? It's a tall order, though. There's a lot of talent. They know that. That's why they know getting out of this heat's so important. Massive points jump from the round of 16 into the quarters. And you can try to block it out, but at the end of the day, everyone knows it. It's just sort of how you deal with it. And getting to this point in the event is a great achievement. But if you can just get yourself a 5th and beyond, that's when you really start to set yourself up for qualification.
Whoever wins this heat is going to come up against Tia Zabrowski, who looked very good, and she's on the glass with Vaughan.
Thanks, Jess. Tia, congratulations. A big risk there, you know, making the decision to surf off the rock break there. When did you make that decision?
Really at the last minute, yeah. The first, I surfed early this morning on the underbank, and then when I arrived, to do my heat, I saw the wave was a bit better, smaller, but better to take more waves and things like that. So I just decided to go this bank in the last minute, and I knew that Leilani will go at that side because there is no left here. So I knew that I will have the spot for myself. But I know it was a bit risky because I'm by myself and I let Leilani surf. And yeah, I was really lucky that she didn't make some turns and she couldn't pass from me. But yeah, really happy to make it through the quarterfinals, and hope I continue like that.
You've had great success on the Challenger Series already with a final over there in Portugal. What's it like now to be officially on the Challenger Series and surfing your way into the quarterfinals?
It's way better. The other time, my first time in Portugal, it was more to get experience for this year, and I was really happy that I make it through the final, and I hope I'll do the same, but to win it this time.
Unreal, and you've got so much support on the beach, but we know who your #1 fan is. It's your little brother here. Do you want to introduce him and give him a little shout out?
This is Kalani Zabrowski. He's my little brother. He have 8 years old. He's trying to surf a little bit. And tu veux dire un mot? No? No, he don't want to.
He does want to speak. Are you happy that Tia surfed so well in that last heat?
Yes.
Good boy. All right. Well, congratulations to you. Into another finals day on the Challenger Series, the first one of the year. It's a great result already.
Yeah, thank you.
If her little brother surfs anything like Tia, we can definitely well say we'll surely see him on the Challenger Series, maybe in 2 years by the, the age rate of their family.
The age range that they're running.
Might see him on the CS at 10, but during that interview, Ellie Harrison got some damage done. We'll cue up a replay in a second, but we heard the cheers from the beach. They loved it as well. Yo-Yo having a look here and got that wave under priority for Ellie Harrison. She's just such a reliable surfer when it comes to just getting scores in the early stages. Take us through this replay, Stace.
So this was Yolanda Hopkins' wave, and electing to use her priority here. Unfortunately, not really connecting with a major on the outside. She brought it through the inside, hoping for some steep, critical surfing, but unfortunately, just a little tag to finish. And Ellie Harrison on a much bigger, taller wave on the outside. Sort of just working her way through at this point. No major score on the board, but certainly looking fired up. And as this turn here, that is going to garner the result of that score.
So scores in for Yolanda. It was a 3.67 for her first wave. She's out the back with first priority. Waiting on that last one for Ellie to lock in. And after this heat has rounded out, we wouldn't have just found out who our quarterfinalists are, but we would have finalised what our finals day is going to look like, and it's going to be a big one no matter what. I was taking a look at the draw. Some of those men's heats are really standing out, but before we get into that, scores starting to lock in for the last of Ellie Harrison. There it is, a 7.5, and you'd have to think it all comes from that last turn.
Yeah, big score there, and it's good to see her make amends from that slip up at the start. It's a good score gone begging on her first wave, so it's good to see her capitalise there on that next one.
Ellie, she's a momentum surfer. She loves to get a score at the start of the heat. One thing I know about her, she loves to have the inside at the start of the heat. We saw her fight for it with Yolanda. She's going to try and back this one up and try and put more points on the board, apply a little bit more pressure to Yolanda, but you can see there's just so many different options down here at Merewether. These guys are surfing the ladies section, but there is still more waves further up the point. Yolanda now lays it on rail for this first section. Really digs that rail in, coming through a bit of foamy section to work with, snaps and gets the finish there for Yolanda Hopkins. She's going to get out before she hits those rocks. She's going to now answer back. She's looking for a 4.84, but you'd have to think before the end of this heat that 1 point ride is going to be gone for Ellie.
Yeah, definitely, but a great wave there from Yolanda. Definitely her best ride. Rips into a carve out the back there and did well to keep her board moving through the middle part of this wave. And pretty soupy, foamy section to deal with here, but she absolutely made light work of it. You see the drone angle here. You can kind of see the afternoon shadows starting to creep into what has been a beautiful day. Sun's been out since crack of dawn. There's not been a cloud in the sky.
Yeah, this Stonewood slow-mo really showing how Yolanda just pushes so hard from rail to rail. Runs the front deck. We don't see too much of that. I love it's very traditional yo-yo, and that end section turn really timed it beautifully considering how much foam was on that face.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice, the front deck grip. Got to make sure you keep those rails clean.
Oh, absolutely. All right, last heat of the day, 16 minutes to go. We'll be back with a Bonsoy brew break.
The Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by City of Newcastle, an official strategic partner of Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. By Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. And by Burton Automotive Group, over 60 years of automotive excellence, proudly supporting our surfing community.
We've had some great scores and brilliant performances all day here, but Newcastle has really been the star of the show today, just putting on a beautiful day, some great waves, and we are into that last heat of the day, and we could hear the cheers from the booth during that break, which we feel like something big would have had to go down because Ellie Harrison just locked in a 7.03. And here's the replay, Stace.
Good to see her execute after her first opening ride. She locked in a 7.5 and now into this wave here, which will be a 7.03. Absolutely beautiful carving work there on the open face and a nice combination of snaps there to finish. Ooh, she liked that one.
Yeah, she stood a bit tall at the end there,
like
Ellie.
it.
Confidence this year.
Yeah, you've got to have it. You've got to believe it. It's a fine line between, you know, being overly confident, not paying attention, and then also to just backing yourself and believing yourself. And she's ready for the World Tour. I think a couple of those young Victorians are. I think Xavier Huxtable and Ellie Harrison are ready to roll.
Ellie, she's had a third in the US Open back in 2023, had a quarterfinal finish in Bolito last year, so she knows what it's like to be in that final-esque appearance, whether it's a semi-final or a quarterfinal, but she wants to really crack the code this year. She really wants to find herself in those top 7 spots and making it to that championship tour. We saw her not in her 2024 performance at Bells. It was really impressive. She took down a pretty informed Tyler Wright.
Yep.
And I actually had her picked to go all the way in that event, and it was just a shame that her heat was super slow against Joanne DeFay. But Ellie was just, she hit another gear that year, and I feel like we've seen that since.
Yep, definitely.
12.
See some decent looking waves approaching.
See if any takers on this one. Yolanda Hopkins with priority here. Looking for an 8.86. Love how she put that arm in the water there to just really bury that rail. That was better on the second one. A lot of speed through that turn. puts it up in the pocket and clicks it again for an end turn. Gets out in front. The crowd seems to love it on the beach there too. Needed excellence there, Stace.
Yeah, she needed an 8.86, which I can pretty confidently say it's not going to go there on that wave. However, that's definitely her best wave. Just the speed and the overall package, how quickly she got her turns in together. And this wave offering a nice little bowl here. Didn't really go too flat. You can see your board kind of tweaking, just looking for more. Nice little snap there, and did well to get the finish.
So Yolanda Hopkins really fighting for a spot in the quarterfinals here. Loving the way she's just connecting all her turns. She is one of those athletes who just has that never say die attitude. She will fight until the very, very end. And she's definitely one of the strongest mentally competitors that we have. And this is the Stone & Wood slow-mo, Stace. What do you love about this next turn?
Just how quickly she got it in with her other one and putting them back to back. And then I like this little snap here as she comes down the little airdrop. It's good to see her combo up with the finish there. She made the option to take the high road, which can be kind of, you know, fraught with danger if you don't get down that next little step. But overall, she finished it well and got a 6.33.
Yeah, so improved her situation, lowering that requirement a little bit. She still needs excellence. It's an 8.2 is what she's looking for to take the lead off Ellie Harrison. And like I mentioned earlier, this is, yes, it's the last heat of this round, and it's going to decide who are our quarterfinals. Ellie Harrison up and riding here. Oh, drifts the tail on that first turn, but just goes over. You can see a bit of wind potentially getting up under her board on that one, and just overcooked it.
Yeah, she kind of has to go there, though. She's a 7.5 and a 7.03, and both her waves have started with the carve, and so she kind of, if she wanted to up her score there, she kind of had to get a bit more, you know, creative with that first turn, but unfortunately just getting a bit too high in the lip and a bit ginger to paddle out there. I hope she's okay. Nothing feels better than getting the board in the ribs in the cold afternoon wind. So hopefully she's, might have clipped maybe like the back of her arm, which always feels nice.
Should be used to these cold afternoon, those from Victoria. So not too far from where Bells Beach is. And yeah, like I mentioned, she's been so close to qualifying a few times. This heat will decide who will come up against Tia Zabrowski in quarterfinal number 4, but we have some quarterfinals set before that. And I was taking a look at the men's side. The first one's a big one. Xavier Huxtable taking on Jacob Wilcox.
Oh, that's a massive heat. Massive.
Two of the most in-form surfers of the event. Another one that I really just couldn't go past, Dimitri Poulos, Ryan Callanan. You think the local community is going to really flare up.
There might not be any water left in the ocean after that one. Spray fest.
We've got Maddie McGill taking on Winter Vincent and Callie Bass taking on Pedersen Crisanto, who has come back in fashion.
He has been looking gnarly. Come from behind victory today against Sammy Pupo. And that was, they're the kind of heats that you need to have if you want to win events. You need to do it all. You need to win from the front, win from coming from behind in heats. And once you get a few reps under your belt like he has now, he's had excellent scores, he's had turns, he's had airs, he's had almost every situation kind of thrown at him. I'd say he's coming into finals day as the favourite.
As the favourite? The pick to win, you reckon?
Just because of the variety of the heats that he's had to surf. I'd put Zave in that category too. Just because like winning from coming from behind chasing the score just gives you a little bit of extra belief. And Pedersen's had to do it twice now.
Taking a look at the women's quarterfinals, this one, as I mentioned, will obviously settle the debate for quarterfinal number 4. But number 1, Sally Fitz taking on Soak McCulloch.
Yep, that's a good heat.
We've got Teresa Bonvola, Amura Suzuki, Kira Pinkerton, Kika Veselko, and then one of these ladies will be joining Tia Zabrowski. It's been a fun heat so far. Some big scores locked in. This is the GWM heat recap. Ellie Harrison kicking us off in a great way, Stace.
Yeah, so she had the 4 before this wave, and then this wave here's a 7.5. Just some nice connecting work done out the back here, eyed off this inside section. The timing really good and didn't let the explosion of the wave there knock her off. That was a 7.5, Jess.
Yo-Yo on the answer back, a 5.67. This was her first real score of this heat and came all the way through. I loved the way, even though it was soupy and a little bit ugly, she gave it her everything, and then Ellie came back and answered back with another 7.
Yes, this is a 7.03 here, and again, you can just see, similar to Tia Zabrowski, just having no trouble kind of cutting through that flood of water, and then when she gets through the inside, it's nice and steep. She got the finish there as well, and this was Yolanda Hopkins' best wave. This is a 6.33, just a little bit more board speed than her other waves, and getting her turns done with a bit more sting. and again, just kind of comboing up the inside and then getting the important finish just to show the judges you're in control there.
Looking like Yo-Yo finished off another wave on that inside there, so wait for those scores to lock in with her, and we'll catch up to see what damage she got done while we were in that GWM heat recap, using up first priority, so you have to imagine it would have been a pretty good looking wave to roll in. She needs an 8.2, which is a certain type of wave with some certain type of surfing. And we haven't really seen excellent scores on this rock bank because it's the first we've really seen of it today. So Yo-Yo in the tube.
In the pit.
Take us through the rest of it, Stace.
Oh, it kind of set her up nice too, just sort of coming from behind. Unfortunately, just catching a rail there as she comes through the inside and then a bit late to finish.
It easily could have been an incredible wave, just caught behind ever so slightly at the end. And I think she'd know that there was big points on potential there.
And that's the hard thing with surfing heats, is if you look at that wave, did it have 8.5 points in it? It did.
We always know that there's something special happening when Vaughan Blakey's around. Vaughno, what have you got for us?
Thanks very much, yes. Welcome to the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. Bonsoy Legends Heat. Let's get a round of applause for everyone. We've got some legends coming up, absolute champions of Newcastle surfing and some champions in our sport. We've got the Bonsoy board caddies here. Now, Bonsoy have been huge supporters of surfing, the WSL and the entire Aussie leg. So this is going to be a real treat this afternoon. Let's meet our legends who are going to get their jerseys from our very special caddies. First of all, he is one of the princes of Merewether. He's helped the club go to numerous ABB titles. He's won a couple of QSs. He's an absolute lord. Mitchy Ross, bring him up. Yeah, Mitch. G'day, mate. Great to see you. Hey, epic to have you in the Legends Heat. What are you looking forward to doing out here this Arvo for this huge crowd?
Mate, I'll just stand up, go across, be happy. Definitely not a legend, but I thought it was going to be pumping, so I was like, any excuse to get, 4 people out rocks.
Perfect, mate. We'll have a great time. We're going to love watching you surf. You're absolutely brother. Love you too, Ben. Hey, don't forget your rashi, Mitchy. Which one have we got here? There we go. All right, next up. Let's bring him up. He won Bells Beach in 1997. He finished number 4 in the world. He's an absolute legend. Please welcome Matt Hoy. Yeah, Hoy. Good to have you back at SURFEST, mate. You never won the comp, but you won the night, always. Here we go. Grab your rashi. Quick word, brother. Yes. Good to be back at SURFEST in the rashi.
Always good to be back at SURFEST. I don't know about being in a rashi, though.
Can you pick a winner for us tomorrow? I know we got some exciting quarterfinals coming up.
Oh, I don't know who's left in the comp. So.
What about this guy right here?
Oh, yeah, no, Ryan Callahan for sure. Sorry. I knew Callahan was still in it.
Thanks, mate. Have a good heat. All right, let's get some SURFEST former champions up. This guy didn't have a great run this year, but he's back on the Challenger Series. He's won this very event. Welcome him on stage. It is Jacko Baker, the Carnival Strongman. Looking good on you, Jacko. I know it didn't plan out how you wanted this year, mate, but great to have you back on the Challenger Series.
Oh, mate, I wouldn't trade it for the world. I get to go surf pumping rocks with 5 of me idols. It's pretty sick, so it's not a bad trade-off. Much rather hold the trophy, but no, it's not a bad trade-off.
For sure, mate. And, finals day, what do you think we can expect? Obviously, we're going to have a huge crowd down here tomorrow, and the surf looks really good.
Yeah, it looks really fun. I mean, now they're down to the quarters, they get to really pick the eyes out of the tide and the wind and everything. So, yeah, hopefully it's a little bit bigger than this. And, hopefully Ryan can bring the trophy home for us local lads. So, yeah, full tune for Ryan. It should be exciting.
Good on you, mate. Can't wait to see you out there. Round of applause for Jacko Baker, everybody. Okay, let's get her up. She's the queen of Merewether. She's won this event. She's won the ABB. She's Philippa Anderson. Round of applause. Come on up. And again, Philippa, I know you had dreams to lift the trophy this year, but paddling out here with the legends is going to be great.
Oh, absolutely. Pretty honoured to be here. The waves are firing. It's a beautiful day, so everyone's stoked.
Unreal. Can't wait to see you out there. Thank you very much. And our last legend, go Philsy. And our last legend, this guy has been setting the world on fire. He's out of retirement. He's back on the Challenger Series. but my goodness, did he put on a show at Burleigh Heads for all the mongrelly loving surf fans. Welcome him on stage. It's Julian Wilson. Joycey. And mate, I'm not going to keep you because we've got to get through this heat, but great to see you back. And I know Newcastle is your hometown. Have a great surf.
Cheers, Warno. Will do. Thanks for giving us an uncrowded lineup for a second.
No worries, mate. Get out there. Round of applause for our legends. The Bonsoy Legends heat will be on all afternoon. Park yourself up in the Stone and Wood Bar. Let's go.
Brilliant to meet our legends for our legend heat this afternoon. And oh my goodness, I love every single one of those surfers. We're down to 90 seconds to go in this heat, and we just had a big moment from Yolanda Hopkins. But let's catch up with what Ellie Harrison did on this one, Stace.
Yeah, nice looking set wave. Little similar characteristics to her earlier rides though. She's going to need some big action on the inside if she wants to better that 7.03. Shadow's getting long here this afternoon. As we see, like Yolanda Hopkins, this is by far and away her best ride. Big driving carve all the way back to the foam. Little check carve there to get her through the inside as she squares it up. And a nice snap to finish.
That first card had some oomph behind it. That was,
didn't it?
That was the type of one where we were watching that and I pointed at the screen. I was like, wow, that carve was just beautiful. And this is what I mentioned earlier. Yolanda's that surfer who you never say die. She will fight until the very end if she needs a score or not. Ellie Harrison having a look here. Probably safe to get another wave just in case.
I mean, I'm not ruling out that she needs a score.
No. Wow. Big second turn for Ellie. And again for the third. Can she hold on for the finish? She can't. So
I don't think she does, but I've seen stranger things happen.
that first carve was nice. That's the best carve we've seen of the heat so far.
You just think about Ellie's 7.5, and it was a nicely surfed wave, but the majority of the points came from the last turn, whereas Yolanda's was a much more overall package and different styles of surfing. Yolanda's having to kind of try a bit harder through her calves, it feels like, whereas Ellie is a little more, it just seems natural to her. But the judges, they're not really paying attention to that. They're looking at where you're doing your turns and how linked together they are. And I'd say that Yolanda did a good job there.
I wouldn't be surprised if it went close to getting there or even went there. That first carve had so much aggression behind it. This is in slow-mo state. Is that where the judges want to see it?
Yeah, I mean, it's just the wave too. Like, it just offered nice scoring opportunity. Like, the only issue is if they get critical, which they will. It's just a little flatter on the rail than Ellie. But even in slow-mo, those turns went together pretty quick. And so the judges don't look at slow-mo replays. That's just for us. Keep it fancy, you know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying?
Judges don't look at slow-mo replays. They look at real time and, speed, power, and flow, obviously. She definitely had speed. She definitely had power. Flow's the one thing there. Again, just like she's trying really hard to keep it together, but it just seems like, if you compare her to Ellie has a bigger flow component to her surfing, but the starts of her waves were a bit flatter.
I thought it might go there. Two judges saying yes, one judge saying no. It is really going to come down to these last two scores. It averages in just over. It's an 8.33. Yolanda Hopkins goes to the lead. Ellie Harrison would have needed a 7.17 on that last one. You have to think with that end turn, it probably would have gone there. Early indications saying it's just not enough. We're going to wait for 4 more scores to get locked in.
She needs a 7.17, keeping in mind she fell on the last turn.
So she really needs the rest of the judges to give her at least 7.5.
Get the tissues out. This is going to be gnarly. Irrespective of where this score lands, I still think on 2 waves, Ellie wins that heat. That's just my personal opinion.
I agree.
It's going to come just under.
It's not going to be the score. It's a 6.1. So we are going to lose Ellie Harrison out of the draw in the round of 16. She won't go back-to-back. Yolanda Hopkins, though, that first carve, I mean, it had so much mongrel behind it. And just this element of, oh, wow, behind that carve. And it was in the dying stages. And that was probably one of the highlight moments of that heat, just that first turn.
Yeah, like I said, the judges don't watch it in slow-mo. And in the slow-mo really kind of brings out the flaws in anyone surfing really, but in real time, that wave was strung together really well, and I think that, yeah, no doubt she's super proud, even surprised perhaps, but a great heat there, and you called it, Jess, never say die.
And look at these scores. I mean, 14.66 to 14.53 for Ellie Harrison. So close between the two. One more time for this 8.33. Here's Stace.
Yeah, it's just the little things, like she dropped in out of the lip and she just got straight on the rail into a nice bottom, turned into a carve, and then brought this one through the inside here, timed it really well. You know, all those little things, little airdrop to finish, bit of drama.
It adds points to
Absolutely
it for sure.
it does, and the elation there.
We know how much she wants it.
Oh, I wonder what she said there.
That was a sick first turn on that last one. The finish ones are great, but that turn was just first one. Finally.
Amazing insights there that we're hearing.
Finally. But I was like, because like she's local favourite, I was like, that was easily the best wave of the heat. Yeah. But I was like, because she's local favourite, might be a 7-9 or something like that.
I didn't think I was going to get it.
I thought it was right on there for sure. It would have gone either way. It was
You're right there, Stace.
on the knife edge.
A bit of surprise there, thinking she's not going to get it, but we loved that carve. Stick around, guys. We are going to have the Legends heat, and we're actually going to have a couple Legends in the booth. See you guys soon.
The Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, is proudly brought to you by Oakberry. Fuel yourself with the official acai of the World Surf League Australia. By Destination New South Wales, an official strategic partner of Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. By Bond University. Bond University, your ambition belongs here. And by Stone & Wood, the unofficial beer of the World Surf League Australia. The quarterfinals are set for the men and women. Amazing matchups. Check them out at worldsurfleague.com. We'll still get to all those highlights from a big day of competition here at Merewether for the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy. But right now we're in for a special treat because we have a cast of local legends out there. They're going to put on a show for us and for the fans on the beach. And also very lucky to have Richie Lovett sitting alongside me, and the four-time world champ and the godfather of the Merewether Board Riders Club, Mark Richards. Great to have your company, Emma.
Awesome. Stoked to be here.
Mate, what a couple of days it's been. The surf's been firing. I know you've been enjoying the action as always.
It's been incredible. The surf's been amazing the last couple of days. It was wild and woolly for those early days, and they were incredibly challenging conditions for the competitors. But the surfing has been amazing, especially the free surfing prior to the event. I spent a lot of time there sitting there watching the free surfing, and it was just phenomenal. The level that everyone is surfing at is amazing. It sure is, and it's a real treat to have Merewether deliver. I think one of the best days of competition yesterday we've seen on the Challenger Series. Would you agree with that? This is the best the surf has been, I'd say, in the last month or so. Like a couple of weeks ago after we had all that rain, the sandbanks were actually washed away, and the rock section of Merewether was like this really deep gutter. There were no waves there at all. And I was looking at it every day just going, there's no way they'll be able to run the event because it was virtually a total closeout. It was sort of unsurfable. And then roughly, I don't know, a week or 10 days ago, we had that sort of storm, which luckily had like a south element to it, and it dragged out some of that sand and actually, created the bank again. So we've been incredibly lucky, but the surf has been so good the last couple of days.
Been firing, and we've really loved the show. And we're going to enjoy now seeing these guys attack the rock break. Julian Wilson, calling Newcastle home, living a little further south down the coast these days, but what a great addition to the lineup around town. And this guy, Matt Hoy, just an absolute classic. Philippa Anderson also out there in the lineup. And Philippa, she's really the Merewether she-goat, isn't she? She's sort of established herself, obviously, as a SURFEST champion, but honoured recently, added to the Hall of Fame, the first woman to be added to the Hall of Fame for the Merewether Surfboard Club.
Yeah, she was inducted into the Hall of Fame at the 60th anniversary celebrations at Civic Hall in Newcastle last year. First woman to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. And Philippa has been the anchor person for the board club for the tag team events. There's been an enormous amount of pressure on her in those situations, but she's always delivered.
She sure has. And this guy has delivered some massive results, Rich. You travelled on the tour with Matt Hoy for a number of years, witnessed those victories that he had on the CT, and got himself all the way to 5th position on the rankings back in '97.
Yeah, Hoyo was an absolute pleasure to travel with. The first time I ever met Hoyo was actually up at Bluey's Beach, and he had a house up there. I think he still has a family home up there, and I just couldn't believe how well he surfed. And then a couple of years down the track, and I'm doing mock heats with him, and we're both riding for O'Neill wetsuits, and I just wanted to hang out with this guy because he had such a good energy about him. He just had this real, happy-go-lucky vibe to him, and the surfing obviously was undeniable as well. But, watching Hoyo get the win at Bells was amazing. Won Figueira de Foz in Portugal, another good victory. And,
and on the back end at Reunion.
Yeah, and at Reunion as well. So really accomplished victories for his time on tour. And, travelling around with another, one of the Novocastrians, Luke Egan. Those guys were a pretty formidable duo there on the tour for a lot of years. And obviously, Hoyo got a lot of wins on the party program as well.
Yeah, well, that was the good thing about travelling with Hoy. He made everyone feel like they were the consummate professional. Because he went so much harder than everyone and still does, and absolutely hammers the rail still, and he tucks in and finds some cover, punching through the curtain, also almost finding his way through.
I'm keen to see whether Hoyo's actually on a single fin. No, it looks like he's got a couple of fins in there at least.
He's actually been riding a twin fin a lot lately.
Awesome.
Oh,
yeah.
You must love to see that.
We're going to talk about twin fins for sure in the next half an hour.
We got so much to celebrate here this afternoon as we see another one of the Merewether Surfboard Club's finest, Mitchell Ross. A couple of QS victories for Rossi back in the day,
nice.
A 4-time Ray Richards Memorial winner. Emma, such a talent, and he rode your boards for a long period of time, and it looks like he might have one under his feet there.
He's been back on them. He's been riding them for the last year or so it's been really nice to have Mitch back on the boards again. But Mitch is always surfing good, and he's like so positive and so much fun to actually surf with. And it was interesting, we were talking about Matt before, like Matt is shaping surfboards these days, and I think he's got this mantra of where he only shapes on Fridays.
He does.
And if you actually order a board from Matt, you're never quite sure what you're actually going to get. So Matt sort of says, when you order a board, you get what you're given.
I love that. And you can only pick it up on a Friday afternoon with a case of beer.
With a case of beer.
And that's the way it should be. Julian Wilson, you're seeing a lot of his surfing, Mark, but what an amazing return to competition it was for Julian up at Burleigh. And I know you're up there as well, watching it all unfold. It was a return to head-to-head competition at Burleigh where the Stubbies events unfold, and you had great success. But that's really one of the magic stories of 2025.
It was amazing, Ronnie, to see him do so well, and as he was motoring his way through the field, I actually thought he was going to win the event.
Oh, yeah.
And I thought, how amazing would that be for Julian in his comeback year to get a wild card to a CT event and actually win it. And he went so close, and I think his surfing was totally on point. And some of the airs he did were absolutely amazing. And because of his seeding in that event, there was no such thing as an easy heat. Like, he came up against Italo, you know, current world title leader straight away. So, yeah, there was no easy draw for him. He, like, worked his way through that field and surfed insane.
Jack.
And he surfs, like, he's living in Newcastle for part of the year now. And, you know, he's in the water all the time at Merewether. And, like, he's still firing. He's surfing so well, like Jackson Baker here.
Yeah, and just talk to us a little bit about Jackson breaking through as the first local to get a SURFEST title on the men's side. Must have been a proud moment for the community.
It was a very proud moment for the community, for the board club and all the local surfers who were supporting him. And I think there's a misconception that when you're actually surfing at home, it's easy. Everyone thinks that you're, you know, you're in your own house, you're in your own bed, you're driving your own car, you're surfing a wave that you know really well. You've got everyone supporting you. But what I found when I competed in the SURFEST event quite a long time ago, that there's this incredible amount of pressure at surfing at home because everyone actually expects you to win because you've got those, you know, they think you've got those advantages. So I kind of hated competing at home because of that pressure. You know, you felt like you wanted to win for yourself, but you wanted to win for the, you know, your town, your friends and your community. Whereas when you're overseas, if you lose an event, it just feels like it's on you. You don't have the hopes and dreams of all your friends and family and the whole town riding on that result. So when Jacko won last year, it was incredible.
Well, mate,
I was so stoked for him.
And lucky for you, you had championship tour wins all over the world. And we'll touch on some of those. Right now, though, we're seeing Julian up. And there's a big crowd on hand, as always. Big week for Newcastle, a victory. The Knights breaking through, beating our beloved Manly Sea Eagles in Golden Point the other night, and it just sort of seemed to ignite that sporting passion that this great city has, Emma, and they always turn out in force on SURFEST finals day.
They definitely do. We get tons of people watching it, and that Knights win was amazing because they were in trouble after the first half of that game. And I'm sure you were actually celebrating with Manly a long way ahead, but it was a pretty incredible comeback. And
yeah, the rumours were that the Knights fans were booing their own team off the field at half-time, and we were cheering them. We thought it was a great performance in the first half.
Hopefully they weren't booing, because I'm guessing if there were people booing, they were probably cheering for him at the end of the game.
Exactly.
And with all sporting things, it's so easy to be an armchair critic.
Oh, mate, I've made a career out of it.
And we've won every heat from the booth here, by the way.
Oh, mate. But, Emma, let's wind back the clock, because your roots, they go really deep here. Your parents owned the first surf shop in town. It was actually an second-hand automobile shop with a surf shop chucked in as well. But your dad, Ray, he had absolutely identified early just the magic of the sport of surfing, even before you had arrived.
He was one of the first people to start surfing in Newcastle, Ronnie. Originally the shop was a car dealership, and he was driving up into the country and buying used cars that didn't have any rust in them because they hadn't been exposed to any salt. And there was one day, I think this was in the 50s, he saw a guy with a surfboard at Bar Beach surfing, and he thought that looked like fun, I'd like to try that. And at the time you could only buy boards from Gordon Woods and Barry Bennett in Sydney. So he went down and bought one, started surfing, then he had people asking him, what is it, where do you get them? And then he got the idea to actually buy a couple and put them in the shop with the cars. So it sort of went from being a car dealership to a car and surfboard dealership, and eventually surfboards took over. So we've got some classic old photos of the shop with, I think they were FJ Holdens on the floor and these longboards around the walls.
Amazing, yeah, it's just incredible images, but just an awesome place for a youngster to be introduced to surfing too, because the beaches here, face different directions. There's little nooks that you can tap into. Where did you ride your first waves?
I think at Blacksmith, south of Newcastle. In those days there were no leg ropes, so a lot of the breaks in town were in front of rocks. So no one wanted to surf in front of rocks in case you lost your board and got a ding. But Blacksmith was sort of the hotspot of surfing in those days, which is just south of Newcastle near Swansea. but we have a ton of surf in this area. You know, I don't want to mention too many
No,
breaks because
no. Stop right there.
But it's crazy how much surf we have. We've got beach breaks and we've got point breaks, and you know, we've got waves that work in. It doesn't matter what swell direction it is, or it doesn't matter what wind direction it is. Newcastle's kind of like this little hidden gem for surf spots, and actually variety of surf spots. And you know, I'm going to sound like I'm totally biased here, which I am, but we have, I think, some of the most beautiful beaches that I've you know, seen anywhere. I know we don't have you know, the lagoon type things like Tahiti with the mountains and everything behind it, but we have like really clean water, you know, super clean sand, and such a wide variety of surf. And the visual shots that you guys have been showing on the broadcast, like I've been watching some of the broadcast and thinking, wow, you know, Newcastle just looks so good. Like, I know it's good, but you guys have really been showcasing how great it actually is.
It's producing its best stuff for us here at the moment. We've got the Bonsoy Legends Heat unfolding right now. We're going to take a quick break. We've got more with Mark Richards right after this. Welcome back. We have the Bonsoy Legends Heat unfolding. This is Jackson Baker up at the moment, and Richie Lovett and myself just absolutely loving the opportunity to throw a few questions the way of Mark Richards, an Australian Sporting Hall of Famer, Surfing Hall of Famer, and even received the Order of Australia in '94. Oh, the accolades have just kept coming, Emma. Got quite a few. Must have a pretty impressive trophy room back home.
None of them are actually on display.
Where do you keep them?
I think a lot of them are in a box somewhere. There's a lot of trophies in an old washing basket in the garage.
Oh, mate, it's so funny. It's a really similar story for a lot of the surfing champions. A little different to Richie's house, which if you go to the toilet at Rich's, you basically, it's like walking into a gallery with all these surf magazine covers all over the walls. And Rich, you got plenty of them.
Yeah, there's a couple there, and it's really the only place in the whole house where I really put everything on display. So I figured just reminisce while you're having a bit of time there. But no, I do have my Haleiwa trophy in a corner, which I'm very, very proud of. It was just a beautiful trophy. It had its own seat when I flew it home back in the day there, and they had no problem with it back then. But yeah.
Well, Emma, you can speak to that. Big performances on the North Shore. They're ones that you hold dear to your heart because they're very hard to come by and always really hotly contested. And you broke through for one of your first big performances on the North Shore as a teenager in massive conditions. How was that?
Well, in those days, there was no sort of ratings the way there is now to actually get invited to the events. To get into the Hawaiian events, you basically had to go there for a season and paddle out on the craziest days of all time to get voted into the events. And a lot of the Hawaiian surfers actually voted on who went into the events. So you kind of had to impress them to get into events. And if you got the chance to get into one, you didn't want to blow the chance by, like not taking off on a wave that you should have taken off on. But Hawaii had just a huge influence on my whole career, and I'm incredibly thankful to so many surfers there and so many of the Hawaiian shapers who were just incredibly supportive, and they really did a lot for me, kind of. It sort of made me the surfer I was, and also in terms of shaping, it kind of made me the shaper that I was too.
Love that.
For a long time, it felt like it was a second home. Like we would go the beginning of October and stay right through February. And for me, it was the highlight of the year, spending sort of 3 to 4 months there surfing the absolute best waves in the world with not a care in the world either.
Because I think at that point, you'd already started shaping and then you went to surfing. I remember an interview that we did, you explained to me one time that, you shaped and then you went and had this pro career and then you went back to shaping. But you had so many mentors in Hawaii too, where you really, perfected the craft. And the classic story that you told me one time as well about putting the template up on your bedroom wall for the famous twin fin design. That's a pretty special one.
I could talk for an hour here, Richie. I'll try and
give us the short version.
I'll try and give you the short version. I was inspired to be a shaper because in the early days when we'd go to Sydney to get surfboards, the guys who worked in surfboard factories, it seems like whenever there was waves, they would drop tools and go surfing. So it seemed like a very enviable career. I was always creative at school with anything to do with your hands. Like I was good at woodwork, but not good at a lot of other things. So I kind of wanted to shape, and I used to spend a lot of time with Jeff McCoy during school holidays. So Jeff showed me some sort of basics. My mum and dad bought me an electric planer, and it all basically stemmed from there, this desire to actually have a career actually shaping surfboards. And weirdly, the competitive career kind of got in the way of that for a little while. It was I was sort of trying to balance both of them.
Amazing.
Which is
incredible. And what an awesome gift from your parents at 13 years of age to receive a planer. My mum gave me a lawnmower when I was 13, and it's not a career path that I followed, Emma, but amazing.
I bugged them because I was getting old blanks and I was trying to shape them with a surf form in the laneway on a pair of stands, and the blanks were super hard in those days, and I couldn't get any foam off with a surf form, so I bugged them for an electric planer, and my dad actually bought it. My mum was just aghast. She didn't want to know about it because she figured the first thing I'd do was like slice a few fingers off with it.
Here goes Phillip up. Section lining up on the inside, and hasn't this end section here at Rocks over the years provided some great exciting finishes. It always requires a lot of commitment. It's sort of like a smaller version of what we see in Margaret River, where it's going to be a challenge. It's a bit of a lottery. There might be some rock exposed there on the inside, and the big numbers really come when surfers attack it. But Rich, you touched on it, Emma. Through your pro career, it was sort of, you're also thinking of what was a great kind of financial backup, and you saw potential in shaping, and even in world title years, you sort of skipped events to come home and shape boards, which was pretty interesting.
Well, I figured that was the chosen career path. In those days, it was very hard to make a living on a tour. There wasn't a lot of prize money. There was no sponsorship in those days. If you got free board shorts or free wetsuits or something, you actually thought you were sponsored. Like, first pair of board shorts I got off Quicksilver, I think in 1975, Alan Green and John Law didn't charge me for them. I got a free pair of board shorts, and I was like, wow, I'm sponsored by Quicksilver.
Yeah. Give me the stickers, I'm ready to put them on.
But just interestingly, Ronnie, on the rocks section here, it looks like an easy wave to surf, but it's actually really challenging the way it breaks. Like, it's affected by the sand, and it's also affected, the reef underneath is constant, but depending on where the sand is on it, the takeoff spot can actually vary, and the way the wave actually breaks varies. And the takeoff spot, there's like an X marks the takeoff spot. You can be a little too far north and you can't catch the wave, and there's a dead bit that's a little bit further to the south, which is deeper, and sometimes you think you've got to be on the inside to be there, but in that dead bit you'll get stuck and you won't catch waves either. And the second section, which is further out, which is the ladies, which I was surfing earlier on, there's a few different takeoff spots there, and there's like deep sections and shallow sections on that bank. So it's a very challenging, it looks kind of easy, but when it's breaking, especially from the outside through, it's a really challenging wave to position yourself, and especially in a heat situation when you've got 3 other surfers with priority and everything paddling around you.
Emma, we know that you've had some back issues of late, but still shaping boards and still doing your own sprays a lot of the time. I love seeing that stuff.
I just spray my own boards in our driveway at home. I call them my dodgy sprays. I'm always on the verge of a disaster. And I've got really good neighbours. They don't seem to mind.
Bit of overspray drifting across the fence.
There was one time recently where they were actually having a barbecue on their front deck, and I was spraying a solid pink board, and there was just pink spray going everywhere in the air. And they yelled, "We've got half an hour. Can you wrap it up in half an hour before we have the guests for the barbecue?"
I love that. And I also love that you always have your music blaring while you're shaping away or working on those sprays. Quite often Pearl Jam. You've become pretty good friends with Eddie Vedder over the years, and I know that Newcastle has had some incredible musical acts pass through town, but, reading that Pearl Jam reached out to you and asked you to put the set list together for their concert here, that's a huge honour.
When they asked me to do it, I was like incredibly stoked to do it. And then I actually started to shit myself because I was thinking, how do you do this? Because it was a challenge to do it, and I don't know how Ed does it for every show, because every live show they do, the set list actually varies. They never do the same set list. So the challenge was, like, the deep hardcore fans, they don't want to really hear the hit songs. They want to hear obscure songs. And the fans that have only bought the latest albums only want to hear songs from the latest albums. They don't want to hear obscure songs. So it took me ages. I started writing lists and crossing off songs and adding songs, and I think I got it pretty right, but it took me a long time. But the concert when they played in Newcastle was amazing, and I saw them in Sydney just recently, the 2 shows they did in Sydney, and also the show on the Gold Coast. So I'm sort of the biggest Pearl Jam fan on the planet. And
have you shaped a couple of boards for Eddie?
I've made him a couple. He hasn't ridden them. I think he's just got them on display in his house. But while I'm shaping, they release all their albums through their website. So every show they do, there's a live album. And when I'm shaping, I just listen to live Pearl Jam albums. And at home, I drive my kids mad. They just go, "How can you listen to that one song 1,000 times?" And I'm going, there's different versions of it from the live shows.
Sick.
Rich, how many of your mates' houses have you been in where they have their Mark Richards board on display and they haven't ridden it because it's just so iconic?
They are.
They're
things of beauty. They're pieces of art. Every surfboard is, but Emma, your boards seem to be particularly sought after, and we used to have them as a prize at work as well through Surf Hardware. The guys who used to win the tipping competition would always order a Mark Richards board as a prize there. So yeah, they're incredible boards here as we see Hoya. I'm going to say Hoya's probably winning this heat at the moment.
Yeah, finding a bit of cover. Rossi had a pretty nice wave as well, and so did Philippa. Jackson buckled his board. Hoy brings this one through to the inside. What about you, Emma? Do you like to see the boards on display? Are you happy to see them on display, or would you prefer them waxed up and ridden?
I think the jury's out on that one, Ronnie. I get asked that question all the time, and my theory on it is if you own a vintage board or if you bought a retro replica, it's yours to do whatever you like. If you want to surf it, great. If you want to put it up on the wall, great. If you want to take it out in the backyard and slice it up with a chainsaw, great. Just whatever you want to do.
No one is doing that. No one is doing that. But, I think the reason those boards are so iconic, obviously the logo that you had the Hawaiian artist put together for you, Albert Dove, and just that MR logo is just so iconic. I love it. And could you have imagined that would have just become such a iconic stamp for you over the years?
No. Originally, when Al did the logo for me, I didn't register. I didn't consider it as a surfboard logo. It was only when I got home and all my friends sort of went, "You should make that your surfboard logo." But I've been very fortunate with the retro twins that there were iconic colours on them, and we still sell quite a lot today, and they're popular today. And back then we didn't because we were making boards ourselves, I was like shaping, spraying and glassing my own boards. We didn't have quivers of boards. Like my quiver for the year was generally 2 twin fins, a 6.2 and a 6.4, 6.2 for small surf, 6.4 for big surf. And then when I got to Hawaii, I generally jumped back on single fins. So it was a very different time. We didn't pre-events get 5 to 10 boards from our shaper for every event.
Rich, when you were a Grom and starting to fall in love with surfing and seeing footage of Mark, what were some of was the highlight vision that sort of sticks out in your mind, or images that made an imprint on you?
I remember watching, I think it was the 82 Surfabout, and I remember the event moved, I think, down to Bendalong, and I remember seeing vision of Mark on the screen. I was just going, oh my goodness, what is going on here? And there was this kind of stylish surfer just screaming across this wave that I'd never seen that sort of style, and were well and truly on the 20s at that point, and just the style of surfing to me just had a big influence. And Mark, as we see Poyo there just checking out what Rossi's riding, you must be pretty stoked with this whole resurgence over the last 5 to 10 years of this whole twin movement. It's back, and it's not a fad. It's here to stay.
No, it's here.
What do you think it is that draws people to that style of equipment, or that setup?
Basically, they go really good, and as you know, you're riding twin fins and you're shaping twin fins. It's always been a very legitimate design. Like they went great in the 70s, and they went great in the 80s. Simon sort of killed them for a while when he came out with a thruster. It was nearly twin fins were nearly back in the Smithsonian or something, or stuck in the museum. But I think the last few years has been one of the greatest times ever in terms of surfboard design, because like anything goes now. For a long time, everyone was riding, narrow high-performance thrusters, and in the hands of the best surfers in the world, those boards go insane. But in the hands of a recreational surfer, it's maybe not the best board to be having fun on.
Agree.
So now you walk into a surf shop anywhere in the world, or you go to the beach and you see a whole selection of, there's twin fins, there's quads, there's mals, there's eggs, there's high-performance thrusters, there's people on stand-ups, there's every sort of surf craft. But the beauty of seeing everyone on twin fins is, I absolutely love them. For me, riding a twin, like I ride thrusters, but when I get on a twin fin, it feels like putting on a really comfortable pair of shoes. It feels like me. And that freedom of not having that back fin, it just feels like everything is, like looser and faster and freer. And they go really good. I think that, people are rediscovering how good they actually go.
Yeah, well, Josh Kerr's on board.
Yeah, he's tearing. I was stoked watching him ride a 20. And weirdly, I've been getting DMs from people just going, how cool,
Yeah, totally committed to it. Mark, always a pleasure. And we know you're going to be about for finals day tomorrow. We're going to have big crowds down here. And I've got to ask you, because I know you watch it all so closely, who do you see breaking through for the victory tomorrow on the men's side?
Ryan.
Yeah.
It would be incredible to see Ryan win the event. I think the whole town would go crazy. The board club would go crazy. And he was one surfer that you should not have got knocked off the tour. And it would be wonderful to actually see him win it. So we're all cheering for him.
And on the women's side, we've got an unbelievable lineup. Sally Fitzgibbon's chasing a 4th SURFEST title to become the most winning surfer on the women's side. Do you reckon she can get it done after the disappointment of the bump off the CT?
She looked like she'd washed it off today. She was surfing really well in that heat today, so I think she's a big chance. But as you guys know, you've just got to get waves. Like pro surfing is, people make it complicated, but it's the simplest thing of all time. You've got 30 minutes in the water, and you've just got to be on the best waves. And if you're not on the best waves, it doesn't matter how good you surf, you can't win. It's a really simple program. Just get 2 waves and you win.
Hear that,
2 good
kids?
waves.
Really smart advice here from Mark Richards, mate. Absolute pleasure. Rich, I'll see you tomorrow. We've still got the Stone and Wood post show coming your way this afternoon. Don't go anywhere. Jesse Starling, AJ McCord, and also Stace Galbraith are going to be breaking down everything that's unfolded on another huge day of competition here at Merewether.
Another sensational day of surfing here at the Burton Automotive SURFEST presented by Bonsoy. Welcome to the Stone and Wood Post Show. And it was picture perfect from the minute the sun came up this morning, and take a look at that afternoon. Absolutely sensational. And we set up a crazy looking finals day. We're going to have a big Sunday here to finish tomorrow. My name's Dave Scalbrath, joined by Jess Starling and AJ McCord. AJ, welcome to the booth.
Oh, so excited to be here after a really fun day of surfing.
Jess, how was your day?
Oh, great. Spent it with you in here. It was beautiful to call some really sick heats today.
There was so many big moments, wasn't there? There was buzzer beaters, there was crew dominating from start to finish. We saw excellent scores. We saw heats that were super challenging and just kind of win at all cost mentality. Yeah, definitely had a bit of everything. AJ, you did a great interview with Kersey and Xavier Huxtable.
That's one of those really cool moments that just happened very organically, but it shows so much of how cool it is to have somebody like Josh Kerr or Julian Wilson back on the Challenger Series this year, because all of these young up-and-coming surfers still want to learn from them. They still want to understand, you know, even though Xavier won the heat, he wanted to talk to Kersey afterwards. And so it's just a really cool thing to see that dynamic and take you behind the scenes, because what happens in the water, incredible. What happens out of the water, equally as incredible.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. And Kersey put it lightly, you know, these boys have got to beat Sierra's dad, Jess.
Oh, they do. I mean, and he's the guy, really, at the moment on the 20. He's just put together this incredible highlight reel throughout the week. And Zave really showed up today. He's been that surfer that has had these massive X Factor moments that you just sit there and go, oh, wow. Okay, yeah. He's on a different level here.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to take a look at some of our first highlights from the day. And this heat didn't have the highest heat totals, but it had two of the biggest superstars in our sport, Eden Waller and Kira Pinkerton. Jess, we got to watch this one on the promenade, and it was a close one.
Yeah, good boy Mile was lighting up for this one. Kira Pinkerton getting the win in the dying stages, but this is when we saw this bank really shift to lefts. Kira just finding one of those that just stood up all the way through. Eden Waller, she's been nothing but a standout this event, thinking back to her really good barrels in the round of 32. And for so young, she's so well-rounded. I mean, this wave only highlights just how good she is, especially at just technical surfing. But Kira, she was too good today.
Yeah, this is experience paying off here. Kira Pinkerton selecting some great waves and some big turns there, AJ.
That's exactly what Kira said, too. It was like surfing against a younger version of herself. So technical, so strategic was Eden Waller that it was a really important heat for Kira to win as she makes it to her first finals day on the first stop of the 2025 Challenger Series, looking to be one of those 7 women at the end of the 7 stops.
It was a close heat, and it was tightly fought. This was Kira's wave here, her buzzer beater to turn it over, Jess.
It was all just came down to power, really. I mean, she's just got the strength behind her in comparison to Eden. I mean, they're both so technically good at surfing, but Kira, she's just able to really put it on rail, and it was the point of difference in that heat, and we're going to see her in the quarterfinals.
As we take a look at the official results there, it was Eden Waller with the single highest score of the heat, but the experience and cool, calm and collected nature of Kira Pinkerton finishing off that heat there, just advancing over the young 15-year-old from the USA. And we expect to see a lot more of these tightly contested tomorrow. We're going to take a look at the quarterfinal bracket here. Some amazing matchups, a fully international field. Jess, on the spot, which one's your favourite?
Can't go past Teresa Bonvalot and Amuro Suzuki. I mean, Amuro on the women's side to me was the standout today. She was looking so clean, so sharp, and just oozing confidence. And so was Teresa. We're definitely seeing a different version of her this year.
AJ, yourself?
Oh, for me, I don't even want to look past quarterfinal number 1, because look at that. Sally Fitz, Sophie McCulloch. Sophie is looking so incredibly strong to start the season after dealing with injury for the last few years. And Sally Fitz, like she said, she didn't know she had that many tears to cry between Perth and here in Sydney, but she's left it all behind her. She is somebody who is always rejuvenated by the challenge of competition, and she will not let that fire go out tomorrow.
Got to let them out. Better out than in.
Absolutely.
Dry them tears and get ready for a massive event here at Newcastle SURFEST. And up next is the Boost Mobile heat of the day, and it was another cracker. It was Pedersen Crisanto taking on fellow countryman from Brazil, Sammy Pupo. And Pedersen has been looking so sharp all event, Jess.
He's made a comeback to competitive surfing in quite a way. I mean, Sammy looked like the guy to beat for this event. He's just been so switched on, so sharp, and just twitch-like between his turns. There's absolutely nothing getting in his way, but today, unfortunately, there was, and it was a very informed Pedersen Crisanto, but did it in the dying stages. just so sharp. We talk about at the start of the heat, he has these cat-like reflexes that he combines with this really powerful surfing, and it's setting him apart. This though, highest wave score of the day. It was a 917. That second turn, so much speed, drive, agility, style, and just finished it off in a beautiful way. Sammy Pupo with surfing like that is on a one-way train back to the championship tour.
Yeah, absolutely, but he's going to have to figure out the riddle of these heats. A ninth is not a bad result, AJ, but you know these boys want more.
And what I loved about watching this heat was it really felt like they brought out the best in each other as the heat continued, because Pedersen saw that 917 from Sammy and said, I cannot give up. I have to give it everything I've got. And it turned out to be enough. He has so much energy coming into this 2025 Challenger Series year that I just feel like this is only going to give him more confidence. When you land an air like that in the clutch moments, like, come on, watch out for him.
Yeah, that's a great wave to take through to finals day in the lead. He was unsure if Sammy turned the heat or not, but you're always paddling into those waves thinking, of course I'm going to need to do something. So for him to execute there, he's going to have a great feeling going into finals day. There are your scores on screen. There's a fair bit of separation in the totals, but that heat was really tightly fought. It was obviously Sammy's 917 that was the high mark of that heat and the day. But Pedersen Crisanto there, 8.5 and a 7.77, convincingly taking that one up. We're going to take a look at the quarterfinal brackets here. Oh my word. Jess Starling, what do you like?
Definitely quarterfinal number one. I'm going to be super Aussie and patriotic here. Xavier Huxtable, Jacob Wilcox. I mean, just two incredible surfers. They've had so many heats together, and that's going to be a battle for the ages.
Oh, absolutely. What about you, AJ?
I'm going to take a look at that quarterfinal number 4 because, Jesse, you mentioned it. Pedersen is just coming into this Challenger Series with so much fire, so much competition experience. Cali Voss has been working on that, especially in this offseason, working with Joan Deroux, adding him to his camp along with Jeremy Flores, that I feel like that heat is going to be a really incredible tactical battle between the two of them. We're so used to their incredible surfing and what they can do in the water, but I think we're going to see some of those intangibles that really make a difference throughout the year as we continue on in that heat, and I'm really excited to see it go
that's
down.
going to be a cracker. I really like looking at quarterfinal number 3, Dimitri Poulos v Ryan Callanan. I was talking to Ryan this morning about the conditions for tomorrow. There's a bit of conjecture about what we're going to see. I know down the coast the waves have just been pouring in all day, and I think that with any luck we're going to be setting up for a great finals day tomorrow. Well, Ryan certainly thinks so, and I'm going to lean on him for that as we check out the Surfline forecast here at the Burton Automotive Newcastle SURFEST, presented by Bonsoy, and plenty of action here. And the best thing about this forecast is obviously the waves we're going to have on offer, but the light winds and offshore winds, it's going to be as clean as a whistle, and a magic Sunday down here, Jess.
Yeah, we've really had it all, but it feels like we're going to be finishing on a really big high. 4 to 7 foot faces, offshore winds. We're seeing a spike in the period, which means we're going to have a little bit more than what we had today. And I've said it all week. You know it's good when you see purple on Surfline. Dark green, you're like, yes, we're on. Purple, you're like, damn, it's about to be all time.
Yeah, I know there's different wave measurements across the world, Australia, Hawaii and California. I reckon tomorrow could be 4 to 6 Aussie.
4 to 6 Aussie, I reckon.
Yeah, I think so. That's what I'm feeling.
Yeah, I'm feeling it too.
Yeah, we'll see.
Let's manifest.
Yeah, happy to be wrong.
That'll be perfect.
Yeah, and it was obviously an awesome day, and we're going to get a big day done tomorrow. Any other special moments from the day?
I'm just sitting here with you all day, Stace. It's been a pleasure. And AJ in the booth now. This is great.
Yeah, it's been a good way to finish. We're going to check out the BioGlan Daily Dose. This is our top 5 moments from the day. Thanks to BioGlan. Is it number 5? Matthew McGillivray. What a day he's had, and what an event, Jess.
Yeah, clutch performance here. I mean, this wave needed it, I think, for confidence as well, and he just absolutely belted this one from start to finish. He had a couple falls earlier in that heat and a couple wobbles, but that seemed like the wave that just clicked it all into gear, and the South African contingent were very stoked with that one. You can see Lukey Thompson there loving it.
Sally Fitzgibbons, AJ, another excellent heat here from Sal.
And this is just something we expect to see from her. When things matter here on the Challenger Series, she is going to deliver. And it's so cool to see her translate all of that emotion, all of that competitiveness into these heats. And it's no wonder there's always a crowd for Sal, because she's great in the water, great out of it. Excited to see her in finals day.
Dimitri Poulos here, beautiful carve to start this wave, Jess. He had another fantastic heat, another 15-point heat total. He's going to have the whole crowd against him tomorrow, but I don't think it's going to bother him.
He's my dark horse this year. He's my dark horse to ruffle some feathers and try and get himself into that top 10. And how good to go from winning a heat to then getting the call up into a CT event.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good day for Dimitri, but he was just surfing with so much grit behind him. And I think just what we saw from him today is just a snippet of how much talent this guy really has.
That was unbelievable combination of turns there on that last wave as we check out number 2. This is our highest score of the day, AJ. What'd you love about it?
I mean, what's there not to love about it? Beautiful opening turn, and then you just see how much spray comes off the back of his board, and Sammy has this grace, this style with his turns, and then he really whips it in there at the end section where you just see how much control he has, how well he reads each section of the wave, and that comes from the experience. I feel like that's what we saw on this wave is a championship tour competitor who knew exactly how to dissect each section and execute it.
And here we have our number 1, Yolanda Hopkins. Last heat of the day. It was an absolute nail-biter, Jess. And she needed this score to turn the heat, and guess what? She absolutely did.
Yeah, needed excellence and got it. This wave was an 8.33. That first turn was just something special, and she knew it. There was a bit of a shock there at the end. We were listening to her saying, I didn't know if I was going to get it, but she got the job done, and you can see how stoked she is to be in the quarterfinals here at SURFEST.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why they turn up. You put yourself in those positions and hope that all the training and the hard work and all the preparation pays off, and for her today, it absolutely did. We want to thank all the fans for tuning in online and all the spectators for coming down and joining us today. I mean, it goes without saying, if you're in the area or even within a couple of hours, I'd be getting down here tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be absolutely fantastic. Thanks very much for joining us, ladies. Absolute pleasure. We're going to leave you with some highlights for tomorrow. Highlights from today, and looking forward to tomorrow. There's our call, 7:45. The good people of Newcastle are going to give us a sleep in tomorrow. We can't start before 8, but I do feel like we will get underway right on 8:05. So be sure to tune in and check it out online.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.